This child is the daughter of the strongest Orcaduke, yet she doesn't possess any water mana. In her grandmother's eyes, the little girl is nothing more than trash, considered a waste of the family. Her grandmother carelessly named her Calypso, then coldly walked away. Just then, Calypso shouted, "Wait, Grandma!" startling both of them. Her grandmother turned sharply. What did she just say? She's only 2 years old, isn't it? The 5-year-old children of the Orcaduke family who can speak? Not only that, but the girl can also hear and understand. She immediately picked the girl up by her hair, with that cute, cheesy look, yet she was criticized. Even without water, mana, can she prove herself useful? The little girl didn't say much, gently raised her tiny hand to her grandmother's hair, then yanked it hard, shocking the servants. Calypso tightened her grip on the hair in her hand, determined to prove that she could. Her grandmother suddenly burst out laughing, not expecting that your father P had given up on life and ended up with something like this, then tossed Calypso away. She ordered to take her to the education facility, if even there she doesn't measure up. Her gaze became frightening. Just throw her away. I have no place for a waste. Calypso's eyes were filled with determination. Just wait, old lady. I'll kick you out of that family head chair myself. It turns out she accidentally crossed over to a children's novel world. Even though she had regressed 3 times, she still couldn't escape her tragic fate. In her first life, she died trying to seduce the male lead. In her second life, she died from being poisoned. In her third life, she died due to being too ambitious. In the battle with the Dragon Duke, although she lost, she discovered one thing: he is the key to her returning home. Calypso's goal is to survive until she turns 10 and become the Dragon Bride. Only that way can she get close to the Dragon Duke to return home. After being recognized by the family head, the servant's attitude towards Calypso changed 180 degrees. Can you believe it? The girl paced around the room, calculating her father, the one known as the strongest Orca PAQ, yet he had never met her since birth, and didn't care for her brothers. Calypso was determined to cling to this big thigh, but how could she get to the fountain in front of her, which was Chappie, looking incredibly handsome and cold? Calypso smiled as she approached to greet him. Do you know where the education facility is? Opposite her, PE remained silent, clearly caught off guard, and after a moment he said, "You called the wrong kid here." Calypso was still very cheerful. "Can you take me there?" In response to her enthusiasm, she was completely ignored. Bai turned away, saying he didn't like it. Calypso didn't give up there and moved to sit beside him, intending to use dried fruit to win him over. "Do you want a bite?" He still coldly refused to answer. What a weird person. Seeing that this approach wasn't working, Calypso started to chat. "Do you have friends, or are you as lonely as I am?" He didn't respond, remaining silent. This made Calypso frustrated. "What kind of person are you?" Then the little girl left, but before going, she didn't forget to turn back and smile at him. "See you later." When Calypso left, he finally spoke. "Is she my daughter? But she probably doesn't know, right?" Calypso was running while guessing her father's thoughts. A normal person would know at a glance. There's no way her father wouldn't recognize her. That night, when she returned to the education facility, Calypso hid behind the door, peeking inside. 2 servants were talking, criticizing the children here. They were all wastes. Taking care of them was of no benefit, just a waste of time. If only we could quickly throw them away. Calypso closed the door, thinking, to leave a direct descendant of an Orca here, if I can't awaken my power, I'll be left to die. To survive here, she needed her father's help. The little girl confidently declared, "I must definitely win over that cold father." The next morning, Calypso hurried outside to find P. She told herself, "This weak body can't do anything. My older brothers are all naturally gifted with strength and superior physiques. Why am I the only one like this?" Calypso tried to focus to awaken her latent power, but immediately had to give up. She exclaimed in disappointment, "What the heck, can't I do it?" In my previous life, I knew there was something called the Tears of the Water Dragon. I could awaken water mana by obtaining the Leos treasure from there, but since I can't run out to find the treasure, immediately approaching Pier is clearly the top priority. While pondering, Calypso was startled by whispers coming from nearby. "Hey, is it here? Did we come to the wrong place?" "No, it's definitely here." Calypso slowly and quietly approached, wondering who would come here at this time. A black-haired boy stood there with his arms crossed coldly, saying, "I heard a new descendant was just born here." The brown-haired boy, appearing indifferent, asked back, "I know, so what? Anyway, she can't use water mana. Moreover, I heard she's already been sold to become a dragon bride." The black-haired boy replied, They say she has been recognized by the family head and is being transferred back to the main house. If we don't teach her a lesson now, she will definitely cause trouble for Jan. Calypso thought to herself, Jan the son of uncle. If that's the case, then those people must have willingly become his vassals. Since they are dependent on a powerful heir, it's not unreasonable for them to look down on other direct descendants. The brown-haired boy, Barris, threateningly said, Then we must teach her a lot so she won't think about anything else. Calypso looked out gently, feeling worried. Right now she had no power, and running away like this would be useless. Then we must teach her a lot so she won't think about anything else. Calypso looked out gently, feeling worried. Right now she had no power, and running away like this would be useless. At that moment, Calypso accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a noise that immediately alerted the two boys. Hey, over there, isn't that her? Calypso panicked. She quickly started to run, but the two boys swiftly chased after her, shouting, Stop right there, little girl! Calypso ran while gasping for breath. She couldn't hold on much longer. Her strength was running out, and Calypso finally tripped and fell. The brown-haired boy approached, mocking, So are you really a direct descendant? You look way too young. How could you be recognized by the head of the family without any water powers? Calypso's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold glint. She responded defiantly, You guys talk big. You guys are the punks under Dad Jan, right? The black-haired boy exclaimed. Is she really saying that? Am I the only one who heard it? How old is she that she can talk back already? The brown-haired boy stood up and continued to mock. I heard it too. I wonder how you caught the head of the family's eye without any water powers. Turns out you're just an insect with this little to brag about. The girl quickly grabbed the boy's finger and bit down hard, causing him to scream in pain. Even though he struggled to break free, she clung on like a leech. After a moment, all we saw was him clutching his swollen finger in agony. Calypso spat in disdain and asked, Are you done talking? If I'm an insect, then I'm a land creature, right? That uncivilized fish head dared to compare me to something on land. Both boys snickered. What is she saying? The brown-haired boy frowned, looking annoyed. I was going to give you some advice. Calypso pouted, thinking to herself that it was nice to say something, but she couldn't run away anymore. 2 against 1, no way she could win. Calypso shouted loudly, trying to intimidate them. You guys, do you think my dad will just let this go? The two boys were surprised, and then turned worried. If it's her dad, then it's Mr. P. Calypso thought to herself, the struggle for inheritance among the younger generations is currently very fierce. A recognized descendant has appeared. I know that's not good news, but this is just too much. 2 big boys attacking a little girl. The brown-haired boy still looked doubtful. Don't be ridiculous. What would Uncle Pia care about her? The black-haired boy added to reinforce. Yeah, right. He's the one who once turned down the head of the family's invitation, Calypso said, calmly trying to maintain her confidence. What am I saying? I'm on my way to meet my dad, she thought to herself. A little exaggeration never hurt anyone, Calypso continued emphasizing. When my dad sees how his underlings treat me like this, what will he say? Calypso pondered in times like this. Using her dad as a shield is just right. The black-haired boy began to feel uneasy, quickly intervening. Hey, let's go. Something feels really off. The brown-haired boy shoved his friend aside and approached Calypso with an aggressive look. Before we leave, we need to fix her bad habits. Calypso shut her eyes tightly, praying for the strength of water. Suddenly, a surge of water rushed in. The brown-haired boy was swept up and then fell to the ground like a bag of salt. The black-haired boy rushed over in panic. Hey, wake up! The brown-haired boy, trembling and scared, exclaimed, The water vortex! The black-haired boy was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. I heard she couldn't use water powers. What's going on? All right, damn it, just wait. Calypso mischievously raised her middle finger, shouting loudly, Take this! Oh my gosh, what was that just now? Why did I suddenly awaken my water powers? This is awesome. I really am a genius after all. Anyway, I can't go meet my dad yet. I need to treat my wounds first. A person standing nearby quietly thought, Does this girl even know who I am? Calypso trudged along, mumbling, There's nothing like a good meal. Hearing this, Bee leaned against the tree, looking a bit surprised. A meal, the best. Since that incident, Calypso had tried many times to summon her water powers, but nothing happened. Just as I predicted, her abilities still haven't fully awakened. Oh man, everything will be fine. Calypso reassured herself, though she still felt a bit anxious. While Calypso was lost in her own worries, a gentle knock sounded from outside. Dear Princess, are you in your room? a voice called out. Calypso turned slightly and said, "Come in." The door opened gently and a young maid stepped in. The girl bowed politely and said, "Dear princess, my name is Misa. I will start serving here from today, and I hope to receive your guidance and help." Calypso was a bit surprised. "Oh, have I been promoted from lady to princess?" Misa continued, "And your enrollment date has also been set." Calypso focused on Misa, thinking to herself, "Where have I seen this person before? Oh, I remember now." She suddenly came to her senses to fight. Against land animals and beastmen on land requires two prerequisites: an excellent commander with water manipulation abilities and a beastman who can locate water sources within a certain range. Without a commander with water powers, the ability to locate water sources becomes extremely important. If my memory serves me right, Misa in the future will possess a remarkably superior ability. Although at this moment, she herself is completely unaware. She will definitely be extremely useful later. I must remember this well. Misa gently asked, "Princess, although at this moment she herself is still unaware, she will definitely be extremely useful later. I must remember this well." Misa gently asked, "Princess, where are you planning to go at this time?" Calypso calmly replied, "I'm just going for a little walk." Misa showed clear signs of worry. "Dear princess, there have been many buildings collapsing lately. Going out alone could be dangerous. Please allow me to go with you." Calypso looked at Misa, suddenly recalling the images of those who had spoken ill of her in the past. A bright smile suddenly appeared on her lips as she said to Misa, "Awesome." "How come?" Misa seemed touched by Calypso's reaction. She softly exclaimed, "Princess." Calypso smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm fine going alone." Saying that, she casually stepped outside. A moment later, Calypso found P standing. She gently greeted him. "Hello, sir." P crossed his arms without turning around, coldly asked, "Lost?" Calypso puffed her cheeks, a bit annoyed. "Not at all. Do you think I'm that foolish?" She thought to herself that she had to say something that would make him respond instead of ignoring her. After a moment of thought, she decided to get straight to the point. "Uncle, do you know how to use hydraulics?" B slightly turned his face away, his gaze not directly on Calypso as he asked back, "What if I do?" Calypso quickly said, "Please teach me. I feel like you would be a great teacher." P raised an eyebrow and asked, "Based on what do you say that?" Calypso immediately replied, "Don't you realize? From what I've observed, that's how it is. I really want to learn. Is that not okay? You're missing a golden opportunity to nurture a genius like me." B turned to look at her, his gaze a bit confused. "Who are you to be so shameless?" Calypso confidently puffed out her chest and said, "I must take after my dad. My dad is super handsome, possesses unmatched powerful abilities, and is always the best man in the world." B raised his hand to his chin, deep in thought. "Am I really such a man?" Calypso continued to speak nonchalantly. "And my dad loves me very much. I love him a lot too. Please always love me. I'm really scared of being hurt. I'm a weak little girl. When I'm hurt, all I can do is cry." In that moment, memories of life before being transported into the novel suddenly flooded Calypso's mind. "My parents loved me so much that I almost forgot about myself. Nothing can replace my family. No matter what, just to see my dad and mom again, I must find a way to go home," he asked with an expressionless face. "Then why don't you learn from your own dad?" Calypso crossed her arms and pouted. "My dad is very busy, uncle, and you seem to have nothing to do. So please help me." Suddenly, an invisible and heavy force pressed down on Calypso, startling her. She thought to herself that he was using hydraulics to apply pressure. Nevertheless, Calypso maintained her attitude and continued, "Just a little longer. I will go to the educational institution. If I want to be first there, I must possess hydraulics." Be warned sternly. "If you try to awaken your abilities too recklessly, you might pay with your life." Calypso remained confident, even lifting her chin. "Well, you only live once. What's the big deal about dying? Besides, I don't even know what that educational institution has to do with hydraulics. Why wouldn't I have that ability to be at the top? Of course I need that power." B couldn't help but think, who raised this little brat? What kind of teaching led to this? Calypso continued, her tone a bit naive. "Dad wants me to be the best killer whale." Hearing that, B frowned slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Why is the girl lying, even when she knows I'm her dad? Calypso looked straight into P's eyes, firmly said, "So, uncle, please help me." B remained silent without saying a word. Seeing this, Calypso became dejected, her tone a bit whiny. "Look at me, you'll see I'm very smart. Just help me a little. B lightly used some strength to affect the girl, internally pondering. What is this unclear contradiction at the last moment? If she finds out, what will I do? Then P easily lifted the girl using hydraulics and asked her, you want to become strong but aren't helping you at all. Do you really think your dad loves you? Calypso flashed a mischievous smile without hesitation. Then, I love my dad very much. To me, he is number one, the most wonderful and powerful person in the world. After hearing Calypso's words, B still showed no expression. He gently set Calypso down on the ground and said, you decide the time. But I warn you, I won't go easy on you just because you're young. Come here at the same time every day. Calypso heard those words. She was dazed for a moment, then regained her composure. Her face brightened with immense joy. That's awesome. So what should we call each other? I'll call you Master. B sighed as if accepting the truth. It's up to you. Calypso happily followed behind, cheerfully said, then I will call you Master. She thought to herself, since the Master agreed to help awakening my hydraulics is just a matter of time, I will absolutely never regret this meeting and decision. Never. She recalled her past life. In her past life, thanks to a treasure, I awakened my hydraulics. However, just awakening, it wasn't enough. I need to learn to control it proficiently. Fortunately, I met someone who guided me. That person argued that if I continuously came into contact with water, I would naturally learn. Now regrets this meeting and decision. Never. She reminisced about her past life. In her previous life, thanks to a treasure, I awakened my hydropower. However, just awakening, it is not enough. I need to learn how to control it skillfully. Fortunately, I met someone who guided me. That person argued that if I continuously came into contact with water, I would naturally learn how to control my abilities. Perhaps that's why I quickly mastered the way to control my powers. But at that moment, I thought I was going to die. Be commanded firmly, arms crossed. We'll start by making contact with the water dive down. Calypso was still a bit confused by the sudden command, but obediently replied, yes, ma'am. B with a cold expression and arms crossed decisively declared, dive down. There are many cases where abilities awaken when life is threatened. Calypso immediately protested, her voice filled with fear. No way, but if we do it that way. B interrupted her without hesitation, firmly stating, if you don't like this method, there are plenty of other ways. Calypso hurriedly asked, her eyes full of hope, so what other ways are there? Then B listed a series of other methods, but all of them were extremely difficult challenges, nearly impossible. Finally, Calypso sighed resignedly, saying, I'll go dive now. Saying that, she jumped into the water with a big splash. As she sank, Calypso thought to herself, this training intensity seems a bit too much for my age. If I'm training my body to withstand hydraulic pressure, then I'm doing really well. But why does something feel so vague? Well, Calypso's eyes gradually closed, her heart pounding as if it would burst. Then she suddenly choked on water, panicking, as she shot up to the surface, exclaiming, I'm really going to die. B pondered for a moment, and then asked a strange question. Are you an insect living underwater? Calypso at that moment was coughing up a large mouthful of water. B continued with arms crossed. No, even if you were, you wouldn't react this strongly to a stimulus. No one else has more potential to awaken hydraulic abilities than you. Ha, Calypso replied, her tone slightly sarcastic. Master, those are just provocative words. It doesn't mean I'm not in pain. Besides, doesn't the master consider my age? B replied coldly. If you can endure all that training, what does age matter? Calypso clenched her tiny fists silently, telling herself, Dad just says that, but I can feel something very small moving inside my body. Although it's nothing compared to my genius older brothers in this life, I will definitely become someone outstanding. The scene shifted to another place, and a voice rang out. Dear Princess, we have arrived. Calypso opened her eyes wide, her heart filled with emotion. She never expected the day she officially entered the academy had come. In my second life, I was sold immediately, and in my third life, I was suspended from school midway. So many storms have been endured. At this moment, a woman stepped forward and spoke. I've heard a lot about you. I am Lila, in charge of elementary management. Calypso looked straight at her, a thought crossing her mind. We meet again here. The reason I had to leave the academy early in my third life was that I had fallen into a conspiracy by my relatives. I first met Lila in that situation. Despite her reasonable excuses, I still had to face the outcome of being suspended. Later, when I returned to the academy after becoming the head of the family, she had disappeared without a trace. Calypso then stepped closer, bowed politely, and said, "Nice to meet you, Leela." Leela's eyes sparkled with surprise. She said she had heard about it, but it was truly astonishing that someone only 3 years old could speak and articulate so well and behave so politely too. "I would like to guide you to your classroom. Please follow this way." Calypso walked behind, quietly observing her as she walked at a moderate pace matching her own. She paid attention to this so she wouldn't fall behind. Looking back, I realized I never got to thank Lila in my previous life. Lila stopped, turned around, and said, "We're here, you can go in." After Calypso stepped inside, Lee raised her voice, attracting everyone's attention. "All right, everyone, please pay attention. Starting today, our class will have a new member, Princess Calypso. The new Aquia Princess is really something." Another kid chimed in. "I've heard she can talk really well. Is that true?" Lee stood still, silently assessing. But a killer whale that can't control hydraulic pressure is indeed a fatal flaw. Due to the slow development characteristics of the species, children usually start speaking at the age of 7 to 8. It seems the rumors about the genius princess being articulate are not just nonsense. However, if this is just a play, staged by some trick, I will definitely find out what they are hiding. That's how it is. A girl with purple hair whispered softly, "Miss Lila, with this situation, we won't be able to continue the current curriculum." Meanwhile, the other kids could only babble, calling the princess Abu Abu. Calypso rested her chin on her hand, looking bored, playing with blocks. "Sorry, I don't play those childish games." "Tisk tisk, look at that, a grown whale doesn't cry." "Oh, is this plankton candy? Thanks." Calypso turned to Lila, her voice full of confidence. "So Lila, do you need more time to test me?" Lila was startled, sighed. "No, I will arrange for you to study in a higher class." "Do you want to study in a specific class?" Calypso smiled brightly, internally cheering. "Great, everything is going according to my plan. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I need her to notice me, so first, I will definitely become a genius." Then Calypso spoke up, her tone very decisive. "The class that gathers the most outstanding children is the 8.5-year-old whale class. Miss Lila, with this situation, we won't be able to continue the current curriculum." Meanwhile, the other kids could only babble, calling the princess Abu Abu. Calypso rested her chin on her hand, looking bored, playing with blocks. "Sorry, I don't play those childish games." "Tisk tisk, look at that, a grown whale doesn't cry." "Oh, is this plankton candy? Thanks." Calypso turned to Lila, her voice full of confidence. "So Lila, do you need more time to test me?" Lila was startled, sighed. "No, I will arrange for you to study in a higher class. Do you want to study in a specific class?" Calypso smiled brightly, internally cheering. "Great, everything is going according to my plan. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I need her to notice me, so first, I will definitely become a genius." Then Calypso spoke up, her tone very decisive. "The class that gathers the most outstanding children is the 8.5-year-old whale class. Half of them are those who have the potential to be selected. The other half are the oldest in the primary facility. So is there anyone in the class who talks better than me?" Eli slightly bowed her head in response. "No Kong Thuong is the best, but you have to take responsibility for what you choose." Agreed. Calypso immediately acted smug. "So you mean you don't see me as a 3.5-year-old child, right?" Lila replied. "Yes, it's really surprising. It's been a long time since I was this amazed after the third brother of the princess showed up in this facility. Anyway, who told you about the education phase here?" Calypso glanced at those who were secretly talking and replied, "My father showed me that he loves me very much. I told her everything." After Calypso finished speaking, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. After a moment of silence, Lai spoke up. "First, I will guide the princess to the class she wants." Calypso responded affirmatively. After that, Lila led Calypso away. Lila secretly watched Calypso, thinking to herself, "Has Mr. P taken care of her?" It's common knowledge that Mr. P has never visited his child even once. This means that the princess and Mr. P have met and interacted with each other. The rumors seem to spread faster than words. Although the hydraulic power is still not under control, if one day PE helps, awakening is just a matter of time. This might not be simple anymore, but the emergence of a direct descendant of a genius. Who knows, you might challenge the newly appeared heir. Not long after, Calypso said, with a smile, her face full of excitement, "It's going smoother than I thought." B curiously asked, "What do you mean by smoother?" Calypso grinned and replied, "I've been successfully recognized for this amazing ability." B looked at the girl, her tone still calm. I don't understand how you can be so pleased, but if you can't control the hydraulic power, you'll be eliminated. Calypso crossed her arms, looking dissatisfied. Hey, Master, look at you pouring cold water, but I'll sympathize with you, even with someone socially awkward like you, because I'm a 3-year-old with excellent speaking skills. Leaving that aside, do you want to add another round today? Calypso immediately looked for a way to dodge. I just want to write poetry. But Master, look at me. My muscles have gotten much stronger, so I can break rocks now. B considered her voice thoughtful. It's really strange. Even though I can't create water, my physical abilities are still improving well. B stood up, aired. Follow me. I have a new training request. Not long after they arrived at a very beautiful mansion, Calypso's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape. Wow, the Master's house is amazing. She looked around, thinking to herself, compared to P's strength, this place is quite shabby. Maybe because it's out of sight of the lady. A moment later, they arrived at a room inside. Calypso exclaimed in surprise, Master, what kind of pigsty is this? B looked displeased and said, That's really annoying. Why are you comparing it to land animals? Calypso looked apologetic. I'm sorry, but what's up with this messy room? B said, This is my room. From now on, we will use hydraulic power to clean it. Calypso exclaimed in astonishment. What? What are we going to do? I told you to clean it. B calmly replied. Calypso quickly interrupted. No, I heard you, but is this some kind of training using hydraulic power to become the strongest when facing someone? 2 hydraulics have to do with endurance, or is this a sensory training exercise? B looked at Calypso with suspicion. Sometimes you talk as if you understand that power very well, as if you've used it before. Surely it can't be that. Calypso sulked. It could be that. In my past life, I was the most amazing underwater creature. The girl then spoke up again. So I have to organize everything. After cleaning up this mess is going to make me dizzy. Calypso was so angry she was shaking. That killer whale must have forgotten that she's only 3 years old. Calypso shouted, I don't want to do it. Do you mean I have to use hydraulic power to clean PE? B replied nonchalantly. That's right. There are many ways to apply hydraulic power. The first is fear, using intimidation to threaten opponents. The second is to materialize water and control it at will. The third is to unleash the suppressed power of the mermaid on land. The fourth is to use hydraulic power to enhance the body. Right now, you can only use the enhancement power among those. If the awakening ability hasn't come yet, you have to continuously use the power. Calypso thought to herself, did Dad deliberately mess up this room to train me? What a strange father. Calypso spoke up. Master. The girl glanced at P and then told herself again, with a face that showed no regret for anything in this world. Are all sick and ailing people like that? Time passed quickly until evening. Hey, Master, where do I put this? B propped her hands and said, throw it away. It's useless. P's reaction like that proves that this is not something that can be discarded. Data from Calypso's past life told her that. Calypso stuffed the towel into her pocket and said, I know I'll throw it away, but isn't this yours? B turned away and replied, No, that's my wife's. Calypso thought to herself, oh my, why did I come in without turning on the lights? Even though I've been reincarnated many times, all I know about my mother is that she is also a killer whale and a good person. Just those 2 things. I don't know anything else, and I have no intention of finding out more. B stepped forward and said, This seems too easy, huh? Calypso was startled. B crossed her arms and said, Is that so? Then move faster. Do you want to stay up all night? Calypso frowned. This father of mine is really something. No matter what, continuously using my power helps me accumulate experience. I definitely feel my muscles developing more than when I was running. Move this over here, that over there. B unconsciously smiled subtly. The scene shifted to another place. So, Princess, as per your request, the accommodation will remain the same. Calypso said gloomily. Yeah, I know. Calypso hugged her aching arm, thinking to herself, if I go back, it will be hard to meet B. Even if Dad says next time he'll make me wash training clothes or something, just forget it. At that moment, Lila approached. Princess, please follow me. I will take you there directly. Looking at this attitude, Calypso realized Lila was even more polite than yesterday. The princess has become very famous in just one day. Calypso was surprised. Me, Lila replied. It seems the news has spread to at least 16 direct descendants of the killer whale family. Calypso panicked. What the news from yesterday has spread everywhere. Lila continued. The teachers who accompanied us yesterday each had something to say. Calypso asked curiously. No, are they that gossipy? Lila added. One of them said that their dad is a chatty merman. Calypso thought, if it's a famous chatty merman, I admit that's an event enough to cause astonishment. Rumors spread faster when they are more sensational. Calypso asked, you mean my story is sensational? Lila turned and said, for someone isn't this a sensational story? The killer whale family consists of about 32 direct descendants, centered around my grandmother. If we include the close families of other marine creatures, the number is really large. Since they all choose and support their own heirs, it's natural that my story becomes a thorn in their eyes. Lila saw Calypso step up the stairs and glanced at her, saying, it turns out the princess not only excelled in language at just 3 years old, but can also climb stairs so easily. Calypso said, that's right, I think with this ability, I can not only match my father Jan and uncle, but also Bellis, my uncle's son, and my brother, who is known as the genius of the century. Calypso crossed her arms and asked, what do you think? Lila gently brushed her hair and said, honestly, everything you do is quite surprising. Calypso laughed heartily. If you've been surprised this much already, that's awkward. After a while, they arrived. This is the Alpha class, the highest level class. The student invited the princess in. Calypso asked Lila, in just one day, the rumor that I am the genius has spread, and I am even in the highest class. Do you think I'm good? Lila replied, of course you're good. Calypso confidently said, then please convey to my grandmother that this is the first time you've seen such a genius. After that, Calypso ran off. Lila chuckled, looks like trouble is coming, huh? The mermen carry the characteristics and personalities of their species. Therefore, killer whales often avoid fighting love peace and have great tolerance for other species. But among them, there are also rebels, namely the killer whales. The scene shifted to the classroom. Today's report session has ended. From now on, we will play a block-building game. 2 boys cried out, sniffling, Karen hit me. The teacher reminded Karen, do not disrupt the class. Karen leaned her head back and said, yeah, I know. Why play such childish games? The 2 brothers said, Karen is right. These 2 boys are Luca and Luba, a pair of twin beluga whales. Karen raised her fist and said, you guys are still far from what my fin wants. The twins nodded. That guy is at it again. Again. Karen frowned. Hey, you 2 twin beluga whales, can you shut up? The teacher raised her voice. Attention today. We have a new student, our friend Calypso. Give her a round of applause. Karen was startled. What, that one is a descendant? If it's a girl, then definitely. Karen recalled what she had overheard. That's Bee's daughter, right? But I heard she hasn't awakened her hydropower. What a useless girl. I heard she will be sold as a dragon bride. Great, why would someone like Pi give birth to such a useless person? The teacher turned her gaze to Calypso, her tone gentle yet expectant. Okay, why don't you introduce yourself first? Hearing that, Karen chuckled softly, her eyes filled with disdain. Just a mediocre girl, I'll make her cry. Despite the whispers, Calypso beamed a bright smile, confidently stepping forward. Nice to meet all of you. This is an educational institution established by the killer whale family where we teach about the harsh laws of the jungle. Here, I will definitely be at the top. Calypso slightly puffed her chest, her proud voice echoing throughout the room. I am Calypso Aquasto. I hope this class will meet my expectations. Amidst the loud applause, Teacher Camille happily said, wow, did you all hear that? Let's give Calypso a big round of applause. Now we will start the block building game. Please return to your seats. Just as she settled into her seat, Karen stormed over, her tone bossy. Come on, hurry up, that's the descendant, right? Calypso crossed her arms, her sharp gaze fixed directly on Karen. Who are you? How old are you? Karen raised her face defiantly, her arrogance undiminished. I am Karen, 8 years old, such a small descendant looking filthy. Calypso frowned slightly at him, silently thinking that these stupid kids are truly everywhere. Then she spoke, her voice surprisingly cold. Listen here, kid, if you're still immature, you shouldn't be talking nonsense. 8 years old isn't the age to move on to middle school already. They say that at that age, if you can't go to middle school, you're considered a failure. What do they call it? Again, just to let you know, I'm only 3 years old. You're in the same class as a 3-year-old, and you still have no shame. Karen was so angry, her face turned beet red, shouting, this is ridiculous. We can't talk until we're 5. Calypso scoffed, her eyes full of challenge. Do you think your brain is on par with mine? Karen clenched her fists and growled, you this defective little brat. Her fist swung out, but Calypso dodged it gracefully just in time. You should learn some manners first. Immediately, Calypso grabbed Karen by the collar and delivered a powerful headbutt that sent the boy staggering backward. Karen held his head trembling as he said, "What headbutt? That's so unfair." Calypso crossed her arms, her expression calm. "What do you mean unfair? Just look at the difference in size between you and me. I don't want to use violence, but I have no intention of sitting back and taking insults. Besides, my dad warned me not to wander around and get beaten." Camus, the alpha class teacher, stepped in, looking astonished. "You don't need to awaken your hydropower to have that kind of strength." Lila stood quietly in a corner, secretly calculating that Karen was just lacking in brains, but in terms of strength, he was quite impressive. Who would have thought the princess could easily overpower him like that? This time for sure, this news would spread so that everyone would know. Calypso was very satisfied at this moment, nodding slightly. "Yep, good job. Just as planned, now Min is in this class. This is some amazing power and attention." Camus spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "Now, kids, sit down. A good whale needs to be educated well." Time flew by quickly to that afternoon. Calypso stretched a satisfied smile clearly on her face. Today was a meaningful day. She recalled Lila's words. "You don't need to transfer classes anymore. You probably won't stay at the primary level much longer." Calypso smiled smugly. Just then, the twin siblings, Luba and Luca, rushed over. "Princess, Princess! Princess, hello! Thank you for saving our class. Karen bullied everyone so much, but you defeated him. Save us, beat him." Looking at the chattering twins, she thought, could these be the white whale beastmen? They are intelligent and kind beastmen. All white whales are like that. But who would dare to hit these kids? With their fluffy hair, too, Calypso gently asked, "What are your names?" Both chimed in cheerfully. "This is Luba, and this is Luca." Together we're Luca Luba. Calypso was a bit puzzled. "Luba, huh?" they both corrected in unison. "Luca Luba." Calypso chuckled lightly, saying, "Well, I'll be counting on you guys. You're the first friends I've made." Calypso suddenly remembered something, silently thinking, "Please don't say anything weird like asking for help. Do you think that will make me work harder?" The scammer in my third life was also a white whale, and even though he was unlucky, he was still smart. The twins continued, their voices full of enthusiasm. "We must repay our princess. Mom said to treat those we meet for the first time well. So let's treat her dad well too." "Exactly, good job," Calypso replied, her eyes full of curiosity. "It seems like this isn't the first time you guys have said this, right? Why are you suddenly like this?" Luba asked, looking worried. "Princess climbing stairs is tiring, right?" Luca added, equally eager. "Are you still okay?" Calypso chuckled, waving her hand. "No, I'm not tired at all. What else? Wait a minute. Hold on a second." The twins ran off while shouting loudly, "Whales help their friends from today on The Princess is a Friend." Then, to Calypso's astonishment, the twins lifted her onto their shoulders and ran down to the car. Calypso sighed softly, thinking, "It seems like I have some adorable followers." As soon as she got home, Calypso's face turned to one of extreme surprise. "What's going on? Everyone is here. There are people I haven't even met before." A man who looked like a butler with shiny blonde hair and a calm smile approached, bowing and saying, "It's an honor to meet you, Princess." Calypso asked curiously, "What's happening here?" The blonde man replied gently, "During your stay in this building, to align with your wishes, we have been assigned here to make your life more convenient." Calypso looked at the line of servants standing solemnly, thinking to herself, so that's why the expressions of the servants here are like that. Good, I'll take my time to pick on them. Then she spoke, her voice full of authority. I like this. I will choose my own nanny. Misa is the only one who treats me gently, so I choose her, especially since she takes care of my meals the most." The blonde man repeated, looking a bit flustered, "Meals." What he meant was, Calypso bluntly said, "I guess you probably don't know. There are many cases where the staff here don't even provide me with decent meals." The blonde man interrupted, his tone very firm. "But Princess, that's the survival rule of the strong." Calypso sighed. "The rule of the killer whale family, right, I know. However, enduring hot baths to the point of burning me is also a rule that my family follows. I feel neglected and overly abused as a child, and I also don't think I'm going through a trial." The blonde man was utterly shocked. "Did that really happen?" Calypso continued, her tone resolute. "So I will definitely tell my dad about this." The blonde man panicked, his face drained of color. "You mean the Lord?" Calypso leaned on her hand, looking confident. "Dad is very curious about me." The blond man hurriedly bowed. Princess Calypso, if you allow us, we would like to correct this from now on. Calypso thought if she didn't take action, she would be in big trouble. I will make them pay for their sins. Then she spoke, her voice powerful, yet still retaining the innocence of a child. I may be normal, but for other kids, it will be painful. I will also talk to my father about this. Saying that, she tugged at Misa's shirt and flashed a bright smile. Everything is settled. Let's help each other out, okay? Misa. Misa sat down, her face beaming, bowing her head in response. Yes, my lady, I will do my best. Time flew by like a dog running in the field. Misa worked under the dazzling sunlight while mumbling to herself. The young lady said she is a genius, right? I remembered now, she thought to herself, in my previous life, the White Whale clan was wiped out. The White Whale beastmen and dolphins were among the most intelligent races. But in my third life, when I tried to protect the White Dolphin clan, they all met a tragic end. The culprit was Bai Yan, my uncle's son, just for the silly reason that they had accidentally offended him. Calypso closed her book, her gaze turning resolute. This time, I don't need to struggle to gather talents for the royal battle anymore. Either way, I will soon leave this place. But before I go, I must give that old hag a good beating before disappearing. Just then, two maids walked in, their eyes bright when they saw her reading. The young lady is studying. Oh my gosh, how can you be so smart? Oh, look at those tiny hands holding the book, so adorably cute. Calypso, you are just too adorable. Your voice is so clear and sweet. Seeing their enthusiastic demeanor, Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried about what the people sent from the main house would be like, but it seems my worries were unnecessary. All three maids bowed their heads, happily introducing themselves. We are the Herring Beastmen and are from the same hometown. I am Bido, and I am Dia. Calypso smiled, her voice sweet. You all speak so nicely, so charming and intelligent, even Lord Bellos and Jan can't compare. Then she stood up, stretched. That's enough for today. I'm going to sleep now. First, you all should get to know my caretaker, Misa. I hope everyone will get along. The three maids burst into bright laughter. Oh, it turns out she has been working here for a while. So nice to meet her. Misa, the gentle caretaker, replied, I'm just a caretaker. Feel free to be yourselves. So you all stay and chat. I'm going to see my father. Calypso said quickly, finding an excuse to leave. If I stay any longer, I won't have time to escape, as they keep talking non-stop. A few days later, life has been really peaceful lately. I must say, it's the most peaceful in all my lives. Everything is fine except for one thing. Master, is this what you call training? Calypso shouted, her face scrunched up. Bithan crossed his arms, his tone unchanged. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? Just kick it down. That damn father of mine? Calypso grumbled in her heart. The training was getting crazier. By the way, who spread the rumor that P likes cleanliness? This pile has definitely been here for over a year. Master, how can I wash this? I still can't summon water, can I? She asked, her voice a bit surprised. I'm not even 8 years old yet. If I can't do this basic thing, it's really tough. This is why I hate talking to geniuses. Calypso fumed. However, I still get a lot of attention in class. B said seriously, it seems the level of those baby killer whales has dropped to an alarming level lately. Now I understand why those guys call father unlucky. I've never had to go through such terrible training before. I guess I have to use a different approach. Calypso changed her attitude, her voice whiny. I can't kick it down. What should I do? Master B pointed. If you had strength, where would you push it? Calypso thought for a moment and then exclaimed, Right here. Do you see, Master? All right, I kicked them down. She felt secretly joyful. If I keep using my strength this way, I can make up for this tiny body. Just as Master taught, Master is the best. Hearing the words of the little girl, a feeling of indescribable warmth surged in Pierre's heart. I'm sure Father has realized I am his daughter. Calypso glanced at him. All his life he has received the attention of everyone, but has never shown interest in anything. We are extreme. The young master of the killer whale. One day you will be amazed by someone just like me. Oh, Master, I'm not done yet. And you're already down. I'm almost finished, the little girl said proudly. Anyway, I still can't call him father. I've done it all. Am I good? It's nothing special. This isn't hard, B replied indifferently. I wonder whose daughter you are to be so talented, Calypso said cheekily. She beamed with a smile as bright as the morning sun. Of course, I'm my father's daughter. B paused for a moment and then coldly said, A father who has never appeared to care for his 3-year-old child, doesn't he know that he is taking care of his daughter right now? Calypso angrily thought to herself. Bai crossed his arms and assessed the more he looked, the more he saw that her intelligence was not bad. Of course, because you are the disciple personally taught by Master. Calypso beamed. No need to mention me every time you speak. What Master taught you? With that face, a face as if nothing in this world could bother him. Why is Master always alone? Is it because you don't like crowds? Beer recalled the whispers from years ago. What a pity for the power of Lord Pier. His body is too weak to contain such extraordinary ability. He gazed into the distance. It's best that I don't get involved with that troublesome family. Beer recalled the whispers from years ago. What a pity for the power of Lord Pier. His body is too weak to contain such extraordinary ability. He gazed into the distance. It's best that I don't get involved with that troublesome family. So that's why the Master always has that carefree expression, like he could disappear at any moment. That's not wrong. B replied quietly, no way. Calypso stretched out her tiny arm and lightly punched his leg. How can you say such things so easily? Don't talk like that in front of a 3-year-old. Have you gone crazy, Master? Tomorrow is the day this father has to make up for his daughter who has regressed. No way. Calypso clenched her fist. The Master's life is so dull. You need to learn to appreciate the beauty of this life. What P was confused, the Master has taught me, so we are partners. Trust me, I will show the Master how interesting this life can be. Saying that, the little girl happily ran off, leaving Pier standing alone, the words of a servant ringing in his head. Sir Pier, I don't know if you know, but your daughter has been going around bragging that you love her very much. It must just be a rumor, right? What is that girl plotting? B pondered, a child, as cautious as that would never make a mistake. Have you finished organizing at the Princess Academy? We're done here too. The twins excitedly ran over. The teacher smiled and said, if you finished your puzzle, we can play hide and seek. No, I don't play those childish games. Calypso replied, her tone feigning seriousness. The twins' eyes lit up. Oh, the way you talk is just like our dad. We want to be like that too. Once we grow up a bit more, we'll talk like that. The way of speaking has to match our age. Calypso seriously reminded them. Yes, Princess, the two boys chimed in. Our mom said she wants to meet the princess once to thank you. We used to get bullied by Karen a lot, but now it doesn't hurt anymore. It's all thanks to the princess. So should I hit him again? Calypso asked carefully. Princess, we will be loyal to you for life. The twins cheered. Loyalty is a given. Calypso nodded. You don't need to give me anything, just answer one question. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Have you ever cooked fish? The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Calypso. Then they looked at each other confused. Not long after, a servant brought food right to Calypso's mouth. Calypso, dear, say something. How can there be a little lady with such chubby cheeks and an adorable face? Bidou stood beside her, nodding in agreement. Exactly. I have never seen such a cute child. Calypso thought to herself, people say the herring tribe is very friendly, but this enthusiasm is a bit excessive. Anyway, nutrition is crucial for development. All I need now is to grow up fast and deal with those dragons. Just then, Zin broke her train of thought. Come to think of it, the Dragon Festival is going to be held again this year, right? The Dragon Festival, a major event organized by the royal family in the Dragon Empire. In fact, this is a festival to showcase power, to assert that even the mighty Dragon Duke family is under the royal family's control. I let out a sigh of regret. This time, too, only land animals and beastmen were invited. What a pity. I also wanted to attend at least once for the experience. But there has never been an invitation for underwater beastmen, right? My father also hoped to meet the Dragon Duke at least once. Calypso quietly recalled. Suddenly, Bidou cheerfully announced, has everyone heard of the news? The head of the family is coming back soon. Coming back, Calypso was curious. Immediately, the maids became extremely excited. Ah, so cute. The princess just winked right. No, I didn't. Calypso denied. Can you do it again? Jin pleaded. Calypso slightly winked just this once. A moment later, he leaned in and whispered, the head of the family has instructed to hold a family meeting as soon as he arrives. You seem to know a lot, huh? Calypso wondered. Zin smiled proudly. Our herring tribe's network is everywhere, my lady. How can I participate in a family meeting? Calypso thought. Right now, I can't wake up the hydropower suddenly. Maybe the best way is to introduce it. Suddenly remembering the words of her older brothers from her past life, you defeated us. We will follow you on the path to becoming the head of the family. Just step over our corpses and move forward. I should approach the dumb one among those three first. Zin again offered a spoonful of food. Princess, please eat. I don't eat carrots. Calypso insisted. Jin immediately looked dejected. I'm sorry. Maybe I didn't cook to your taste. Calypso felt awkward upon seeing this. No need to apologize. Oh no, I mean a princess like me shouldn't be cooking. No, all right, just this once. The little girl reluctantly took a bite. Immediately everyone around burst into applause. After the meal ended, the group of servants left. Princess Calypso, see you at lunch tomorrow. Tomorrow I will prepare an even better dish. Calypso waved goodbye, but her mind drifted elsewhere. What are her brothers doing at the family meeting? I need to find them. Scene change. Calypso moved stealthily, her tiny body weaving through the hallways of the student area. If I go this way, I'll reach the intermediate school area. All three of my brothers are here. It would be troublesome if I got caught. I have to be really careful. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from ahead. Are you deaf? Or are you intentionally ignoring what I said? You idiots don't understand human language. Hiding behind a corner, she was shocked to realize that the one being surrounded was Asenro, her older brother Asenakua. Why is he being bullied like this? Ro stood still, head bowed. A guy with purple hair raised his voice. Don't you know you're supposed to greet us first? The red-haired guy sneered, pointing at Asenro's hair color. How did you even get into our class? Don't say that. Then he mumbled, his voice trembling. Ha. Listen to his voice. It sounds like a goat, and everyone burst into laughter. Memories from a past life suddenly flooded back, clarifying everything. Oh, I remember now. Asenro in school was a crazy guy who liked to act like he was being bullied. He pretended to be weak to lure in the bullies, then would strike back and destroy them. Damn it, if he goes crazy now, they'll be dead before I can join the family meeting. I can't let the news of the Duke's son beating up a classmate become the center of attention. It would blow up everything. The red-haired guy grabbed Asenro by the collar. Are you still trying to ignore us? No answer. Just then, a clear but sharp voice rang out. Wait a minute. Calypso stepped forward, shouting loudly, Stop it! A brown-haired guy approached. Kid, what are you doing here? Hey, look at his hair. The blonde guy quickly interrupted. The red-haired guy frowned. What about his hair? Then he suddenly froze, eyes wide open. He's a direct descendant. This feature is only found in the main line of the family. How can he be so small? But recently there's been a rumor that the Duke has another daughter. The purple-haired guy muttered. Forget it. Anything related to direct descendants is very troublesome. Let's go. The red-haired guy shoved Asenro away, and they all turned to leave, not forgetting to throw a threatening remark. You're just lucky today. Calypso crossed her arms, sticking her tongue out at them. What are these bullies doing? Asenro asked irritably. His hair was slowly changing color. Why are you getting involved in someone else's business? Another memory flashed in Calypso's mind, the image of a future Asenro. Older, he was talking to her. You know, Calypso, if you had met me when I was younger, I would have been so embarrassed. I did a lot of childish and unfair things, and I regret them deeply. I wonder how things would have been if I had met you earlier. Back to the present. Calypso put her hands on her hips, looking up at her brother. Why don't you come closer, Asenro? You're my brother, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Asenro frowned. What the hell? I made the cutest face I could and exclaimed, You're my brother, right? But isn't this a script from a children's book? At least it should be a bit touching. Calypso screamed inside. Asenro turned his back and walked away. Don't block my way. Go home. Aren't you going to say hi to me? Calypso quickly stopped him. Why should I greet you? Because I just saved you. You know you were planning to wipe them all out, right? No matter how talented you are. That action would become the reason for your expulsion from the family. You know that, right? Asenro crossed his arms. I could do that without being expelled, even if you didn't interfere. Before he finished speaking, Asenro was startled. Calypso moved unexpectedly fast. She jumped up and thumped. A sudden knock on Asenro's head made him dizzy. Calypso landed on the ground, smiling with satisfaction. Only loving punches can help people stay alert. Thanks for the lesson, Dad. Asenro stood up, looking stunned. What was that strength? What? Calypso stepped forward, puffing out her chest. I'm a little sister who's both cute and much stronger than my brother. Ridiculous, how is that possible? Before Asenro could finish his sentence, Calypso grabbed his collar again. Oh, brother, I wonder if you've ever done laundry. As soon as she finished speaking, she smoothly threw him down to the ground again. Calypso dusted her hands off. When doing laundry, the stronger the force, the easier the stains come out. Are you going to attack me again? She moved closer and knocked a few more times on her brother's head. There has to be a limit. Even though I haven't awakened my water powers, my physical strength is no joke. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. Just admit it, Asenro yelled. Admit what? Hey, do you know how old I am to have that kind of strength? What kind of medicine did you take? Calypso shot him a disdainful look. Weak brother, she thought to herself. Has he never even heard of my birth? I hope this life can train my brothers to become stronger, to stop the male lead from causing chaos in the family. I need someone to stop him so my brothers can overpower that guy. I'll have to train them myself. Oh, look at those eyes. The face looks like it could tear me apart at any moment. To tame such a proud Asenro, I have no choice but to use the last resort. Calypso leaned down, looking straight into Asenro's eyes. Call me your little sister. I don't want to. Asenro turned his face away. Calypso leaned close to his ear, her voice full of temptation. Do you want to become stronger? My power is very great, right? It's amazing, isn't it? I can show you how if you want. Helpless Asenro exhaled, finally willing to lower himself. Tell me, how can I become stronger? The corners of Calypso's mouth lifted in a subtle smile. It really can't be denied that the Orca bloodline, the desire for power, is ingrained in the blood, she replied casually. All right, I'll show you a few moves, but with one condition: you have to listen and follow all my instructions. Asenro frowned, his pride rising. What, you don't like being ordered around? Calypso shrugged, casually turning away. Then I'll just go find Jan. I'm sure he'll be more interested. Wait a minute. Asenro immediately growled, rushing to pull her back. No, I'll do it. I'll follow everything. Calypso turned back, extending her hand as a deal. Then promise. I promise. Asenro nodded firmly. Few know that behind Asenro's crazy behavior in school lies a hidden story. The one who insulted his mother. What if that girl is strong enough that he can't surpass her? Asenro nodded decisively. Few knew that behind Asenro's crazy school behavior was a hidden story. The one who insulted his mother. What if the girl is strong enough that I can't overcome her? Saying that she wasn't worthy and no one cared, then had a terrible accident. That memory suddenly flashed through Calypso's mind as she returned to reality. From now on, listen carefully, Calypso said, in a serious tone. Absolutely no serious injuries or intentions to kill, no attacking to cover up evidence, and most importantly, no burying anyone alive again. Do you promise? This is the condition until you can defeat me. Once you do that, you can do whatever you want. Can you handle that? Then both of them opened their mouths to make a solemn vow. A moment later, at P-Master's place, do you want to take on another disciple? This is my brother. Calypso smiled as she introduced him. P squinted his eyes, annoyed. What trick are you pulling now? I don't need it. Go home. But today, I beat him. Ah, Calypso said a bit proudly. I've made him my subordinate, but I don't know what to do next, so I brought him here. This guy is as lonely as I am. The last words seemed to touch something in Pai's heart. He sighed, shaking his head in frustration. You win this time. Do whatever you want. He turned to leave, but his mind was full of thoughts. I really can't understand this girl. The third kid from the Yukila family was trailing behind a girl, acting innocent, but actually knowing too much. What were they really plotting somewhere else? The twins happily ran up to Calypso. Princess, we've prepared food. Let's eat together. Sure, let's go. You two are always so full of energy, huh? Calypso smiled and followed them. Looking at the lavish dining table, she couldn't help but think, how can 3 kids eat all this? Oh, Princess, one of the boys spoke up. Dad told us to invite you over to play. He even promised to prepare a lot of delicious dishes, so remember to accept the invitation. All right, Calypso happily agreed. A moment later, the other boy handed her a letter, his face full of pride. This is what you asked for the other day. I had to personally ask Dad for it. Great, thank you so much. Calypso took the letter. Just then their father appeared. Dad's here. Hello, Princess. Hope you get home safely. They look exactly alike, Calypso thought as she looked at the twins' father, a white dolphin beastman from the White Whale clan. In my past life, I had almost no connection with them. Before I became the head of the family, their entire clan suddenly disappeared. Memories flooded back. The Orca clan had a matriarchal tradition, but the Ukila clan leader had no daughters. She declared that one of my grandchildren, regardless of gender, would be the heir, and they should use their strength to claim that position. This news opened up opportunities for those who had never dared to dream. The most promising candidate was Ba Yan, the eldest son of Uncle Ko, a strong but extremely ruthless guy. The White Whale clan had inadvertently offended him, and the result was the entire clan being wiped out. Oh, I see. Now I remember the brutal crimes Ba Yan committed against the White Whale clan. Calypso's train of thought was interrupted by a haughty voice. What kind of walking is that? Are your eyes on the ground, Karen? One of the clan members deliberately bumped into her. If you want to pick a fight, find a smarter way to do it. Calypso replied coldly. You don't look cool at all. Do you think I would jump up like you? Karen's face turned red with anger. As a girl, you should have a gentle and elegant demeanor, not act all high and mighty like that. Keep your head up, eyes straight. That's the basic rule of politeness. Don't you know? Calypso smirked. Then let's fight. Let me see what you're capable of. Either way, you're about to be expelled, Karen shouted. Calypso crossed her arms, thinking to herself, what nonsense is this guy talking? There must be some reason he wants to kick me out. Karen continued aggressively. Who allowed you to defeat Lord Ba Yan's subordinate? Prepare to regret it. Oh, so you're Ba Yan's lackey. Calypso seemed amused. Is that so? Then go ahead and expel me. I'm curious to see how I'll be expelled. Do you think I'm joking? Karen was shaking with anger. Who said I was joking? Get out of here and run to tell Ba Yan. Hurry up or you'll miss your chance. Mocked Karen lost all reason. He grabbed a decorative sword nearby and swung it at Calypso. I won't spare you. Calypso slightly leaned to avoid it. I really don't want to get physical, but getting hit would hurt a lot, and I hate getting hurt. In a quick motion, she jumped high, using her heel to stomp on Karen's head, then delivered another kick that sent the sword flying from his hand. That was dangerous. Just then, Lila appeared, picking up the sword. What's going on here? Karen, decorative swords are not weapons. Her voice turned stern. We will continue this discussion in the discipline room. Strength is important, but using weapons to attack others is absolutely forbidden. After Karen was taken away, Calypso politely said, Thank you. No need. Lila replied, As the head of the educational institution, it's my responsibility. I need to maintain a neutral and fair attitude. Still, thank you very much. Calypso smiled brightly. Lila sighed. I feel like I'm talking to an outstanding student of the vocational school. Do you need any explanations, or shall we go to the discipline room together? No need, Lila interrupted. We heard everything. You don't need to go to the discipline room, princess. Moreover, he instructed me to take good care of you. This is the first time I'm really surprised. He, Calypso wondered. It's your father. Lila replied, Lord P. That statement hit Calypso like a bolt from the blue. Returning to her room, her heart was in turmoil. What should I do now? Lila's words echoed in her mind. I owe Lord P a favor. I'm also one of his servants. Lila is P's subordinate. What the heck is going on? Calypso cradled her head. He must have known everything from the start, even the silly lies she told. Did he really enjoy playing along with her all this time? It's time to stop this act. She took a deep breath, deciding to face it. But when she pushed the door open and saw Piers sitting there, her courage suddenly vanished. She felt like a traitor. She once thought it would be easy to end this fake master-apprentice relationship, a relationship that started out of curiosity. But now, for the first time in her life, she was afraid of losing it. Hello, master, she mumbled. B glanced at the paper in her hand. What's that? Oh, this. Calypso quickly unfolded the paper, trying to act natural about the thing she wanted to bring to him. Is master curious? Are you excited? Number B replied coldly. All right. He wasn't angry. It seemed he didn't intend to say anything, which meant she had to be the one to start. She quickly regained her composure. Then let's stick to the plan, the recipe for Luca Luba Master. She took a deep breath, putting on a big smile. Just wait a moment, Master, today. I'm going to make you something super delicious. B looked confused at the dish presented before him. You cooked. After a moment, Calypso timidly spoke up, breaking the silence. Master, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. The dish is ready now. I prepared this dish based on knowledge of nutritional balance combined with the chef's taste at the mansion. It might be a bit abrupt, but I hope you will like it. This is a special fish dish made by me. The girl smiled widely, trying to appear cheerful. P squinted, scrutinizing her. Did you consider nutrition? Yes, this is a very special recipe. I made sure to include all 3 main nutrient groups. Calypso explained. Her voice gradually shrank, tinged with guilt. Actually, I'm very sad about what happened. This is also my apology for suddenly asking you to take on another apprentice, my brother. I was too arrogant. B sighed, his gaze at the girl no longer so cold. Explain the dish. Yes. Calypso was surprised. If she had presented a dish, she had to explain it. B said monotonously. Yes, I understand. The girl immediately regained her spirit. As for the recipe, this is the famous Luca Luba dish from the white whale family. While Calypso slowly explained the origin and preparation of the dish, Bee quietly took her tiny hands. The burns and scratches from cooking began to fade under his gentle energy. And that's all. Calypso concluded her presentation, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What do you think, Master?" "I don't like it," Beer replied bluntly, "and I will not take on another apprentice." The smile on Calypso's face froze. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Master. I won't make this mistake again." "Yes, I won't do that again," Calypso mumbled, lowering her head. The girl hesitated for a moment before looking up to change the subject. "By the way, Master, something strange happened at school today. My dad ordered Lila to protect me. Why did he do that?" Bee asked back without any expression. "What do you think about that?" Master Calypso thought to herself. Even if he realizes she's acting, she has to pretend not to know. "I need to find out why he acted like that, because I once witnessed the world being destroyed by the Dragon Duke just because of my own indifference. Now I hate uncertainty the most. Why are you asking me what I think?" "I'm not your father," Beer replied, "so that's it. When did he know I was lying, and why is he helping me? Fine, I'll just go with the flow and see what happens." Calypso tightened her grip and then put on an innocent smile. "But Master and my dad are the same age, so I'm curious. I think adults can understand each other's thoughts. If he has seen through my act, why not expose it?" The girl continued to wonder. "Not all adults are the same," interrupted her train of thought. "Oh, so Dad doesn't want to talk about that, but that's really unfair." "I won't give up." Calypso silently pouted. Bee suddenly said, "Doesn't he ever say that he cares and loves you? Why doesn't your dad say it himself? That he cares and loves you very much, that must be the answer." Calypso was stunned. She looked down at her hands. All the wounds had completely disappeared. She instinctively hugged her healed hands. "It must be." In an empty lot, Asenro frowned. What the heck is this? In front of him, Calypso, a girl just 3 years old, was carrying a huge rock on her shoulder. The girl shouted, drenched in sweat, "Put your strength into your legs." Bee stood beside her, coldly reminding, "How heavy is that rock? A 3-year-old lifting a rock more than 335 times. The girl was even using hydraulics to enhance her strength. Asenro's face darkened. "Master, you're not going to throw that, are you? That would kill someone." Calypso shouted in panic when she saw Pi lift another rock. "I'm going to throw it. Guess what? This is also part of the exercise," EB said and threw the rock toward the girl. Asenro witnessed everything, silently admitting that losing to her was inevitable. Kao Asenro, the third son of Pyr, a recognized genius from a young age, always eager to push his limits. He wanted to face the strongest, but his reputation made no one dare to challenge him. So he chose another method, deliberately provoking others, bullying himself, and defeating them one by one. That used to be Asenro's joy. Until the day this half-sister appeared and called his dad Master. He didn't understand what was happening, but his dad was clearly very interested in her. No, there's no doubt she is his savior. His belief is to break through strength. He didn't understand what was happening, but his dad was clearly very interested in her. No, there's no doubt she is his savior. His belief is to break through strength. I should worship and serve her. Right, I have to do that, but I can't stand this crazy training session. What are you doing? Pyr's voice rang out, pulling Asenro back to reality. Next is your strength. Please give me a smaller rock, Master. Asenro growled. Both Pyr and Calypso were stunned. Pyr crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. A smaller rock. Aren't you embarrassed? No, Master. I will become stronger within my limits, Asenro replied firmly, thinking to himself. What's wrong with calling my dad Master? Just call him that. He will definitely accept my request. Calypso nervously asked, I'm done with my training, right, Master? All right, you can take a break. Phew! Calypso sighed in relief. Immediately, Asenro approached his face, bright and different from before. Sister, you've worked hard. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? What does that look mean? Calypso looked at him warily. You're doing great, so cool, so amazing. Asenro showered her with compliments. Seeing you reminds me of something. Can you fulfill a request of mine? What request? Calypso replied while wiping sweat. You have 2 older brothers, one of whom is named Jan, so please take care of our other brother too. Calypso gasped. That hot-headed older brother of mine. Compared to me, that look is really annoying. Fine, I can't be the only one suffering. Asenro smiled brightly. Make sure he can't get back up. Calypso sat alone pondering Asenro's words. What happened between Asenro and Yan? Older brother Yan has a temperament quite like Cotton, but is naughtier. Both hate losing, so they definitely aren't close. It's strange in the last life the three of them were perfect partners, so close that they would sacrifice their lives for each other. It seems this life is completely different from the last. Anyway, I haven't had the chance to meet Yan, so I'll set aside Asenro's crazy antics for now. At that moment, the twin Luba and Luca ran over. "Princess, what are you doing here? Come to think of it, you two are siblings, right?" Calypso asked. "Yes, is there something wrong? Haha, are you two getting along?" "Not at all," they both said in unison. "Luba insists he is the older brother, just ask Mom." "All right, calm down. I understand, stop it." Calypso quickly separated the two. "But Princess Karen hasn't arrived yet," Luba said. "Oh, right, he has been off for a few days," Calypso replied, noticing the change. "Since Karen hasn't been here, the atmosphere has become really strange. It feels like everyone is divided into two factions." "That's right. I was wondering what divided them." "Lila, when did you sneak up behind her speaking up? Princess, are you leaving now? Is there something you need me for?" Please, come here for a moment. You know about the upcoming family meeting, right? I know I will attend as a candidate for the head of the family." Calypso said, her voice firm. Lila anxiously advised, "Yes, please be very careful. Potential candidates are often nominated, but many have mysteriously disappeared right before the meeting." "Thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. Dad will protect me, and Lila is here too, right?" "That's right, Princess, but please never let your guard down. There are too many loopholes in this big family. I will pay attention." Calypso turned to leave. Long thought deeply. "Dad won't protect me. I have to prepare everything myself, including that divided atmosphere. I'm really worried about it." On the way to the training ground, Asenro suddenly appeared beside her. "That's because they would follow different heirs." He spoke as if reading her thoughts. "Why are you here?" Calypso frowned in complaint. "Because we're going to meet the master together." Asenro grinned widely. "Do you have to go with me?" "But I come here every day. I was really surprised when you showed up. Do you already have followers? How many am I, the first one? If you take down the previous ones, can you become the first?" Calypso shot him a cold glance. "If they dare to bother you, they will die by my hands." Brushing off the invisible dust from her dress, the atmosphere at the intermediate facility was just as tense. "Sister, so how are you planning for the upcoming family gathering?" Asenro turned his gaze a bit worried. "This is your first time participating, right?" Seeing her bewildered expression, he quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll be there to introduce you to everyone. Introducing isn't so bad." Calypso thought to herself, "It's best to have someone backing me up, but that's impossible." As if reading her mind, Asenro continued confidently. "Before each meeting, everyone has to prepare thoroughly. I've faced both my older brother and second brother, but I've never seen you as a rival. Calypso, have I spoiled you too much? Just make sure to use me wisely." Calypso chuckled playfully, pinching her brother's cheek. "Don't say that." A few peaceful days passed until one afternoon Calypso received a strange note. She murmured softly, "It has been unusually quiet these days." The elegant script on the paper appeared ominously. "Silently follow me to the back garden. If you don't come, the twins you cherish will be in danger." Calypso gritted her teeth and crumpled the piece of paper in her palm, her writing style as hollow as that of a third-rate villain. "Fine, let's go meet that jerk and see what happens." When she arrived at the meeting point, Karen's voice rang out from behind the bushes. There it is, no doubt about it. The mastermind, Ba Yan, arrogantly slicking back his hair, was just a wannabe thinking he was something special, but turned out to be just a filthy piece of rat droppings. "Rat droppings," Kaniso growled, her eyes blazing. "You dare compare me to that? You guys gathered here to bully a girl and kidnap 2 kids. Ba Yan, is your brain even less than that of a jellyfish?" Ba Yan scoffed, looking amused. "Oh, so you can talk, huh? The rumors about you made me quite curious. Looks like she's been neglecting you too much." Without a word of warning, Calypso lunged forward, grabbing Ba Yan's wrist and throwing him back hard. "If all you can do is talk, then I wouldn't even bother. You idiot, release the twins right now, and I will make you pay for this." "How funny." Ba Yan smirked, getting up and brushing off his clothes. "Looks like you're not just bragging about being the daughter of Lord Pai, huh?" "That's right." Calypso puffed out her chest and declared loudly, "My father is the great Lord Pai Akudelo." So Ba Yan spread his arms in challenge. "That just proves you're a girl who hides behind her father." "Not at all," Calypso replied with a steely tone. "I inherited all my father's talents, and I will definitely make you remember that," she shouted, breaking the silence. Luka Luba, yelling, "You dare play dirty." Ba Yan turned back angrily. The Orca clan are top-notch hunters, but they're not invincible. Every sea creature has its own weapon for survival. The weapon of the Orca beastmen. Like Luka and Luba is their ultrasonic scream, a sound attack that can destroy an opponent's eardrums. Just as the piercing scream rang out, Calypso commanded, "Asenro, save the twins right now." Asenro shot off like an arrow, "Leave it to him. He's here too." Ba Yan was stunned, but before he could gather his wits, Calypso was upon him, grabbing his collar. "What are you looking at? Your opponent is me." Bam! A punch from nowhere sent Ba Yan staggering, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away, growling all this petty stuff. "So how do you like these petty tricks?" Calypso shot back, then yelled to her brother, "Asenro, no matter what, you must protect the twins." She braced herself, radiating an overwhelming aura, waving her hand provocatively. "Why are you just standing there? Are you scared? The cowards witnessing this scene?" Asenro couldn't help but be astonished. Is this even a battle? The fights of the Orca clan are usually very bloody because they use hydraulics. But this scene looks more like a chaotic brawl. Yet the girl's power hasn't even awakened and is already this terrifying, maybe even more than the eldest brother. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Ba Yan frantically ordered his subordinates to capture her. "Can't you take her down, use hydraulics?" Then he turned sharply towards the twins. "If you can't catch that girl, then take the other two as hostages for me." Just then, a commanding voice rang out, causing Ba Yan's men to clutch their ears and collapse. "Lord Asenro, as soon as I received the message, I rushed over." "What's going on here?" The twins hurried to the man who had just arrived. Dad, Luka isn't opening his eyes anymore. Please stay calm." Asenro spoke. "Everything will be over soon. The princess is handling it." Over here, Calypso had anticipated everything. This place was quite close to the main mansion. With this chaos, they would definitely think her thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout. "Stop! What's going on here?" Miss Lila, the head maid, had appeared. Calypso smirked quietly. Everything was going according to her plan. A little while later, in the infirmary, after being carefully bandaged, Calypso sat across from Kalila. "Princess, please explain everything clearly." Lila said sternly. Calypso feigned weakness, her voice dull. "Miss Lila, please give me a moment to calm down." Taking a sip of water, she began her story, her voice trembling as if still scared. "First, I must clarify that they were the ones who started it. The twins of the White Whale clan were kidnapped and beaten. Could you bear it if 2 kids not even 7 years old were treated like that? The Orca clan has an unshakable truth, which is to protect children. Not only that, their actions seriously violated the fishing law, the code that our education system always adheres to. Superior students must not oppress weaker students. This is a rule set by our ancestors, and it cannot be easily overlooked." She raised her head, her gaze firm because of those reasons. A Calypso Aquia Dilo demands an official disciplinary hearing. "With what Ba Yan knows about me, he surely thinks I would be scared into silence," she thought to herself. But he was wrong compared to violence. I hate those who break the rules even more. That's why you should never underestimate someone who has regressed like me. Dear Ba Yan. Lila pondered for a moment before replying. According to the princess's wishes, a high-level disciplinary hearing will be held, and as a related person, the princess must also attend. Fine, that's not a problem at all. Calypso nodded, and Lila continued. The princess's guardian must also be present at that hearing. In other words, the princess will have to invite Lord Pai. The smile on Calypso's face froze. She was stunned and stammered. What the hell? Returning to her room, Calypso's mind was in a tangle. I just intended to hold a small disciplinary meeting. Why do I need a guardian? Do I have to go tell Dad that, dear Dad, I just knocked Ba Yan down. Can you attend the disciplinary council as my father? What if he says that he's not my father? Just as I was feeling lost, a man approached, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I've been waiting for you. I am Loba Bluga, the father of Luka and Luba. I am here to express my gratitude. Lord Loba Calypso quickly calmed himself. How are Luka and Luba? My wife has taken them home to rest. Once again, I truly thank you, Your Highness. If you hadn't sent word, I wouldn't have been able to arrive in time. You're just doing what you should. Moreover, Calypso hesitated. The 2 children getting caught up in this was also my fault. On behalf of the foolish Orca clan, I apologize, my lord. My clan has always believed that strength is everything, so they often overlook morals and rules. I also have to take responsibility for letting Laka and Luba get involved in this terrible situation. I sincerely apologize. Loba looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes showing surprise and respect. It's hard to expect kindness from an orca. As you said, they are creatures that have strayed from morality. But after meeting you, my thoughts have changed. Even so, I still need an official apology from Bayan, the one who acted cruelly. Calypso smiled with relief. Most people think so, but don't dare to say it. Thankfully, he expressed it openly. Quietly listening to the story of the Beluga clan, Calypso couldn't help but feel sorrow. Loba, one of the survivors, recounted in a somber tone. The Beluga clan, we are truly unfortunate. Bayan ordered everyone to submit to him, but we refused. The result was a massacre. He paused, his eyes shining with pride mixed with pain. Among us are outstanding warriors, even though we are just peaceful white whales. I still remember Bayan as the kind of person who would never accept harmony, even in death. After hearing this, Calypso spoke comforting words sincerely. Thank you for sharing. I will definitely visit Luca and Luba soon. Loba smiled faintly. A rare smile. Yes, the kids will surely be very happy to meet you, miss. Not long after, a shocking rumor spread across educational institutions from primary to higher levels. The little princess single-handedly defeated Bayan and his entire team. Hey, have you heard the rumor about the little princess? You mean the one where she faced off against and beat Bayan all by herself? I heard his whole team was completely crushed. It's ridiculous. How could a princess still in primary school do that? She hasn't even awakened her water powers yet. In short, they fought. And the princess won overwhelmingly. What do you think? Say something. Awakened by the noisy chatter, Wai Lan jumped up angrily. Do you guys love interrogating others? The gray-haired boy was startled. No, but don't you have anything to say? After all, she's your sister. Yan, Aqua Delo Calypso's older brother, turned away, his voice icy. Don't talk nonsense. I have no sister.
If you wake me up again, I'll kill you.
The gray-haired friend shrank back. Got it, got it. Your temper is really unpredictable. In another place, the atmosphere was much quieter. Bellows. What do you think about the rumors regarding the princess? A servant asked. Bellows, Aquato Calypso's eldest brother, calmly turned a page in his book. Those who commit crimes deserve to be punished. It's only natural. Committed a crime. Excuse me, young master, what do you mean? Bellows closed the book, his gaze deep. Grandma hates rule breakers, but Bayan is still not the biggest issue. Meanwhile, Calypso stood before her master. I won. I have won. The girl proudly boasted, her eyes sparkling. Master has taught me wonderful things. I thank you. Indeed, the body of a child. She thought to herself, just a little vigorous movement and her whole body ached. But it's okay. I have to try harder. I need to please my father so I can bring up the topic of joining the disciplinary council. Bai coldly replied, his voice devoid of emotion. True victory is when you bring glory back without any injuries. Calypso was bewildered. What was her master talking about? How can you win without getting hurt? I have always won without a scratch, standing firm. But that's the master. Calypso quickly interrupted. I haven't even awakened my water powers yet. P's eyes narrowed with authority. The moment you accepted me as your master, didn't you agree to follow my words as rules? That's true, but a victory with a body full of injuries cannot be called a victory. B stated firmly. That is a sign of weakness. Calypso fell silent, only receiving praise once, while the rest were all reprimands. At this age, is it easy to win a battle like that? The girl's eyes began to well up. Can't my father give me a compliment? I have trained harder than anyone. From my past life until now, I have always done my best. Seeing the girl turn away, B asked, Where are you going? I don't know, Calypso replied, hastily wiping away her tears. But I will go. Father will never treat me like this. Father, I miss you so much. B just silently crossed his arms and watched her go. Suddenly, an invisible stream of water energy gently lifted the girl off the ground. Your body is a weapon, he said. Calypso frowned. So what if you don't know how to maintain it? A weapon will become dull. In essence, your body is the same. As your master, I reprimand you for neglecting your own weapon. A well-maintained weapon can serve you for a lifetime, and I have failed to teach you how to sharpen it. A hero, revered by thousands, Calypso suddenly recalled the story of Pier. But that great orca unfortunately fell victim to a terminal illness. He always believed that his life was a failure. Not a day went by without living under the attention and pity of others because. But that great killer whale unfortunately fell ill with a terminal disease. He always thought his life was a failure. Not a day went by without living under the attention and pity of others because of it. He couldn't overcome his weak body. until he met me someone with a strong body and extraordinary potential that Mr. Hang longed for. Calypso hesitantly asked, "Are you saying it's my fault that I got hurt? Is winning like this wrong? How can I achieve a proud victory like my father if I don't risk fighting? I don't even have the water energy that you easily possess. Even if I give you the answer, you won't accept it. The master-disciple relationship always has a separation. Didn't you want me to keep at my distance and treat you objectively? Does your voice sound too bitter, or am I just imagining it?" Calypso suddenly clutched the hem of Pierre's shirt. "Master, you're worried about me, right?" Pierre was silent for a moment and then asked, "Your father, he loves you very much, right? In times like this, what would he say?" Calypso's eyes widened. He would scold me for making him worry. Then he would hug me tightly and say, "I love you, my daughter." "Master, can you repeat one thing? Just say I've been very worried about you." "Calypso." He was silent for a long time, and finally his hand gently rested on her head. "I've been very worried about you." "Calypso." A bright smile bloomed on Calypso's lips. "Now I understand why I came all this way, no matter how many hardships I had to go through." A few days later in Calypso's room. "So we're going to attend that meeting together?" Asenro asked. "That's right." Calypso replied, "That day I was so angry that I forgot to give the invitation to Dad. Now there's no other way, we have to go by ourselves. I can't suddenly ask Master without a good reason." Asenro was worried, but is that okay? "The highest position requires parents to attend. We can only manage with just the two of us. Or should we just tell Dad the whole truth?" "No, absolutely not." Calypso shook her head firmly. "Until I meet the Dragon Duke, I still want to live with Master Pierre like I do now." Asenro smiled, showing trust. He wasn't worried. His sister had definitely thought it all through. "By the way, I didn't expect the high-level disciplinary meeting and the clan council meeting to be held on the same day. With the rumors I've created, just my appearance will be enough to attract all attention." Calypso thought to herself, "I want to see Grandma's expression. She has always ignored me. Dad Yan definitely won't attend, so I have to handle this well. Without Asenro, Dad Yan's wings would surely cause a lot of trouble." She turned to her brother Asenro, thanking him for always helping her unconditionally. Asenro smiled brightly. "What are you saying? This is fun." This is the first time he's fought to protect someone. Calypso smiled too. "Really? Then let's wait and see. There will be a lot of interesting things happening." Just then, a few maids walked in, gasping. "Oh, is the young master here too? Look at the two siblings negotiating. Oh, my young master, you're so handsome. You two really look alike." Asenro cleared his throat, quickly changing the subject. "Sister, we need to discuss the disciplinary meeting tomorrow in more detail." Calypso understood the hint. "Oh, okay, you ladies can step outside now." After the maids left, Calypso leaned close to Asenro and whispered, "Tomorrow, you need to do exactly what I say. Listen carefully first. I will, then you." After a while, he understood he would do exactly as she said. Asenro was determined. "But are you sure we don't need to call Dad?" Calypso smiled confidently. "Trust me, Asenro, we can handle this ourselves." Asenro nodded but couldn't help feeling anxious. "I completely trust her, but will everything really be okay?" The day of the Supreme Council finally arrived. Standing in front of the mirror, Calypso admired herself in the meticulously prepared dress. "Let's get started," she told herself, a subtle smile blooming on her lips. "This outfit really suits me." Although I initially refused, thinking it was unnecessary, the dedication of the maids had won me over. I can feel their sincerity, which isn't bad. "This magnificent outfit is now a kind of weapon." She breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was no mandatory requirement for parental invitations. The master-disciple relationship with Pierre is not a father-child relationship. I must maintain it. Her determination grew stronger. "I can do this. I've always been used to handling everything on my own." When the large door of the classroom opened and Calypso stepped in, all eyes turned to her, followed by whispers of astonishment. "Oh my God, is that Calypso? I can't believe it. A little girl like her dares to cause trouble. She truly carries the blood of Mr. Pierre. Her aura is so different." Calypso glanced around the room, coinciding with the clan meeting, so it was quieter than she expected. "It seems that most of them are here to watch my drama." She thought to herself, "It's strange that two important events are happening on the same day. But it's okay, Lila Law will definitely handle everything well." Lila Law approached with a solemn posture and bowed. "Princess, glad to see you. You look different today." Calypso smiled, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "The maids worked really hard. Do you think I look good?" Lai nodded in appreciation. "Very beautiful. Please take a seat over there, next to young Master Asenro." In her heart, Lee couldn't help but compare the appearance resembling Mr. Pier was already attractive, but the princess had a unique beauty. Perhaps she inherited it from her mother. Whispers arose again as Calypso sat down next to her brother. The princess is sitting next to young Master Asenro. Didn't the young master say their relationship was very bad? It seems the rumors about Mr. Pier's children always fighting when they meet are just false. Calypso discreetly observed her surroundings, her mind. So they say the relationship with his sister is really bad. It seems the rumor that Lord Pier's children always fight when they meet is just a lie. Calypso discreetly observed her surroundings, her mind quickly analyzing the situation. Let's see, Bayan is here. Just as I guessed, Bagayas didn't show up. What target is that old fox aiming for? He must have sent a representative because he has to keep an eye on Grandma at the family meeting. This is trouble. The substitute is the core force of the uncle's faction, a talented heir who is always valued more than a useless person. Just then a dignified voice rang out, cutting through all the noise. Please everyone be quiet. The Supreme Disciplinary Meeting is about to begin. Here everyone, regardless of rank, has the right to participate. First, I invite Bayan, the perpetrator of this incident. Bayan arrogantly crossed his arms and spoke. I bet on the sea. Next, the victims Calypso and Asenro. Both said in unison, we bet on the sea. As soon as the oath was finished, an elderly man suddenly spoke up. Wait, as the chairman of the disciplinary committee, I have a few things I want to propose. That's my dad, the chairman of the board of the Orca Academy, he continued sternly. This meeting is held to adjudicate the behavior of students minors. Therefore, I believe everyone has been informed that a guardian must accompany them. Then why are Calypso and Asenro without anyone? Calypso's fists instinctively clenched. What had to come has come. I had hoped Lila's presence would help me avoid this. She must have tried her best when she saw Dad didn't show up, but the opponent is an old friend of Grandma's and someone extremely principled. Without hesitation, Calypso stood up from her seat, her voice calm but resolute. I don't have a guardian. A guardian is necessary for minors, but Asenro and I don't need one. We will be our own guardians. Her declaration caused a wave of murmurs. Is there any reason why Mr. Pier didn't come, but this is the rule? Or is he sick? Lila quickly spoke up. Order everyone, please be quiet. In this special case, Calypso and Asenro. Bang, Dad slammed his hand down on the table. No way, the law is the law. The meeting can't continue with one person. Not even the basic rules are being followed. Calypso, get your guardian here immediately. Damn it, Calypso cursed silently. Grandma's close friend is really no help at all. Bayan smirked, his face full of smugness. Why not continue? If the girl says she has no dad, we just have to accept it. The people around burst into delighted laughter. Bayan makes a good point. Mr. P must be busy with the family meeting or business. Dad's face darkened order. Calypso and Asenro, do you really have no guardian? Anger boiled inside Calypso, but she tried to hold it back. Calm down. I anticipated this. I need to think calmly. There must be a way to turn this situation around. Just as the atmosphere was tense, the meeting room door swung open again, and a tall figure stepped in, his steady voice resonating throughout the space. Of course, we must. I am the guardian of my son and daughter. May I participate in the meeting? The entire room fell silent. Calypso was also stunned. What? What the hell is going on? This shock was more intense than anything she had experienced in all 4 regressions. Asenro, next to her, also showed clear signs of surprise. I don't know why and how he is here, but if I panic now, it would be really awkward, and there are too many rumors that need to be quashed. Damn it. In this situation, the only way is to smile. The shocked expression was immediately replaced by radiant joy. Calypso exclaimed, Dad. Inside she was screaming, please cooperate with me. Please, Dad. Saying that, she rushed to hug him tightly. Now she also saw her little daughter placing her hand on her head. I'm sorry for being late. Calypso tightened her embrace even more, her voice whiny. Dad, are you okay? I was worried you wouldn't make it. He gently replied, I'm better now. Sorry for making you worry. Hearing these words from Pier himself, both Lila Law and Dad were so shocked they couldn't speak. He continued, his voice authoritative. Do you need me to confirm my presence separately? Lila quickly replied, oh no, we confirm that you are present. Dad cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Long time no see. B, we thought you wouldn't come. B calmly explained, my daughter was so worried that she forgot to report the time, so I arrived a bit late. Ba Yun angrily stood up, grinding his teeth. This is invalid. He didn't arrive on time. Lila spoke coldly. Young Master Ba Yun, please remain calm. The chairman is the most knowledgeable about the rules. Do you think I will just stand by and watch? Ba Yan roared. His mother sitting beside him snapped, Son, calm down. Didn't the chairman approve already? Ba Yan had to swallow his anger and sat down sulkily. Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. Such actions wouldn't benefit him at all. The punishment for him was already clear. Could he not realize that this meeting was only to decide the details and severity of the punishment? If he self-destructs, even better. By the way, if Dad used his power, I might have seen his body lying on the floor already. What a pity. B walked over and sat down in an empty chair. Asenro seemed still nervous in the presence of Dad, instinctively scooting his chair a little further away. Calypso couldn't help but smile, but suddenly another attendant rushed in out of breath. But if I panic now, it would be really awkward, and there are too many rumors that need to be quashed. Damn it. In this situation, the only way is to smile. The shocked expression was immediately replaced by radiant joy. Calypso exclaimed, Dad inside, she was screaming. Please cooperate with me. Please, Dad. Saying that, she rushed to hug him tightly. Now she also saw her little daughter placing her hand on her head. I'm sorry for being late. Calypso tightened her embrace even more, her voice whiny. Dad, are you okay? I was worried you wouldn't make it. He gently replied, I'm better now. Sorry for making you worry. Hearing these words from Pierre himself, both Lila and Dad were so shocked they couldn't speak. B continued, his voice full of authority. Do you need me to confirm my presence separately? Lila quickly replied, Oh no, we confirm that you are present. Dad cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Long time no see. B, we thought you wouldn't come. B calmly explained, my daughter was so worried that she forgot to report the time, so I arrived a bit late. Ba Yan angrily stood up, grinding his teeth. This is invalid. He didn't arrive on time. Lila spoke coldly. Young Master Ba Yan, please remain calm. The chairman is the most knowledgeable about the rules. Do you think I will just stand by and watch? Ba Yan roared. His mother sitting beside him snapped, Son, calm down. Didn't the chairman approve already? Ba Yan had to swallow his anger and sat down sulkily. Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. Such actions wouldn't benefit him at all. The punishment for him was already clear. Could he not realize that this meeting was only to decide the details and severity of the punishment? If he self-destructs, even better. By the way, if Dad used his power, I might have seen his body lying on the floor already. What a pity. B walked over and sat down in an empty chair. Asenro seemed still nervous in the presence of Dad, instinctively scooting his chair a little further away. Calypso couldn't help but smile, but suddenly, another attendant rushed in out of breath. I apologize, but according to the Master's orders, the Supreme Disciplinary Council must immediately cease and move to the trial hall. This disciplinary session will continue with the presence of the Master and the entire clan. Calypso was stunned, laughing at the absurdity. If we go there, that bastard Yun will take all the advantages. At the Academy's Disciplinary Council, the chairman's power is absolute. The punishment for Yun is almost guaranteed. But if it shifts to the clan meeting, there are countless forces supporting him. Moving to a location favorable to the opponent not only prevents a fair judgment, but he could also escape all charges. Asenro anxiously asked, Sister, what should we do? Calypso replied, her voice a bit helpless. What do you mean we can't do anything at all? You know Grandma's orders are absolute. Damn it, I really want to see that guy humiliated even more. It's fine. Pai's voice suddenly rang out. Calypso looked up at him puzzled. What do you mean by it's fine? Pierre replied, his gaze deep as if he understood what she was thinking, and she didn't need to force herself to be polite like that. She wasn't used to it. A moment later in the vast hallway, wow, we feel like celebrities. Everyone is staring at us. Asenro whispered. Calypso was being carried by her father, and she shyly said, Dad, with my short legs, how long will it take to get there? B replied curtly. Calypso was at a loss for words. Her speech was quite awkward, but whatever the rumors spreading in this direction are still good for me. Just keep watching. But what does it benefit you to do this? Asenro suddenly asked, Oh, by the way, sister, have you ever been to the trial hall? No, I don't think I have. Asenro explained while walking. The clan meeting is traditionally held in one of the 3 main halls, and the trial hall is one of them. We're here, this is it. The name trial hall carries 2 meanings. One is its bright blue door, And 2, this is where the judgments throughout the history of the Killer Whale Clan take place. Every incident originates from here, and it's also where the name Kun was born. And now we return to this place. Just as Pai stepped into the hall, a clear voice announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. P, young Master Asenro, and Miss Calypso have arrived." Immediately astonished whispers rose among the crowd. "Is it Mr. Paiwao? This is the first time we've seen him." From the chair, the clan leader Ukila smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Look who's come back here. Isn't this the son I thought had died somewhere?" Bai calmly walked up, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, clan leader." Ukila waved his hand, his voice harsh. "What face do you have to come back here? Get lost and out of my sight." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze tense and suffocating. Just then, Calypso cleared her throat and broke the silence with her clear voice. "Hello, Grandma. It's been a long time since we last met. You still look youthful and stylish as ever. Do you have any secrets? Please share with me." Ukila glanced at the girl. "Oh, so this little brat is here too. So young, yet so sharp-tongued, knowing how to win people over. Quite impressive, even more clever than your thick-skinned father." Calypso whispered to her father, "Dad, did you see that Grandma really likes compliments? You should try it. It's fine. We'll practice slowly." A rare smile suddenly appeared on Pai's lips, fleeting like a strange breeze that left Calypso stunned. He gently replied, "Not a bad piece of advice. I will remember it." He can smile too, Calypso thought in confusion. That small change did not escape the eyes of those around, and the atmosphere buzzed again. "Did you see that Mr. Pai just smiled? The rumor that he loves his daughter dearly is indeed true." A man stood up, interrupting the chatter. "Dear clan leader, perhaps we should start the trial." That was Raisen Aquia Pai's older brother. The reunion with his brother was indeed joyful. But work cannot be delayed. Ukila glared. "Risen, you dare to interrupt my words?" Raisen immediately bowed his head, his voice trembling. "No, I'm sorry, mother." Before he could express himself, he was shut down. Calypso stuck out her tongue, silently mocking. "Now, where do we sit? What the hell is this? Why are we placed so far away? Clearly that old hag is doing it on purpose. This is a blatant insult." She nudged her father. "Dad, what should we do? They are looking down on us. Can she hear me from this far away?" "Dad, don't pretend you can't hear at this important moment." Bai sighed. "Calm down, you're complaining too much. But you don't need to worry about whether they can hear you or not." Bai interrupted, his tone calm. "Everyone will definitely hear every word you say. We are here to attend a disciplinary trial, not a cozy clan meeting. Never forget the reason you are here." Just then, Calypso's older brother Belos walked in, attracting everyone's attention. "Oh, young Master Belos is here too." Of course, how could he miss this event? Belos stopped in front of the chair, bowing gracefully. "Dear Grandma, there must be a significant reason for you to summon such a full meeting. Everyone is gathered. We hope Grandma will enlighten this ignorant bunch." Ukila looked pleased, thanking him, his mouth still as smooth as ever. "You're too kind, dear. All right, take your seats." "Yes, ma'am." Once settled, Ukila spoke authoritatively. "I have heard that there has been a disturbance in the educational system of the clan. Is that correct? Those involved, step forward and tell me about the chaos you have caused in my precious establishment." Ba Yun was the first to speak. "Dear clan leader." "You're too kind, dear. All right, take your seats." "Yes, ma'am." Once settled, Ukila spoke authoritatively. "I have heard that there has been a disturbance in the educational system of the clan. Is that correct? Those involved, step forward and tell me about the chaos you have caused in my precious establishment." Ba Yan was the first to speak. "Dear clan leader, may I present first? First of all, please don't call it chaos. It was just an unfortunate incident. This matter shouldn't trouble anyone. For the Orca clan, we survive by fighting. Every moment is precious. Anyone who dares to waste your time over personal conflicts has lowered the dignity of the entire Beastman clan, the strongest beings in the realm. Is his conscience being gnawed by dogs or something daring to fight with a 3-year-old while pretending to be dignified? Let's see how long he can keep this act up," Calypso thought. Ukila squinted. "So you mean the rumors have been exaggerated and the truth is just a minor accident?" "Yes," Bayan replied. "I just wanted to meet my cousin. Recently, she's been caught up in a lot of bad rumors, so I secretly arranged to meet her to give her some advice." "Nice way to talk after kidnapping and threatening my people," Calypso sneered. Bayan continued his act, but as soon as he saw her face, she immediately insulted him. "Perhaps she wants to prove she's the daughter of Lord Pai, the strongest clan member. Calypso gritted her teeth. Insulting her wasn't enough, now he had to drag her father into it. Who gave him permission to call her father by name like that? Moreover, Bayan said, unlike the cunning rumors, I have witnesses ready to recount the truth. The two guys with him immediately shouted, we just wanted to help young Master Bayan reconcile. And yet we were attacked by the young lady for no reason. Isn't the young lady the daughter of Lord Pai? From the start, this was an unfair fight. I was a bit worried when I saw them. But these two are witnesses. Are they bragging about being defeated by a 3-year-old? Calypso sighed in exasperation. That's right, the other guy added. The young lady insulted young Master Bayan first. He is completely in the right, Bayan triumphantly concluded. But as you can see, the witness's testimony completely matches what I presented. Ukila coldly asked, in summary, you think you're innocent? Absolutely, ma'am. Bayan insisted bringing this issue to the family meeting is to expose the true face of this unruly cousin. What qualifications does she have to be the daughter of the great Lord Pai? No strength, no dignity. Just look at how deceitful and boastful she is. It's clear she's never been properly taught. On the contrary, he insults others as naturally as breathing. How frustrating. When will it be my turn to counterattack? Ukila stood up abruptly, her voice sharp. So according to you, this brat is an uneducated girl who dares to disrupt the clan's discipline. Yes, that's exactly right. Ukila slowly approached Calypso. I understand now, an unrecognized lowly creature, daring to challenge my future heir, unaware of her place, acting recklessly. With that, an invisible force erupted from Ukila, tightening around Calypso and lifting her off the ground. With her throat constricted, Calypso struggled in pain. Damn it, this is the power of the head of the family of my grandmother. Hang in there, this is a battle of wills, I can't take it anymore. Just then, another wave of energy, even more powerful, intervened and dissolved Ukila's pressure. Her strength vanished, blocked by an even greater source of energy. A calm voice of Pai rang out. Dear head of the family, the girl is only 3 years old. Ukila scoffed. Don't worry if she can't handle this. She is a disgrace to the clan. How have you raised her? Bai. Haven't you taught her the most basic rules of our clan? To let her become a weakling who doesn't know the sky from the ground? Rage ignited within Calypso. This old hag almost killed me, and now she's saying those words. Ukila directly questioned Pai. Did you really raise her yourself? Calypso's heart tightened. Wait, if Dad says no, if he denies my existence, what will happen to me? All the lies I built that Dad loves me will collapse. Please, Dad, don't abandon me now. In the deadly silence, Bai spoke each word clearly and firmly. I taught her in my way that when going to battle, you must win. The girl did exactly what I taught her, not a bit wrong. Ukila was stunned and sat down heavily in her chair. Unbelievable, I've lived this long to see you speak up for someone else. I've lost all interest. Bai looked directly at her. Then let's hear the story from my daughter's side. That's the role of a fair head of the family, isn't it? Calypso's gaze was fixed on Pier, the head of the clan. A wave of silent excitement surged within her. Here it is, he's giving me a chance. The opportunity I've longed for to assert myself, to prove my own abilities. I absolutely cannot let it slip away. With steely determination, Calypso took a step forward, her clear yet firm voice ringing out in the silence. Dear ma'am, I only have one question. According to the rules of the Orca clan, the strong are not held responsible for their actions. Is that correct, head of the family? Ukila, who appeared weary, nodded slightly. Yes, that is indeed the case. Then Calypso continued confidently, the focus of today's meeting is about that battle. Everyone can discuss how my dignity was insulted, but that's not the core issue. If my grandmother is willing to judge fairly, I will show everyone an interesting truth. Immediately, Bayan raised his hand, panicking. Wait, dear head of the family, please let me speak. That bastard Bayan. Calypso cursed inwardly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. It's too late for you now. Enough. Ukila interrupted, her sharp gaze directed at Calypso. You may continue with permission. Calypso boldly declared how many people Bayan had brought on the day of the battle. No fewer than 10 guys. Among them, Asenro dealt with 3. The remaining 7 all targeted Calypso Akiao alone. And what was the result? The ultimate victor was Bayan, a guy much older than her who was defeated by a 3-year-old like her. A smirk blossomed on Calypso's lips. She glanced at Bayan, who was pale, thinking to herself, You idiot! Are you happy to be a living proof of my victory? Thanks for confirming that yourself. The girl continued, her voice growing more powerful. The witnesses present there had repeatedly affirmed that Pier's daughter fought very well. According to the clan's rules, you are the victor. Bayan the defeated has no right to challenge you. Moreover, there's another important reason. That day, a friend of mine accidentally got caught up in the incident. Even though he doesn't belong to the Orca clan, Bayan still dared not threaten to kill him if I didn't accept the duel. Everything I did was to protect my friend. Dear esteemed grandmother, where did I go wrong? Our clan has always prided itself on being the protector of other sea creatures. You taught me that only among orcas should conflicts be resolved through fighting and absolutely never use violence against weaker clans. Ukila chuckled, a knowing smile on her face. This girl is young, yet knows so much. So you were forced to fight and still won. Right. Your story is very convincing, but do you have any witnesses? Calypso's heart sank. Right witnesses. Asenro is my brother. His words won't be considered objective. Luca and Luba are still healing. Is there really no one who can stand up to testify for me? Just as Kaniso was in despair. A calm voice rang out from the ranks of the vassals. Dear Lord, I would like to participate in the discussion as a witness. Ukila tilted her head in interest. Oh, someone dares to speak up. Go ahead. A noble woman stood up, her gaze resolute. In the princess's story, the friend whose life was threatened is my twin sons. Calypso was stunned. Wait, that's Luca and Luba's mother. Does the Bluga clan have enough power to attend such an important meeting? The woman introduced herself, her voice authoritative. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ilya Bluga, the head of the Berluga clan. My sons have suffered the brutality of Bayan. They were severely injured in the head and are currently teetering on the brink of death. What Calypso gasped, filled with worry. Lord Loba clearly said they were not in danger of dying. She quickly glanced at Loba, only to see him discreetly signaling her to be quiet. A light bulb went off in Calypso's head. Her eyes sharpened. Oh, I see a deliberate lie. He did that. So why can't I, the White Whale clan? They are truly remarkable. Ilya continued in a heartfelt tone. Sir, please recognize this as a serious issue. Why should my sons face death just because of a fight between orcas? As representatives of all the vassals, we cannot sit idly by. We may be weak, but after this incident, we plead for respect. I believe the great warriors of the Aquadello clan will not ignore this injustice. Loba also stepped up. Dear sir, I was the one who reported this incident to the head. If more evidence is needed, you can summon other members of the clan. Calypso smiled triumphantly. Do you think that's enough witnesses? Lord Ukila burst out laughing, her laughter echoing throughout the room. Oh yes, the result of a duel speaks for itself. A 3-year-old child won, so what else is there to discuss? The losers who refuse to accept it are not worth our concern. Bah! Jan's face turned ashen. Grandma, that's not the truth. Shut up! Ukila roared. I have seen your true nature. You tried to prove your strength by bullying the child of a major vassal. You violated the educational institution's regulations and dared to deceive the Lord. Considering all these offenses by Yan Aquadello, you are expelled from the educational institution and will be under probation for 1 year. Reason, Ba Yan's father quickly pleaded. Mother, please wait. Even though Ba Yan was wrong, please consider our contributions and show mercy. Ukila raised her hand to silence Risen and turned to Calypso. And you, Calypso Aquadello, what is your opinion? Calypso bowed her head, wearing a smile that was both humble and sharp. I do not oppose the Lord's judgment, but in this case, the ones who suffered the most are Luca and Luba. Therefore, I think we should listen to the opinion of the head of the Bluga clan. And of course, they also agree with the Lord's opinion. The arrogant brat got what he deserved. As for the heroine, she was recognized by her grandmother and rewarded accordingly. B stepped forward, his large, warm hand ruffling Calypso's hair, his eyes filled with pride. Well done, my daughter. Yes, father, we won. Calypso beamed, thinking to herself, the feeling of being the center of attention is truly wonderful. Ukila observed Calypso. A mysterious smile appeared on her lips. This girl, even when introduced by the Lord himself, a normal child, would be scared of the responsibility, but she enjoys the attention, her enhanced power, her innate fighting ability, yet she cannot produce even a drop of water. The development sequence is completely disrupted. I know this is a rare genius. The lady called out, Belos, come here. Belos approached, his expression icy. You called for me, ma'am. What do you think about this situation? Ukila asked. You were previously the youngest to be recognized. Now your sister has broken that record. Innate fighting ability, yet unable to produce even a drop of water. The development sequence is completely disrupted. I know this is a rare genius, she called out. Belos, come here. Belos approached his expression as cold as ice. She called for you? What do you think about this situation? Ukila asked. You were the youngest recognized before. Now, your sister has broken that record. Even Pierre, the father who never cared about his children, stepped up to defend him. Even your rival Ba Yan was defeated by him. Tell me your thoughts. Bellows replied, his voice devoid of emotion. The punishment from her was very reasonable. A rule violator cannot be forgiven. However, Calypso Aquadello must also take responsibility. Even with a valid reason, she still hurt a classmate. In short, do you think both are at fault? Ukila thought silently and then gave a very clever answer. You're overpraising. Bellows bowed his head, standing nearby. Calypso clenched her fists, anger flaring up inside her. I heard everything. That damn older brother. My sister was beaten to a pulp and almost died. And he dares to say both are at fault. Belos, just wait. Before leaving this place, I will definitely teach you how to be a person. Just then, a Senro rushed over excitedly. Sister, you've worked hard. Congratulations on being recognized by the head of the family. I thought the meeting was over. Calypso suddenly realized the envious glares around her were still fixed on her. That's right, it's not over yet. It's best to stay silent now. Unexpectedly, Ilya Bluga spoke up. Dear esteemed head of the family, before the meeting ends, may I say something? Go ahead. Ilya turned to Calypso, bowing formally. I want to exercise the vassal's right of choice. The Bluga family, which I lead from now on, will pledge to follow and support Princess Calypso Aquadello. Under the honor of the head, this oath will never change. Our family supports Lady Calypso Aquadello to become the next heir. Calypso was completely stunned. What's happening? I'm only 3 years old. Moreover, I never intended to become the head of the family. Not long after the meeting ended, as the three of them, Pierre and his son, stepped outside, all eyes were on them, filled with curiosity, admiration, and even envy. Do you want to say something? B asked. Everyone is staring at us, Calypso replied. Among those rushing over, no one was sincere. They were all opportunists. If that's the case, she said in a lowered voice, I will chase away all those annoying flies. Why is Dad suddenly being so nice? Calypso was on guard, thinking that if her dad turned around and said anyone who dared to mess with her would die, she would have to pay a heavy price. Suddenly, a Senro jumped when he saw someone approaching. He quickly said, Sister, I'm going ahead, see you later, master, and ran off. What was that? Who is it? Calypso asked curiously. Beer glanced at the approaching person and replied tersely, a member of the third faction. Crossing her arms, Calypso quietly observed the figure of a person from the faction hurrying away. Why do they have to run when they see me? The girl wondered they could just say a word. Just then, another presence approached, interrupting Calypso's train of thought. The heir Calypso raised her hand to cover her head, a plea escaping her lips almost instinctively. Please don't call me that. Ilya, who had just arrived, smiled lightly. Thank you for agreeing to talk with me. There are too many prying eyes around, so I wanted to find a quieter place. Calypso looked up at her, her gaze full of scrutiny. I don't think you called me out here just to ask about my health, did you? What do you want to say? If not, please allow me to ask why you nominated me. She bowed her head slightly, her attitude both humble and resolute. I apologize for this abruptness, but once I have exercised the vassal's right of choice, I will firmly support Lady Calypso to the end. The vassal's right of choice. Calypso was bewildered. This was the first time she had heard of this concept. In her past lives, she gained the position of head through overwhelming strength. What is this woman plotting? Besides me, there are countless other worthy candidates. The girl raised her voice, trying to hide her confusion. Isn't it true that to become the head, the heir must be passed down by the current head, or build their own power? That's right, Ilya replied. But above all, that there is the right of choice of the powerful vassals. However, since the head personally used water, power to seal the curse, the information I can provide to the lady will be limited. Moreover, this right of choice carries a special weight. Once sworn, I cannot retract or change the person I have chosen. Wait then, Calypso, shaking her head, trying to organize the chaotic information. Ilya interrupted, her voice carrying absolute seriousness. So, if Lady Calypso falls, we will fall too. But if the lady becomes the head, you will have everything. This is no different from a life and death gamble. What if I fail? Calypso thought to herself, feeling an invisible burden weighing on her shoulders. She covered her head and almost shouted, On what basis do you bet everything on me? My children owe the lady a life. Ilya said, her eyes shining with deep gratitude. Thanks to the lady's timely intervention, Luca and Luba were able to minimize their physical and mental harm. I know there are many outstanding heirs, but until now, no one has ever looked down on the weaker lives than killer whales. That's why I chose you, Calypso, and this is the important thing I am about to say. I have publicly supported you in front of the head. She paused for a moment before continuing. 30 years ago, the head summoned the 8 leaders of the 8 families. These 8 families were chosen for various reasons and will be granted a special power, the right to choose the next heir. Regardless of the strength of the candidates, the one who receives the most support from the 8 families will officially become the heir. But, I'm only 3 years old, right? Calypso tried to argue. You surely understand that the younger the heir, the more disadvantages they face, right? Ilya laughed brightly. Of course I know. But today, you have turned the unfavorable situation around none other than the princess. We believe that you are the precious gem we are lucky to have found, and betting on you is the right decision. Calypso was completely confused. As a mother, Ilya continued. Her voice suddenly became soft. I can't help but feel tender when my children almost lost their lives. That statement made Calypso flinch. What are you saying? Both children are in danger. I'm sorry that my husband lied to the princess. When we just brought Laka home from the hospital, the boy had a seizure and almost didn't make it. A cold fury ignited within Calypso, an invisible killing intent radiating from her small body. You should have told me sooner. If I had known, I wouldn't have let that bastard get off so lightly. It's okay. He smiled gently. The boy has fully recovered as a mother. When angry, we are willing to do anything. Every parent is like that. Even you, who have lived in seclusion for so long, have appeared because of your daughter. Anyway, you lead the whale clan, and next will be the princess. It's truly something to look forward to. Hearing this, Calypso fell into utter panic. Oh my God, how could I dare to tell her that I have no intention of becoming the head of the family? In this life, I just want a peaceful existence. After a while, when Ilya had left, I was so exhausted. A familiar voice rang out from behind. Everything is fine. It seems you have succeeded. I need to talk to you. Calypso closed her eyes. It was finally time to face it. The efforts to avoid it all this time had ultimately failed. B continued in a serious tone. First, we need to address the issue of how we address each other. You mean I deceived you, right? Calypso mumbled. You know I am your father, right? Yes, the girl admitted she had known from the beginning. Why pretend not to know? Calypso gritted her teeth, a chaotic stream of thoughts swirling in her head. From today, my relationship with him will never be the same again. So who will be my guardian? Now that I am the center of attention, I will definitely face countless plots and assassinations. Maybe Bellows will be the first to strike. Calm down. Everything was going well. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? But my father went to the disciplinary committee and stood by my side. He also defended me in the meeting. It was all voluntary on his part. In all my previous lives, I have never felt as desperate as this. I just want to ask you one thing. B interrupted her thoughts. The father you often mention, is he the ideal model you have always hoped for? That question was like a needle pricking straight into her memories. The image of her father from the old world before she time-traveled here suddenly came back. Calypso lowered her head, her voice dejected. No, he is really not that kind of person. Yes, P replied tersely. What are you talking about? How could you understand? Calypso felt a wave of sadness rise within her. I really want to go home to the real home where my family is waiting. You can punish me, she said, her voice accepting. Then Dai interrupted. From now on, I will be the father you want, okay? Clenching her fist tightly. Damn it, I can't trust anything uncertain anymore. It's because of that uncertainty that I had to witness this world's downfall. And what about the years you abandoned me? If I hadn't sought you out myself, would you have never remembered me in this lifetime? Why did you do that again? B sighed. It seems. Calypso was startled. Is Dad angry? No, I'm asking for your permission. Until the 4 of us are reunited, acknowledge me as your father. During that time, you can call me master if you want. Little Tran True. I actually don't hate people. Throughout that long time, I resented so many people that I no longer had the strength to resent my father anymore. Thank you for making me stronger. However, deep in my heart, there is only one father, and that love is so great that nothing can replace it. Finally, she spoke, her voice a bit sulky. Seriously, Dad is always so tyrannical, doing things his way. That's the nature of killer whales, P replied, a selfish creature that only cares about its chosen prey. We still have time. In the meantime, if you want, I will continue to be your guardian. If you don't want me to, I will give up. Looking at the complex expression on his daughter's face, he thought to himself, will she refuse? Perhaps so. If this 3-year-old child didn't take the initiative to come closer, this relationship would be cut off forever. Suddenly, Calypso reached out and grabbed Pier's hand. Dad, swear. If that feeling will never change, swear to the sea. That is a vow that binds both lives. Surely you won't be able to do it. But even so, I won't be disappointed. She continued, it really is very difficult, isn't it? If so, B tightly held Calypso's small hand, his voice ringing out firmly and solemnly. I, B. Acello, willingly become the father of Calypso Acello. The term is, until I die. I swear by the name of the sea to prove this vow. After finishing speaking, he looked at the girl, his gaze complex. Now what should I do? The vow to the sea that you want is a covenant with the merfolk absolutely cannot be violated. If I go against it, I will lose everything. This crazy killer whale. Calypso silently screamed inside. In this situation, you're still asking me what to do. But then a warm feeling of safety spread in my throat. This is a good thing. This means I have a solid guardian. I won't question why he abandoned me in the past. No, I don't want to know. Thinking that the girl looked up and flashed a bright smile. I will believe in the sincere heart of my master, so can I still call you master? Beer frowned slightly, his voice tinged with an indescribable sadness. Why have you never called me by my name or any other title? A hint of resentment flickered across his face as he continued. This cold decisiveness of yours is nothing like me. Calypso replied calmly, her eyes unwavering. Maybe you take after your mother, seeing her daughter's calm demeanor. Calypso secretly smiled. This was the opportunity. She seized it immediately, speaking with a tone that carried a cleverly concealed urgency. Master, please listen to one of my wishes. I want to attend the Dragon Festival. Calypso smiled brightly. Pier's gaze was fixed on her, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. All right, I agree. Really? Calypso couldn't hide her excitement. Yes, now I will definitely listen to your plan, but don't forget this promise. When the day comes that I truly earn your recognition, stop calling me master. Calypso's gaze flickered for a moment, but she quickly responded, her voice firm. Of course, right. That afternoon, as he watched Calypso's back fade into thought, he suddenly realized that she was not like an ordinary child. She was a born warrior, skilled in every gesture and interaction. For the first time, that child looked at him with such longing. That's right. That means she has never expected anything from me before. How can a 3-year-old child be so calculating? Still, the reason he firmly accepted her request without hesitation was perhaps because he sensed the soft heart, like a feather hidden behind that tough exterior. When did she lower her guard and allow me in? If not, I can't explain the unusual anger I felt that day. His train of thought was interrupted by Calypso's clear voice. Master, can I come in? I just finished training. The girl stepped in curiously, asking, but Master, lately the training intensity has been increasing. Is it because of your mood? That's right, B admitted frankly. Calypso seemed at a loss for words at his honesty. She took a deep breath and asked a question she had been pondering for a long time. Master, can I ask you something? Do you love me like your own daughter? B was silent for a long time, his gaze deep like an endless abyss. Did I just ask something meaningless? Calypso thought to herself, her heart tightening slightly. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse. I don't know what love is. You guessed it. Calypso replied, her tone showing no disappointment, rather very calm. In fact, even if you say you don't know about love, I still have the oath of the sea to prove it. What are you talking about? B was startled. I was just joking. Just joking, Master, don't worry. Calypso quickly waved her hand, smiling mischievously. I don't expect much either. I don't think you will love me like a normal father would. So I think we should build a mutually beneficial relationship, protecting each other when needed, worrying when the other is hurt. That's enough. We will become good partners. Okay, Master. Time passed, and the departure day was approaching. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm about to go to the Dragon Festival. Calypso silently cheered in her heart. 2 days ago, Pier's father had relayed the message, your attendance at the Dragon Festival has been approved. Leaving is just a matter of time. The Dragon Festival, the most significant event of the Empire held annually in the City of Dragons to honor the dragons and the great guardian deity, the Dragon Duke. According to the rules at the end of Volume 3, the Dragon Duke opened a spatial gate, but I don't know how it works, so I have to find a way to approach him naturally at the festival to learn more. If I get the chance, I will try to get close even better if I can live with him. In my previous life, I was imprisoned, having to wait until I was 10 to have a chance. But this life, thanks to Pure Eye, not only gained official recognition of my strength and reputation, but also approval for this important trip. Indeed, this father has many uses, lost in thought by the fountain. Calypso suddenly jumped at the rustling sound from the nearby bushes. Two boys, Luca and Luba, with hair still tangled with leaves, jumped out and shouted in unison, "Princess, princess!" Nearby, Bellows, her older brother, stood with his arms crossed against a tree, his eyes watching with interest, a slight smirk on his lips. Calypso Acquiadelo. Calypso looked up surprised to see the White Whale brothers. Lay spoke first. "Dear Princess, our parents asked us to send their regards to you, and they also wanted to invite you to come play at our house." Realizing the situation, Calypso sighed in relief. She smiled, reaching out to pat Laka's head. "Too cute, so I'll let it slide." All right, seeing that Elle's eyes lit up. "Princess, I also want to be different from Elba's innocence, Luca Kai. You've experienced life and death, and are a bit deeper, right?" He bowed his head, thinking to himself, the princess still hesitates. Thinking of that, he looked up and smiled. "Princess, you won't come to our house, will you?" Your expression has already said it all. How can these boys be so perceptive? Calypso was startled and then sighed. Indeed, the White Whale clan is very intelligent and sensitive. Luca continued with a pensive look. "I'm worried that I might be moved because the princess is such a good person." "That's right, the princess is the best person," Elba immediately agreed. Calypso squinted and smiled. "Don't say that I'm not a good person at all. If I were really kind, I think I would be taking on the responsibilities of your family's heir instead of secretly planning to run away like this." Facing the clear gaze of the two brothers, Calypso suddenly felt uneasy. She turned away, a thought flashing in her mind. "Wait, if I openly support a Senro to become the heir, I can imagine my silly older brother's shocked face asking me. Then the Beluga family would definitely lean towards him." Hehe. The giggles of the two brothers pulled Calypso back to reality. Luba pointed at her. "The princess's forehead is wrinkling." Heh. Luca laughed along. "Their mom is sometimes like that too." Calypso let out a breath. This is why she didn't want to develop feelings. It's too troublesome. She stood up and said, "Let's head back. The snow lesson must be starting soon." "Ah, I forgot." Luba jumped. "Luba is such an idiot," Lu teased. Luca reached out. "Princess, hold my hand." Luba also extended his hand. You too, you too." The actions of the two boys made Calypso sweat. "Can't we just walk normally?" Belos, Calypso's older brother, stepped out from behind the corner, his face showing clear interest. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar low voice that sent chills down her spine rang out. "Calypso Acquidello." Calypso froze, turning her head to look around. Seeing that, La and Luba also curiously looked over. "Can you guys go ahead?" Calypso turned to say, "I suddenly have something to take care of." After the two brothers left, Calypso walked to the corner of the wall, where the voice came from. "Are you looking for me?" Belos glanced over, responding nonchalantly. "That's right. Did you notice my presence?" Calypso clenched her fists, her face hardening. Even though she didn't know why he was here, she wanted to keep it brief. "What is it?" "I just wanted to talk to you." Belos appeared hesitant. "Why do you have to be so defensive?" "Talking." Calypso maintained her defensive stance, her eyes full of vigilance. His way of speaking has never been just words. Not this time. Belos shook his head, stepping toward her. "Calypso, think normally. There's no way I would start a fight with you in a place like this. Others might believe me, but not you. You know this guy too well. If I wanted to fight, I just need to change the location. How can I trust you coming here? Not for that purpose. I only act when I'm sure of victory." She tightened the hem of her dress, quickly calculating whether her current strength was enough to defeat Belos. Even if she won, it would be hard to escape from here. She couldn't exceed the limits at the primary education facility. Under Calypso's tension, Belos's voice suddenly dropped, carrying a sharp, probing tone. "You speak as if you have known me very well for a long time." Without warning, a swirling column of water suddenly erupted from the ground, creating a fierce whirlwind that made Calypso squint. The invisible pressure from the raging hydraulic flow surrounded Belos, but he remained calm, arms crossed, standing firm, like a rock in the eye of the storm. "I don't usually waste energy on meaningless fights except for the last time." Belos spoke, his tone eerily calm. "Why do you think I'm a warmonger?" Calypso gritted her teeth, screaming in her head. This crazy guy, does he plan to drown this place with those streams of water? Seeing her silent, Belos stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. It's strange among those who have been defeated by me. It seems there hasn't been anyone as tough-tongued as you, even when beaten to near death, still daring to speak loudly. Is there anyone like that? At the same time, Calypso quietly analyzed why Bellows had never caused trouble at the academy. What does that mean? Bellows is still pretending to rummage through his memory. He is deliberately avoiding this mental battle. Calypso helplessly realized, just as her thoughts ended, Bellows suddenly withdrew all the hydraulic power, his attitude changing 180 degrees. Even Grandma wouldn't know I like to fight. There's no reason for me to make a mistake hidden right here. Therefore, I truly have no intention of fighting with you. See, I've withdrawn all my power. But the defensive wall in Calypso's heart did not lower. No matter what you say, I won't believe you. Just get to the point and disappear from my sight. The space fell into silence for a moment. Then Bellows burst out laughing. The downfall of the Bayan family is a golden opportunity for me. You're weaker than me, so eliminating you now would be very beneficial. But Calypso, I genuinely care about you. His words seemed full of concern, but the sinister smile on his lips made Calypso find it ridiculous, no matter how. Excellent, I prove myself in this guy's eyes. I'm still just a little fish who can't master her power. Clearly, the one he cares about isn't me. His target is definitely Dad. Liar. Understanding Bellows' intentions, she retorted firmly. That concern of yours I don't need. The person you truly care about isn't me, but Dad, right? Bellows raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Why do you think that? It's not that I don't care about Pierre Aquadelo, but what do I have to do with Dad? Truly, an immoral person. Calypso silently rolled her eyes. Her reaction seemed to make Bellows a bit impatient. He sighed. Sigh. It seems we keep going in circles. All right, I'll be straightforward. I want to observe you, and when the time comes, I will support you as my heir. With that, Bellows unexpectedly knelt on one knee, looking up at her with an almost unbelievable sincerity. Your performance at the family meeting really impressed me. That's why I sought you out to see if you are worthy of my support. What you have done can be seen as containing a bit of respect. Seizing the opportunity, Calypso reached out and tightly grasped his wrist. I sought you out to see if you are worthy of my support. What you have done can be seen as containing a bit of respect. Seizing the opportunity, Calypso reached out and tightly grasped his wrist. So, that's how it is. Listen up, big brother. With a bright smile, she tightened her grip. By the way, I have something I want to whisper to you. Can you lean in a little closer? Sure. Bellows replied, feeling astonished inside. What kind of power is this? Just as he leaned in, the strength in Calypso's hand suddenly exploded. Her voice turned icy. Stop messing around, big brother. If you're innocent, swear to the sea. Bellows smirked slightly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You're really sharp. He gently released her hand, his tone mocking. But is that all? Too shallow. With that, a punch wrapped in hydraulic force tore through the air straight at her face. Thanks to the combat experience accumulated from countless resets, Calypso leaned back narrowly, avoiding the punch. Yeah. Immediately, she raised both hands, gripping the hydraulic sphere tightly and using her strength to shatter it. Bellows' attack dissipated, but Calypso's hands were also red and stinging. She clicked her tongue. Damn it! I was going to grab his wrist and break it, but this tiny body wouldn't allow it. Facing her, Bellows calmly withdrew the remaining energy. See? It's pointless. Calypso was unconvinced, her cheeks puffed out just like a big kid throwing a punch after being slightly provoked. Before her thoughts could finish, Bellows suddenly changed the subject. I heard you're going to the Dragon Festival this year. Calypso's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he's very close to her, so he knows most of her information? This is a direct request from Pierre Echo. He clenched his fist, muttering, How interesting. Each of his words hammered into Calypso's mind. Please say your prediction is wrong. I'll go with you, Bellows declared, his eyes gleaming with malicious curiosity. I want to know why you're interested in that place. You guessed it. Why would this guy go there? Calypso's mouth fell open. Bellows' gaze made her shiver. That look was exactly like the one he had when he beat her until she bled. He finds pleasure in obstructing his opponents. This is getting serious. The feeling of unease hadn't faded when Bellows added, Oh, and Calypso. Calypso put her hands on her head, feeling a wave of panic wash over her. Right, the next line is definitely Grandma calling for me. At Yukila's office, the head of the family was diligently writing something with a quill. The family head's building was a huge and luxurious mansion. Upon entering, Calypso couldn't help but observe her surroundings. The entire interior was drenched in deep black accented with cold silver details, commanding, like an orca, the symbol of the family. Opening the office door, Calypso bowed her head in proper noble fashion. "I greet you, Grandma. I heard you called for me." Ukila looked up, clicking her tongue in disdain. Still just an ordinary child, being called here just to hear criticism. Calypso couldn't help but suppress her anger. Did she call me here just to pick a fight? Ukila stood up, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "In the family meeting, I didn't think you would be this small. Or were you curled up like a rice cake back then?" The smile on Calypso's face remained unchanged, but inside, she secretly called her a wicked old hag. Ukila held a stack of papers in her hand, stepping away from the desk. "Anyway, sit down. I called you here because there are some rather interesting and curious matters." Calypso climbed onto the chair opposite her. The killing intent in Ukila's eyes suddenly surged. "I want to talk about the events that happened at your residence. I heard you requested to check the qualifications and measures regarding the heir. To put it bluntly, you want to report the maids who have tormented you, right?" Calypso was at a loss for words. "That happened ages ago, and now she only just noticed. Is it because I was recognized in the family meeting that everything changed?" Thinking that she replied loudly, "Yes, that's right." Those who were there had meager rations and terrible living conditions. At that time, there was no one my age there. Ukila still had her eyes glued to the stack of documents. "What do you mean they all died? You mean to say you were the only one who survived?" Calypso placed her hand on her chest, correcting herself firmly. "No, it should be said that it was because I was me that I could survive." She looked straight into her grandmother's eyes, her voice resolute. "To select strong individuals, Grandma requested fair competition, but that place didn't provide equal starting conditions. If a child dies because another snatches their rights and torments them, that's not competition. That's murder. Dear Grandma." Ukila finally looked up at her, but Calypso still hadn't finished speaking. In fact, she thought her children brought to that building died before they turned 3. Isn't that just a massacre of infants? But perhaps to her that didn't matter at all. Ukila lazily scratched her ear, pretending to be unconcerned, but Calypso continued. Her voice was sharp as a knife, even if no one paid attention. "But if all reports stated they died of weakness, how could we distinguish the truth? No one knows what hidden talents those deceased children possessed. It's very likely that Grandma inadvertently missed many talents. In other words, that maid had tampered with the family's precious assets." Hearing the term assets, Ukila nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting contemplation. "It's effective now." Calypso smiled inwardly. She had reacted, just needed one more decisive blow. But her plan was ruthlessly interrupted. The office door burst open with a loud noise. Suddenly appearing, the tall figure of her father cast a long shadow on the floor. "Sorry for the interruption." "Excuse me, Mother." Calypso jumped and turned around, cold sweat pouring down. "Father, why are you here at this time?" Ukila glared, her voice furious. "Bursting into my room like this is the utmost disrespect." Calypso was startled and turned around, cold sweat breaking out. "Dad, why are you here at this time?" Ukila glared, her voice angry. "Bursting into my room like this is the utmost rudeness." "Where did you learn that rude behavior, huh?" "I learned it from Mom," B replied without hesitation. Ukila's son growled. "Are you going to keep screaming in the house until I lose my mind?" What can a little fish learn? B remained calm. It must be from their parents. Stuck between two tense atmospheres, Calypso just wished she had a bowl of popcorn and a pair of 3D glasses. "Master, you did great. It really is a good show that needs popcorn. But a good movie doesn't last long. When words become powerless, Ukila unleashed her power, and the air around her thickened. I asked nicely, yet you remained so stubborn." A sharp hydraulic blast shot out, grazing Calypso and making her cough violently. Wait a minute, using hydraulics in the room. Before she could collect herself, the water suspended in the air suddenly accelerated. Rushing towards Calypso, her eyes widened in horror and she instinctively fell backward. A desperate question echoed in her mind. Why is it me? With a loud bang, Calypso peeked through her eyes, but the painful scene she imagined did not happen. In front of her, B stood firm, his bare hand stopping Ukila's raging water. With just a squeeze, the hydraulic force shattered into countless sparkling droplets and vanished. Dad absorbed and neutralized Grandma's power. If Mom wants to vent her anger, aim it at me. B roared. The frustration was clear in his voice. Are you trying to kill your own granddaughter? I knew you would try to stop me. Ukila replied calmly, as if everything was part of her plan. That's why this girl was raised so spoiled that she doesn't know manners. She directed her gaze towards Calypso. Wow, it's been a long time since I've found a whale that interests me. I've decided to cherish and nurture it. Ridiculous. Just a few seconds ago, you were planning to kill her. Calypso gritted her teeth in anger at Ukila's shamelessness. All right, everyone sit down. Ukila waved her hand and plopped down on the chair. So, what's the reason you rushed here? B sat down next to Calypso. If Mom called for her daughter as a guardian, I naturally had to be present. Who knows what would happen if I let her go alone? Unbelievable, Ukila sighed, wiped the sweat off, and then spoke. Son, you rushed here so fast you're out of breath. Ignoring the sweat rolling down his neck, B simply replied, I didn't run. But Calypso knew the truth. A warm feeling crept into her heart. Why did Dad run such a long way for me, Tao, as if by habit pulled her into his arms? His voice full of concern. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. She shook her head. Even as a daughter, she found her daughter adorable. Ukila asked. Bang Kui remained silent. Well, all right. Ukila changed her tone. Back to the main issue. I will also ask for your opinion as a guardian. We are discussing the punishment for the maid who mistreated my granddaughter. What do you think we should do with her? What is Grandma talking about? Calypso widened her eyes. We should have investigated, verify everything first. Why jump straight to discussing punishment? And why ask the master about this? She unconsciously tightened the hem of Pierre's shirt, thinking the reaction of the person would probably be whatever. But Calypso was wrong. She should have killed Pierre, her voice as cold as polar ice. Dad Calypso looked up in confusion and immediately panicked, bowing her head when she met his terrifying face. B looked straight at Ukila, his gaze unwavering. Leave the handling entirely to me. Aquel Rumi always thought of herself as the most pitiful person in the world. She treated everyone well, but they always kept their distance just because she was a pufferfish beast. Memories of a recent brawl flooded back. She just spoke ill of the pufferfish beast, right? I heard everything. Rumi screamed, lunging to attack another maid. Around her were screams trying to intervene. She blamed me. Because of her, I got fired, the maid cried. After the incident, everyone surrounded to comfort the victim, leaving Rumi alone. Rumi really is a weirdo, someone whispered. Be quiet, she can hear you. Rumi felt no remorse. Why was she the only one criticized? She couldn't even defend herself against the ceramic vase. She never realized the reason everyone kept their distance was not because of her race, but because of her extreme selfishness. Eventually, Rumi became a wet nurse at a childcare facility. Looking at the innocent children, her gaze grew colder. Her life had failed, but their future was so bright. Malicious jealousy sprouted. At first she hesitated, but then, taking the lives of weak children became a habit. Until one day, a child with the distinctive black and white hair of an orca appeared, Calypso Aquadello. The direct descendant of the family, her future would shine brighter than anyone else's. Right. That's right. Calypso's clear voice responded to her thoughts. Rumi was startled, and then a horrifying memory flooded back. A memory she could never have. The person pouring hot water on her, her head soaked in hot water. Hot, too hot. Rumi instinctively screamed, and then gasped, realizing she had just yelled, which was pointless. Calypso stood there, holding a cup of tea, her expression innocently perplexed. What's wrong? It's just warm water. I see I'm still alive here. Miss Calypso, Rumi stammered. Yes, it's me. What is this all about? What are you talking about? Calypso smiled a smile that sent chills down Rumi's spine. You don't remember? That's fine, because I remember everything from 5 years ago. And if you still don't remember, there will be someone very talented to help you recall. What? Wait a minute. Calypso set the cup down and turned to walk away. The one who fed me rotten food poured hot water on me and intentionally pushed me down the stairs. Should also experience everything I had to endure. What the hell is this? 10 years of memories. Is this girl mocking me just because of a petty grudge she slanders others? As if reading Rumi's thoughts, Calypso stopped at the door. Rumi, you're blaming someone else again, right? Oh man, the culprit might forget, but the victim will remember forever. After saying that, she opened the door and stepped out, leaving Rumi crumbling in panic. In the vast hallway, B asked, Have you said everything you needed to say? Yes, ma'am, that maid will be sentenced as a serial killer. For the next 10 years, she won't have a single day of peace. Calypso grabbed the hem of his shirt, hesitantly asking, Master, don't you find it strange? 10 years of memories, don't you see? I'm not like a normal child? B paused, tilting his head to look at her. Feeling his deep gaze, Calypso quickly looked away. He didn't ask anything more, just quietly reached out to pat her head, his voice unexpectedly warm and gentle. Even as a child, you will still feel pain. Just that alone is enough for those who hurt you to pay the price. He gently lifted her up with hydraulic force. I don't intend to make you explain anything. B hugged her close and whispered, I told you from now on, I will be your father. The worry in Calypso's heart melted away. She smiled, sighing in relief. If I had known it would be like this, I should have sought out my master and clung to him sooner. That assumption no longer holds meaning, Beer replied, still stroking her hair. Calypso laughed, starting to tease, sounding like the words of a reckless gambler. Next time I won't bet again. I'll do better than that. Bai sighed, his voice carrying an unmistakable sense of resignation. You don't even know how much my faith in you has dwindled. And so the two of them slowly walked away, their shadows stretching long in the hallway. The investigation into Rumi wrapped up swiftly in just 3 days, and Calypso knew her grandmother's power was the reason. She recalled the conversation that day. After hearing Pai's explanation, Ukila was stunned. You want full authority to decide. She looked at her son with a judging gaze. Isn't that obvious? This troublesome matter should be resolved neatly as a price to pay for daring to barge into my office. And then Ukila suddenly pointed at Calypso, making her jump. Hey, little rice cake, why do you want to go to the Dragon Festival? At that time, Calypso gave an answer that delighted her grandmother immensely. According to the servants, only land animals were invited to the Dragon Festival. Isn't that right? She began. It's a place honoring the guardian deity of the empire, but strangely, there's no room for elite underwater beasts like us. So I have to go there to let them witness our greatness firsthand. After hearing this, Ukila burst into a hearty laugh. A good one. I have no intention of retracting my permission. When do we leave? A week from now. Leave earlier, go there and crush the pride of those land dwellers for me. Ukila waved her hand. All right, everyone out. Bai didn't hesitate to carry Calypso away. Just as they reached the door, Ukila's voice rang out again. Wait, there's more! Little pebble Calypso. Calypso curiously turned her head back. Ukila leaned back on the sofa, her sharp gaze directed at her. Survive until the day your name is called by my own mouth. Don't worry, Mom. Bai interjected. His voice was oddly deep. I will protect her at all costs. Ukila raised an eyebrow. Oh man, don't give me goosebumps. Just get out. She snapped, and then the door slammed shut. After that, we entrusted the investigation to Professor Lila and decided on the punishment for Romy. I'm sorry, Miss Lila, Calypso thought to herself. When Pai approached Lila, she was very surprised. You want me to do it in 3 days? That reminds me of my time as a research assistant in graduate school, Bai wondered. Isn't that a worthwhile job? Professor Lila just tilted her head. Mr. Bai, you really don't know anything. Calypso sat by the window, looking out at the scenery. Finally, that day has come. Tomorrow we will go to the City of Dragons. Ekina, the first dragon to appear in the Empire. The city is named after it. The creature became the guardian deity after marrying the first emperor. Their 2 children, one with lion blood, ascended to the throne. The other with dragon blood was made a duke. Since then, the dragon duke, who carries royal blood, was said to live a luxurious and fulfilling life. But in reality, it was a nightmare. In an old mansion far from the palace, a maid's face was drained of color. No, it's not like that. She trembled as she carried the food tray, each step feeling heavy and tedious. I was so thrilled to be chosen as a maid for the Dragon Duke family, yet he called me over and said there was something only I could do. The warnings from the butler echoed in her ears, making her unable to hold back her tears. The maids and female attendants there had to act as if they didn't exist. It's best not to utter a word about what I see or hear if I don't want to be torn to shreds. Who would have thought that the famous Dragon Duke wouldn't live in his castle but would hide in such a desolate place like a true monster? The trembling maid pulled the bell cord, stammering, Is the meal ready yet? Inside the room, the sound of crashing furniture immediately echoed. She bit her lip, her face pale. The moment the door swung open, her heart felt like it stopped. The food tray in her hands fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. I'm sorry, she screamed in panic. In utter terror, the maid turned and ran, screaming, Help me! The door was now wide open. A huge shadow loomed over the spilled food. A small hand reached out to pick up a piece of meat. Ignoring the broken pieces and sauce stuck to it, the green-haired boy immediately opened his mouth and took a big bite. In the silent room, all that was left was the crunching sound of the boy. The next day, today is the day of departure to the Dragon City. However, the reason I still came to school is the princess. The princess. Calypso turned back. Because I have to say my final goodbye. Luca nervously asked, Princess, are you really going to the festival? Are you going to the Dragon Festival? Luaba added. Calypso waved her hand. That's right. It's almost time to leave, so I have to go now. With my current mood, I could even smile and say goodbye to that Karen, too. She thought to herself, Princess, if that's the case, shall we eat together first? La leaned her head into her hand to be petted. That's right, Luaba chimed in. Lunch I have to say goodbye and leave right away. I can't eat with you guys. Her hand lingered gently over Lua's soft hair. Maybe this is the last time. What a pity, Princess. Luca sensed her unusual silence. Luaba took her hand. That's right, Princess. My mom said you must come visit my house. Calypso remained silent. Princess. Luca called out again. Only then did she respond. I'll think about it if I return safely. Goodbye. Saying that, she turned and walked away. Luca suddenly grabbed her hand, his voice trembling. Princess, will you not come here anymore? Calypso smiled but did not answer. Smart kids are often very sensitive. She gently pulled her hand away and put on a bright smile, waving goodbye one last time. Tears began to roll down Luca and Luaba's cheeks. Their cries grew louder but could not stop Calypso's footsteps. Luca, Luaba. The time we spent together was really fun. The carriage began to roll away. Just like that, Min sat in the carriage heading to the Dragon City, thinking seriously. Inside the luxurious carriage, Calypso tilted her head to look outside. Even if I jumped out of a moving carriage at this speed, I might die, right? Why am I thinking about this? It's because the air inside the carriage is so stuffy that it makes me sweat. She turned to Pi and asked, Master, today is the third day. Can I sit with the maids and nannies? No, he replied firmly. What? Truly a tyrannical father. Calypso rolled her eyes internally and clung to his hand playfully. A child like me being next to a nanny would be better for emotional development, Bai replied indifferently. Isn't having parents around better for children's emotions? Knowing she couldn't convince him, Calypso turned away and sighed. Phew, respecting children's freedom is also an important role of parents. Master, there must be a clear distinction between freedom and indulgence, between honesty and neglect. A rebuttal. A person who has neglected his daughter for 3 years speaks so well. There, Calypso couldn't help but tease. As soon as the words ended, the atmosphere in the carriage immediately fell into silence. Calypso glanced at Belos, who was sitting silently in the corner of the carriage. All this stuffiness is because of his presence. What is his purpose in following me? Instead of dealing with the remnants of the Ba Yan clan, he chose to stick to me. Grandma allowed it, so I can't do anything. Suddenly, a hand pinched her cheek lightly. Did you not ask me to be your father? From now on, I will make an effort, Bia said. When did I say that? If I do this, even I will mispronounce it. Bia continued to tease. Of course, let go. Calypso angrily swatted his hand away. I thought you would cry and call for master the moment you were born, Bia said while making a face like he was cuddling a newborn. Be good now. Don't do that, Calypso shouted. This is a father's role. Thud. The book in Belos's hand suddenly snapped shut. He spoke in a low voice, each word like a needle prick directed at Pia. Are you abusing a child? Dear Mr. P, someone strong enough to match the head of the family, has this sick hobby? Calypso froze. What the heck is he doing? Does this kid want to pick a fight? She glanced at Pia reassuringly, saying, It's okay, Dad is an adult now. He won't be easily provoked. See, he's quietly pulling his hand back, but she was wrong. Pia slowly stood up, his face darkening like a pot lid, a murderous aura enveloping the carriage. Do you want to race with me to see who is faster? Turns out Dad isn't a true adult. Calypso widened her eyes. What the hell is this atmosphere? My instincts are screaming that something bad is about to happen. If you two are going to fight, take it outside. Calypso quickly spoke up, her tone turning sad. If someone dies, remember to bury them underground. That way, they won't be discovered right away. She fiddled with a lock of hair, sighing heavily. But I really want to go to the Dragon Festival. If someone dies from fighting and causes trouble, I probably won't be able to go anymore, right? She looked up, her gaze sharp, clenching her fists. If that's the case, it would be so boring. Both of you, if saying this much still doesn't work, I will go to Misa's carriage. She silently made up her mind. Silence enveloped the carriage once again. This time it carried a tension that had been eased. Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. The journey continued in an awkward silence. Bellows opened the book again while Bia stared out the window, and Calypso felt extremely uncomfortable. Silence is good, but this atmosphere is really annoying. Every little sound became painfully clear. Suddenly, mocking voices from the past echoed in her head. That woman from the Western Sea, right? Yeah, it seems to smell fishy. Sigh, it hears it now. Perhaps because they are approaching their territory, these unpleasant memories are resurfacing. She sighed, needing to do something to change her mood. Master, she spoke up. What is the Dragon Festival like? I've never been there. Bia replied curtly. So you must have participated in other festivals, right? Bia seemed hesitant. When I was little, I went quite a bit, but as I grew up, only about 2 times. What were they like? They were no different from the Orca clan's festival, all fighting and many casualties. Calypso was taken aback. Are we talking about the same thing? The festival that Dad mentioned isn't where he took down a polar bear, defeated a 50-year-old great white shark, and dealt with a poisonous fox. It's all about fighting. What kind of festival is that? The important thing is that we won, Bia declared proudly. Calypso turned away, her tone teasing. Of course we had to win. The master is the pride of the clan after all. Silence again. Why isn't Dad saying anything? Is he sulking? Calypso curiously turned to look at his stern face. Master, are you embarrassed? I don't know. I've never felt that way. Bia replied stiffly. Normal people would call that shy, right? You're embarrassed, aren't you? I don't know. Just then, Belos seemed to seize the opportunity to speak up. One-on-one combat is officially allowed at the Dragon Festival. Tch, I was going to tease a bit more. Calypso glared at him. Bellows smiled and continued, so the powerful creatures will enjoy the festival in a very different way. Do you want to hear more? Go ahead. Calypso pretended to be interested. I've only heard rumors about that place. After I became the head of the family, my relationship with those on land has been pretty bad. Participating in their festival is like walking into a trap. If you want to fully enjoy it, Bellows stroked his chin, his smile becoming sly. Then mimic the prey. An octopus charging in would suit you perfectly. He snapped his fingers, releasing the anger that had built up. Just as Calypso was about to charge, Pia held her back. Master, let me go. My punch just wants to caress him a bit. Calm down. I can't kill him with my water punch. Sit still. Is the master on his side? Calypso's eyes welled up with tears. Of course not. Pia replied. His fist tightened, and the killing intent rose again. 1 hit will be enough to kill him. No way. This time, it was Calypso's turn to pull back. This isn't good. I need to calm this atmosphere down. If we go to the Dragon Festival, can we meet the Dragon Duke? She quickly changed the subject. Bia was startled. I'm not sure either. Why? Calypso asked anxiously. Bellows explained that the current Dragon Duke has never appeared in public since he was born. There's no dragon at the Dragon Festival. Calypso felt defeated. What is this? Isn't this like the Orca Mansion without a single Orca? At that moment, at the Acquia Delo Mansion in a dark room, I once said we must eliminate dangerous sprouts early. Risen smiled with squinty eyes, but his words sent chills down people's spines. The order to eliminate Pia's daughter has been given right. What's so hard about getting rid of a little niece? But you all failed, leaving only my son to suffer humiliation. I hope there won't be any mistakes this time. A hesitant voice spoke up. Sir Ryson, but this time Pia is going along. It's fine, he replied firmly. If everything goes according to plan, I'm not sure about Pia, but that princess absolutely cannot survive to return. On the deserted path, the carriage was still speeding ahead. Sitting in the luxurious carriage, Calypso couldn't hide the disappointment that was taking over her mind. So boring. She thought a Grand Dragon Festival is missing its main character, the Dragon Duke. Everything has gone completely off track. I was too overconfident. She sighed softly, her tired gaze turned towards Bellows. Brother, you said the Dragon Duke has never shown himself right. The only information I have about him is that he longs for a peaceful life. Given that personality, it makes sense that he wouldn't care about official events. Suddenly, Bellows was startled, his sharp gaze sweeping to the side. The killing intent he silently hissed in his mind. At the same time, B, who had been silent from the beginning, whispered in a calm tone, "They're coming." The moment his words ended, a terrifying force slammed down on the carriage. Even though it was made from high-quality materials, the carriage swayed violently and tipped over to one side. Amid the chaos, B only shifted slightly, his sturdy arms wrapping around Calypso, leaning against the carriage like he was reclining on a comfy armchair. Crazy in this day and age, there's a traffic accident, Or is this an attack aimed at me? Calypso silently cursed, but then she fell silent when she caught sight of P's strangely calm face. No, what is Dad doing? How can he be so relaxed as if he were in the bedroom? Is he really enjoying this position? As if reading her thoughts, B spoke softly, his voice steady. Let them come to us. Calypso immediately leaned over to peek through the broken window, curiosity rising. Oh, let's see. Which crazy fool dares to touch this carriage? Just as that thought flashed through her mind, B subtly moved his finger, and suddenly a massive column of water appeared from nowhere, followed by a thunderous bang, and then the sounds of desperate screams. Cough. Hearing that pitiful cry, those fools really sought their own death. She thought coldly. As the column of water dissipated, two assassins lost their momentum, their bodies limp as they fell to the ground, making two heavy thuds. B leaned one hand against the carriage, the other still holding Calypso tightly, leisurely stepping out among the hesitant and timid masked assassins. Just then, Don Tui Tung had also caught up. Sir P and Princess, a worried servant, called out loudly. Three maidens from the Herring clan also poked their heads out of their carriage, anxiously asking, Princess, are you okay? And he continued, the deity was extremely shocked to see that your carriage had been attacked. All right, as long as everyone is safe, that's good. Calypso thought to herself and turned to P. Master, can you let me down now? Why, continued, the god was very surprised to see your car being attacked. All right, as long as everyone is safe, that's good. Calypso thought to herself and turned to P. Master, can you put me down now? By my side, you'll be safer. Pi replied, but your maids and nanny can protect you too. Isn't that pretty safe as well? She skillfully countered. This time B had no reason to refuse. He reluctantly handed her over to Misa, who was standing nearby. Misa hugged Calypso tightly, her eyes glistening. Princess, aren't you scared? I'm fine. I have my dad here. Calypso reassured her, but inside she felt a bit ticklish. Misa's gaze made my heart flutter. It's not that I hate it, I just don't know how to react. She shyly asked, Is anyone hurt? No, ma'am. We are all safe, Misa replied. The three sisters of the Herring are waving their arms and legs, signaling that they are completely fine. Really? Then Calypso gave a mischievous smile. Let's enjoy this great play together. Understanding the cue, Misa and the other maids quickly got to work. They laid out a carpet, arranged snacks, and set up, creating a paradoxical picnic scene amidst the enemy's encirclement. Just as they finished preparing the battle between Pir Bellos and the assassins officially began, Pir merely waved his hand, and one assassin was knocked away, whizzing past Bellos's head like a bullet. Another one, a brown-haired masked guy, hurriedly used hydraulics to defend himself. Calypso leisurely ate a pastry while analyzing the situation. There are a few who can use hydraulics. It seems they have mobilized all the elites of the branch. Uncle, though impulsive, is not the type to act thoughtlessly like this. Perhaps it's because I'm being protected that Ba Yan's side feels threatened, or maybe their time is running out. While she was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly slipped through Pir's defenses and charged straight at Misa. Ah, Princess. Misa panicked and instinctively tried to shield herself. Calypso calmly pushed Misa aside and, gathering her strength, leaped up. With a single kick, the assassin's sword snapped in half. He was horrified, sweating cold, grinding his teeth, and cursing, Damn it, this family is full of monsters. Before he could finish his sentence, another powerful kick from Calypso hit him right in the stomach, folding him over like a boiled shrimp. After dealing with the attacker, she turned to Pir and shouted angrily, Master, you let him through on purpose, didn't you? That's right, he admitted calmly. He waved his hand and a powerful whirlpool appeared, sweeping away all the enemies around. This is real combat training. You've been fighting for over 10 years now. Calypso clicked her tongue, secretly cursing. She glanced over at Bellos and caught the horrified expression on her brother's face. Negligence can defeat any powerful being. This is the most effective lesson, Pir added. Why does he look like that? Calypso wondered, confused by Bellos's expression. Just then, a hand suddenly shot up from the ground, grabbing her ankle tightly. Calypso froze, looking down. An ambush from underground. Ugh! Bellos rushed over, summoning a stream of water to attack, but it was too late. Calypso's body was yanked down into the earth. Damn it! She gritted her teeth. No! The princess and the maids screamed in horror. Princess! Misa yelled, desperately reaching out. Underground Calypso shut her eyes tightly. Mud waves. Could there be catfish beastmen? Another hand grabbed her other leg. Immediately, a numbing jolt ran down her spine, causing her to sweat from the pain. Electricity, too. No, this is disgusting, but I can't give up. thinking that she stomped down hard on the arm holding her. Shortly after, Calypso's consciousness began to fade into darkness. Is this it? When Calypso opened her eyes again, she heard loud voices around her. Damn it, where did the princess go? The other side is searching carefully, but there's nothing here. Ignoring the chaos around her, she pushed herself up, trying to make sense of the situation. Where am I? Voices echoed from afar. Hurry up and find her. As long as we kill the princess, the mission will be complete. I sense an unusual energy from Pier. Hearing those words, Calypso's expression turned extremely serious. The trees and terrain are quite similar. Based on their words, it seems I haven't been taken too far. If it's a short-range teleportation ability like this, her gaze landed on a corpse not far away. Sure enough, it's a jellyfish beastman, so the attack on the carriage was just a decoy, huh? The ambushers underground are the real attack. The fact that I recognize the existence of the catfish and jellyfish too late indicates that someone with stealth abilities has concealed them. This shows that Uncle and the conservative faction underestimated the beastmen who can control weaker water. This flexible way of thinking definitely isn't Uncle's, she firmly asserted. Clearly, Auntie has had a hand in this. Outside, a sudden argument broke out. One of my teammates is dead. Damn it, it's just a lousy jellyfish? What's the big deal? Seemingly hearing her thoughts, one guy ordered quickly to split up and search, and the group immediately scattered. Did they leave? We have to act. Thinking that Calypso tried to stand up, but as soon as she exerted herself, a sharp pain shot up from her ankle. Ugh, she was sweating from the pain. I can walk slowly, but I can't hold out for long. I need to find a hiding place, a small cave or something. Calypso dragged her weary body forward when suddenly her foot stepped on something soft. She looked down, and in front of her was a strange creature, a small snake with tiny horns on its head. What is this? A snake, she curiously asked, then blurted out, or is it an earthworm? The little snake seemed offended. It angrily hissed strange sounds. I'm sorry for calling you an earthworm. Please be quiet. Calypso hurriedly whispered, there are wicked beings in this forest. They will kill anything they see. You be quiet now. The little snake seemed to understand, and it immediately lowered its voice to let out a soft sound. A snake? She curiously asked, then blurted out, or is it an earthworm? The little snake seemed offended. It angrily hissed strange sounds. I'm sorry for calling you an earthworm. Please be quiet. Calypso hurriedly whispered, there are wicked beings in this forest. They will kill anything they see. You be quiet now. The little snake seemed to understand, and it immediately lowered its voice to let out a soft sound. The little creature fell completely silent. Seeing that it had obediently quieted down, Calypso could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least it understood the situation. She thought to herself, if it wasn't a beast man, then it definitely was a creature with superior intelligence. She gently placed the little snake on the ground, her voice urgent as she instructed, time is running out, so I'll keep it brief. I know you understand me, so listen carefully. This place is about to turn into a battlefield, so hurry and find a safe spot. With that, she turned without hesitation. Now go goodbye. Calypso forced herself to crouch low, skillfully weaving through the dense bushes. Under the dim moonlight, she followed a familiar path leading to a secret bunker. As she pulled aside the vines used for camouflage, a wave of memories suddenly flooded back. She remembered the time she ran away from home and lived in the forest, never expecting to relive this scene at just 3 years old. She glanced to the side where the little snake was still persistently following her. Why do you keep following me? I told you it's very dangerous here. Don't stick with me anymore. From a distance, the voices of her pursuers echoed back. She definitely heard strange noises. A voice rang out. Another one speculated whether the princess had encountered a wild beast, but how could a child move without leaving any traces? It was as if it was used to living in the forest. Hearing this, Calypso slightly smirked, placing her finger in the mouth of the wriggling little snake. Oh, I've lived here for quite a while, she whispered. Anyway, I can't hide forever. Considering the time they spent searching, the time I've moved and gotten here has been quite a while. I wonder if my father will find me. As if sensing her unease, the little snake raised its head, looking at her intently with its dark eyes. Suddenly, a strange noise came from deep within the cave. What was that? Calypso jumped on guard as a wild rabbit suddenly darted past her from the dark corner, running straight outside. She breathed a sigh of relief, just a rabbit, but immediately another thought made her grit her teeth. If they discovered her while she was in here, she would have no way out and had to leave immediately. Deciding in an instant, Calypso dragged her aching body out of the shop. But just then, a sharp scream shattered the night.
Found her, the princess is over there.
Immediately, whispers rose from all sides. This way, hurry up! Damn, that girl moves too fast. The one who seemed to be the leader growled. Everyone fell silent and chased after her. Blocking that way, they had to catch her at all costs. Under the tight encirclement of the assassins, Calypso quickly found herself cornered. She crouched down, a killer's sword whizzed past her hair, with 2 or 3 more coming at her. Without a moment's hesitation, she gathered all her strength to jump and dodge. Cold sweat streamed down her cheeks. Is anyone there? Why hasn't anyone come yet? She gritted her teeth. The sharp pain in her ankle grew more intense. Knowing she couldn't move nimbly anymore, she decided to stop and use words to buy time.
You guys are from the Yan faction of the 3rd branch, right? The catfish tribe, the pineapple, and the balloonfish.
I remember every one of you. Her words made the assassins pause for a moment. What are you waiting for? Kill her.
There's no time left.
One of them snapped. Another hesitated. I know, but what if we approach and make a mistake? Taking the opportunity while they were indecisive, Calypso gently untangled the little snake coiled in her hair, whispering for it to run. The argument among the assassins grew louder. Are you scared of a 3-year-old? Are you serious? Is this the time to argue? Just take care of her. The other reluctantly agreed. All right then. Watching him step closer, Calypso closed her eyes. A wave of regret suddenly surged within her. Well then, if there's a next life, I hope I can meet you again. The Dragon Duke will reunite and mend the relationship with the one I have forgotten, for our destinies are surely intertwined. She leaned back, ready to face death. Just as the cold blade was about to touch her, a streak of bright blue suddenly tore through the air, knocking the dagger away. The hydraulic beam didn't stop there. It pierced straight through the assassin's chest. Huh! His comrades exclaimed in shock. The wounded assassin trembled. Could it be he hadn't finished speaking when other deadly water beams rained down? The screams of agony rang out and then fell silent. Akaf Calypso opened her eyes wide, dazed and unsteady. Amidst the rain of blood, a figure emerged, a guardian in the swirling water, Belos. Looking at his cold face, Calypso knelt to the ground, finally able to catch her breath. Oh my, I almost really died. She looked up and asked, At least we need to get one person back. We need a witness. You don't need to worry about that, Belos replied, his voice devoid of emotion. He stepped forward, standing tall in front of her, his dark gaze looking down. Realizing the hidden killing intent in those eyes, Calypso calmly asked, Are you planning to kill me? She analyzed to herself. This is the perfect moment. If I die here, all the blame could be placed on these strangers. She smiled a defiant smile. Belos, you will regret it if you act here. Do you think my father won't know you are the culprit? Her words struck straight at Belos's fear. The image of Pierre's furious face, along with the words, Then you can die too, flashed in his mind. He stood frozen silence enveloping him. Suddenly, something brushed past Calypso's shoulder. The little snake she just told to run had come back. It slithered in front of her, snorting angrily at Belos. Belos frowned, his expression full of skepticism. This reaction was exactly like Calypso's when she first met it. Is this thing an earthquake snake? Calypso bent down to gently stroke the little snake that was puffing up in dissatisfaction. What the hell is going on? You should apologize to her quickly. She's really mad. She was soothing the little creature while explaining. This might be a type of snake. Belos let out a sigh. His next words made Calypso's heart skip a beat. Are you planning to eat it like a delicacy? What are you talking about? There's no way a whale eats snakes, she gently replied, her hand still petting the little snake. There is, Belos insisted. The two of them kept bickering, completely oblivious to the main dish, trembling in fear. Suddenly, Calypso looked up at Belos, wondering, the killing intent is gone. Has he given up on trying to kill me? At that moment, a bone-chilling wave of killing intent descended from deep within the forest, so thick it was almost tangible. Calypso immediately reached out her hand towards Belos. Hey, grab my hand quickly. What's going on? Belos hesitated. Dad is coming. You can feel it too. Right. Hurry, take my hand. This is a chance to score points. She urged. I still don't understand why we need to score points with that guy. Belos mumbled. Well, it's better than doing nothing. Wow, look at Master's spirit, Calypso exclaimed in her palm. The little snake was sweating in fear. Right after that, a massive whirlpool of water appeared, violently enveloping him. He still had some blood stains on him, making the atmosphere even heavier and more suffocating.
The scene left both Calypso and Bellows speechless. "Anyway, thank you for saving me," Calypso said softly. "You could have just let me die." Bellows was once again taken aback. Calypso continued sincerely, "Actually, I don't hate you at all. Maybe it's because my grandma doesn't understand anymore, but from now on, let's try to get along okay. It might be a bit troublesome, but I'll explain later because I'm not your enemy." As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle stream of water wrapped around her, lifting her softly into the air. He brought her in front of him, his gaze sharp as a knife. He gritted his teeth and called her full name, "Calypso Acquiadello." Calypso jumped trembling as she replied, "Yes, sir. Describe in detail all the places you were injured," he ordered. He coldly glanced at the assassins groaning on the ground. "Because from today, the parts of their bodies that caused you harm will no longer exist. Dad, if we just leave them be, they might die soon anyway." Calypso quickly said, "Why give them an easy death?" He growled, "No way." Calypso forced a smile without any extra words. He swung his hand and his blood-stained water rushed forward, finishing off the remaining ones. The screams echoed throughout the forest and quickly faded into silence. "Please spare me." The final plea sank into quiet. After the massacre, the red-stained water returned to his side. He turned to head back to the carriage. "Master," Calypso whispered, "shouldn't we leave one alive?" "Why?" he asked nonchalantly. "To serve as a witness," she explained. "Not necessary." He replied curtly, then added with a tone full of killing intent, "When we return, I will interrogate each member of the clan. Someone will have to spill." Calypso didn't expect this explanation. Oh my. "I can only say if you take revenge for me like this, I would be very happy." That night, when they returned to the camp, Calypso, Misa, and the other servants were chattering around the campfire. Not far away, he stood quietly beside the carriage, his deep eyes staring into the darkness, seemingly contemplating the horrific events that just occurred. His gaze followed Calypso's small figure, and he noticed her unusual limp. Her leg. He mumbled to himself, memories flooding back. It was the moment he asked her where she was hurt, then hurriedly spun her around to check, causing Calypso to get dizzy and shout, "Master, who checks for injuries by spinning someone around like this?" At that time, she brushed off his worries with a cold remark. "They're all dead. Does anything else even matter?" Even though Calypso said that Pai's anger still hadn't subsided, she was right, they were all dead, he thought, but the rage within me still lingers. In contrast to his heavy mood, Calypso seemed to have forgotten everything, happily playing with Misa. She marveled at the flower crown in Misa's hands. "Wow, Misa, you're really talented." Misa shyly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Seeing that peaceful scene, Pai's heart softened a bit. Well, seeing her happy is good. At the same time, behind the carriage, Bellows was also staring blankly into the void. Pai's thoughts continued to drift, a troublesome journey, a useless companion, and the recent attack. But luckily, everyone seemed fine. He recalled the first time he met Calypso. When she asked him to guide her, he had coldly refused. "I don't like going back the way you came." Their relationship had started off wrong like that. But if I nurture it little by little, who knows, one day it might lead me back to the promise I made to myself. When you're angry, acknowledge me as your father. That might be the relationship they both longed for. "Sir Pai," Bellows' voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "What is it I know which weaknesses the assassins targeted on Lady Calypso?" At that moment, Calypso was buried under a pile of carrots, only able to let out a small, "Oh," Jin teased. "Now the princess can eat carrots deliciously, right?" He chimed in. "Our princess is really something." Bellows reached into his coat and continued, "I can provide evidence of their identities." Among the attackers, one foolish guy had brought the family seal. He pulled out an exquisite seal. "This is something only heirs can possess. It will be very useful." He didn't rush to agree. "What do you want?" Bellows raised 3 fingers. "Just answer my 3 questions honestly, and whenever I want, bring out the sea to prove your oath." With that, he extended his hand. "What do you think?" Bai looked deeply into Bellows' eyes for a moment and then solemnly made the oath. His voice echoed with ancient syllables. The oath concluded, he took the seal and toyed with it in his hand. The agreement was established. "When will you ask the first question? Right now?" Bellows replied. And it wasn't a difficult question. Meanwhile, Calypso was still struggling with a pile of carrots. Someone just said, "Princess, this is the last piece." Calypso pouted and muttered, "You just said the exact same thing." Bellows lowered his voice and got straight to the point. "Sir Pai, have you had any strange dreams lately?" Bai hid his face. I don't understand what dream you're talking about, but I haven't dreamed in over 10 years. Receiving the answer, Bellows simply nodded. Yes, I understand now. Is that all? Bai was surprised. I got the answer I wanted, Bellows replied calmly. On Calypso's side, she was intently watching the little snake. It looked unusually haggard and weak. Why is it suddenly like this, she wondered. Is it hungry? What has it eaten since noon? Snakes must love to eat mice the most. Thinking that she sneaked away, she had to find something for it to eat. Everyone was busy, so it should be fine if I go for a bit. Suddenly, a column of water shot up from somewhere, gently but firmly lifting her into the air. Calypso gasped in surprise. Where do you think you're going? Pai's steady voice rang out. Realizing it was her master, Calypso quickly explained. Master, I was going to find food for this little one. Look, it's exhausted. I think this is the first time I've seen it, Bai commented. Have you two gotten that close already? This little one tried to save me. I can't just leave it, Calypso exclaimed instinctively, gripping the snake tightly in her hands. Bai saw this and secretly worried for the tiny creature. Is it okay to hold it that tightly? If you're tired, I'll go by myself, Calypso insisted. With that leg of yours, Bai interrupted. You know already. Calypso was surprised. If I didn't know, that would be strange, Bai replied. Hearing that Calypso froze, time seemed to stand still. Seeing her reaction, Bai continued, his voice a bit hesitant. In a situation like this, you told me to say it this way. Calypso was bewildered. A huge question mark appeared in her mind. He cleared his throat and awkwardly said, I was very worried, Calypso. The girl was completely stunned, and Bai asked again, is this the right way to do it? His awkward way of speaking made Calypso unconsciously remember her father in the old world and his warm words of concern. My daughter, I've been worried about you a lot. You need to come home before it gets dark, okay? A strange feeling of frustration rose within her. Your ability to learn is really impressive. Master. She gritted her teeth and thought, so I need food for the snake, right? She asked how much was needed. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. No, I'm not hungry. The space fell silent once again. Both Calypso and Pai were stunned. Calypso turned to look at Pai and then down at the snake in her hand, her head spinning. Master, didn't you just say you weren't hungry? She stammered. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything, Bai replied. She looked at the snake curiously. So you can talk. The little snake waved its tail. I'm not hungry. Pausing for a moment, it trembled and continued speaking. Only those with powers related to time can hear my voice. Seeing Calypso's strange expression, Bai stared at her. What's wrong with you? No, nothing at all. Calypso startled. It seemed only she could hear it. She curiously asked, if I can hear you, then are you a half-beast? Maybe so, Bai replied. The snake trembled again. Water. I need a lot of water. Please save me. How much do you need? Calypso panicked. The snake nestled into her ear, whispering something. After hearing it, Calypso gasped loudly, a whole lake of water. As Bai began to create water, he explained, for many complex reasons, I can't create a large amount of water like a lake immediately. We're not near the sea, and this will take a lot of time. Calypso looked at the whirlpool that was gradually forming, deep in thought, when suddenly a memory flashed in her mind. She hurriedly ran toward the carriage, calling out Misa, and then diving into her arms, speaking rapidly. Misa, find a water source. It's an emergency. What? Princess. Misa was confused. What are you suddenly talking about? Because Misa is a half-beast fish, Calypso asserted. Misa was startled. How do you know? Calypso recalled the conversation with the female captain of the mercenary team before. When she asked how they could survive on land, the captain had replied that it was thanks to a member of their team who was very good at finding water sources. That was Misa. Even though she was an incomplete half-beast, Misa's ability to locate water sources was extremely keen. That person further explained that an incomplete half-beast is a mutation that occurs in hybrid creatures. They may not have any special skills or, on the contrary, possess an outstanding talent. Fortunately, Misa belonged to the latter case. The ability to find water sources is a characteristic of half-beasts living in clean water environments like fish. Dear Princess, I am an incomplete beast man. Can someone like me be of any help to you? At this point, Misa's hands couldn't help but tremble, but Calypso quickly took her hand, giving her a steady warmth. What's wrong with that? Calypso looked straight into Misa's eyes, her gaze sincere. I cherish Misa because she is warm, kind, and reliable. The fact that Misa is an incomplete beast man doesn't change any of that. She emphasized each word, her tone resolute. That is the Misa I care about. Hearing those words, Misa lowered her head, her shoulders shaking. When she looked up, her eyes were glistening with tears, but her lips wore a brighter smile than ever. As for the water source, I will try to find it. Looking into Misa's determined eyes, Calypso suddenly felt something strange. Belos's warning from before echoed in her mind. I assure you, wherever the master goes, there will be someone watching. Back then, she had snapped because she didn't understand asking what nonsense he was talking about. Was he so angry that he lost his mind? Belos simply replied, words don't cost money, and I am a living witness. Thanks to Misa's talent, they finally found a vast and clear lake. Bai couldn't hide his surprise. The lady's talent was indeed extraordinary. That's right, Calypso replied proudly. Misa is very skilled. I didn't expect her to be this quick. Bai gently placed Calypso on the ground, speaking in a steady voice. Stop marveling, we have work to do. Oh, right. Calypso suddenly remembered the main task. She hurried to the lake's edge and released the small snake into the water. As soon as it touched the cool water, the snake seemed to awaken its whole body, glowing especially the small horns on its head. Its horns just lit up. Calypso thought in astonishment. Suddenly, the surface of the lake erupted with deafening rumbling sounds, and the water began to swirl, being sucked away at a dizzying speed. The small snake was tilting its neck, gulping down huge amounts of water. Calypso couldn't help but be stunned. Its mouth was moving. Was it really drinking an entire lake? The water kept rushing into the tiny mouth of that creature. After a moment of shock, Misa finally stammered, Princess, what on earth is that? Calypso could only remain silent, thinking, I'm just as curious. A snake drinking water like a fleet of warships. But then anxiety began to invade her mind. It must be drinking too much. What about the other creatures in the lake? Did they just face a disaster falling from the sky? This isn't good. We need to intervene. Determined, she struggled in Bai's arms. What are you doing? Be calm, Bai is holding you back. It's been down there for 30 minutes. We have to do something. The fish in the lake are acting strangely. Before she could finish, the surface of the water began to bubble with large air bubbles. Immediately after, a dark shadow shot up from the water's surface. The small snake that once was now radiated vitality, happily expressing its gratitude. The three of them seemed to be petrified. Calypso was dazed for a moment before clenching her fists, angrily shouting, If you're grateful, then stop drinking water right now. You pig. Princess Misa was completely shocked. At this moment, Calypso suddenly remembered. Oh, only I can hear it speak. Never mind, let's pretend I don't know anything. The snake replied indignantly. I tried to stop. All right, come down here. I don't want to destroy an entire lake just because of you. Yes. The snake sadly slithered into Calypso's palm, asking, Has this body made a mistake? What did I do wrong? You haven't done anything wrong. Calypso softened her tone. Have you had enough water? Hearing that the snake, or rather the little dragon, happily wagged its tail. Well, now I can live for about 3 more months without needing water. That's really lucky. So what exactly are you? When asked about its identity, the little dragon's eyes suddenly sparkled. It puffed out its chest proudly and declared, My name is Thus I am the kin of the great Dragon Duke. 2 days later, the carriage finally arrived in the city. Calypso kept smiling throughout the journey. Are you that happy? Bai asked. Yes, there are so many things to look forward to. Calypso replied cheerfully, but her heart thought otherwise. Of course, I should be happy, because this child is the kin of the Dragon Duke. She recalled their conversation that night. Please explain in more detail, she requested. You want me to explain in more detail? Thus pretended to ponder before recounting. The Dragon Duke used his power to create me. I am his only kin. There is a special bond between us. In other words, a kin like me will be absolutely loyal, and the master that is the Duke has the responsibility to protect my life. Thus spoke with pride. Although Calypso knew nothing about that Dragon Duke, she could sense its admiration. Then she returned to the main question, So why were you alone in the forest? Thus immediately looked dejected. Calypso had to change the subject. All right then, first I will take you to the Dragon Castle. Really? Thus exclaimed joyfully. Back in reality, Calypso was still engrossed in her plans. I still don't know why Thus was left behind, but thanks to that, I have an excuse to meet the Dragon Duke privately. If I bring this child to him, he will definitely have a good impression. This is a golden opportunity to build a relationship, whether it's exchanging information or friendship is fine. Thinking of the bright prospect, she unconsciously hummed a tune.
Suddenly, Bellows, sitting across from her, jolted, his expression changing abruptly. "Where did you hear that song?" Bellows hurriedly asked. Calypso pondered. "I can't say. This is a song that my subordinate from my previous life used to sing." She remembered when the captain teased her, asking if she was bored. "Master, don't lie. You're humming along too. From someone I once knew. My subordinate from my previous life used to sing." She remembered when the captain teased her, asking if she was bored. "Master, don't lie. You're humming along too. From someone I once knew," she replied casually. Bellows was startled again. "What's wrong? Are you annoyed?" Calypso asked. "No, it's nothing." Receiving such a vague answer, Calypso was so angry that she tightened her grip on the cutting board, nearly choking it. "Nothing, and you're reacting like that," she scolded silently. Just then, Bai spoke up. "Calypso, I forgot to tell you this. This year's Dragon Festival is a bit special." "Special?" "Yes, the royal family will only come on the last day of the festival. Wasn't it usually like that?" Calypso was confused. Normally, they would arrive in the middle of the festival and stay until the end. Because of this change, the family responsible for reading the opening speech this year will be the Paterian Dukedom. The name Paterian struck Calypso like a bolt of lightning. The Black Duke family? A power only second to the royal family, and also where the main characters from the original story appeared. Painful memories flooded back. She recalled the stinging slap and the cold shout of that man. "Get lost. I absolutely despise the fact that you are my fiancé." That was the family that bought her to be engaged in her past life. She clenched her teeth, anger flaring up in her chest. No matter how many times she was reborn, this grudge would never fade. Bai noticed the expression on her face, but he just silently looked out the window. "And I have some good news." "What is it?" Calypso turned back, trying to suppress her emotions. "Finally, we have arrived in the City of Dragons." Just then, the cutting board in her hand suddenly beeped. The Duke was approaching. "He is calling thus. Wait a moment, we will be there soon." Calypso reassured it, thus mumbled his voice full of pride. The Duke is someone who can't even hold the meaning without the cutting board by his side. "So why would you leave a master like that?" Calypso asked back, hitting the sore spot. This time, tears rolled down Thus's small face. Calypso gently hugged, Thus sighed softly. "Come on," she whispered, "we will know soon enough." Whether this little creature wants it or not, the majestic gates of the dragon castle were slowly opening, welcoming them. In that moment, Calypso made a firm resolution. "I will definitely bring you back to the Dragon Duke." Inside the castle, an old butler with a fake cheerful smile was waiting. "You must have had a tough journey," he said in a voice as sweet as honey. "However, there have been many esteemed guests arriving earlier, so I'm not sure if there are any rooms available." The old man bowed low, both to hide his smug smile and to subtly refuse. "Please forgive us." Just arrived and already throwing down the gauntlet, Calypso thought her mind, quickly analyzing the situation. The rivalry between land beastmen and water beastmen had been simmering for a long time. No one remembered when it started. The tension peaked during a summit where anger and disgust were the main themes. That chaos only ended when Yukila A, her grandmother, appeared. She became the head of the family after staining her hands with the blood of her own siblings, a woman who was extremely warlike. By sheer force, she silenced the meeting, leaving the land beastmen in fear. In stark contrast, B and A Dilo Chow lived a very quiet life compared to his notorious strength. Bellows glanced quickly at Pai, filled with doubt. Could someone like that remain calm in the face of such blatant discrimination? As the old butler repeated the old refrain, his tone even more condescending. "Many esteemed guests arrived earlier. I don't know if there are any rooms left. Please forgive us." What he meant was that we can't stay here. Bai coldly asked back, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Huh, what we can't stay?" Calypso exclaimed in surprise. Playing the perfect role, she had been busy comforting Thus, who was trembling. "Calypso, I don't like the people here hide me. That's why I'm just now noticing this shocking matter. We can't stay in the castle." "Absolutely not." Thinking that Calypso tugged at Bai's sleeve, sweetly calling Du Kong Tra, Bai leaned down, his gaze gentle. "What's wrong, dear?" Calypso looked up, her eyes sparkling as if holding 1,000 stars. "Why, we really can't sleep in the dragon castle, is that true?" "Dad, that's how it is," Bai replied tersely. "Huh." Calypso pretended to choke up, feeling wronged, even while still looking down. The old butler couldn't hide his triumph. "Ha, absolutely cannot let them stay here," he sneered. "The stinking fish. What right do you have to set foot in the noble dragon castle, I mean? There is no room for you, and if they protest, I just need to pretend to be awkward and then offer a shabby room. Thinking that he smirked in a contemptuous manner. Without warning, Bai kicked a shadow, darted past the old butler's body, flew up into the air like a puppet with its strings cut, then crashed hard against the staircase railing with a dry thud. Calypso was stunned. Bellows stood beside, casually mocking. Fighting won't earn you any extra money, huh? Get out of the way. Bai growled, his eyes cold as ice. If we keep fighting, we will eventually get a room. The old butler finally knew fear, his whole body trembling. Hydraulic, I'm dead. I'm really dead. If you die like this, who will lead the way? Bai said, his voice flat but full of threat. Or should I let you taste the flavor of being close to death? Just as the old man opened his mouth, a whip of clear water struck with terrifying speed. It grazed his ear, leaving a small streak of blood, then embedded deep into the wooden pillar behind. The fine hairs all over the old butler stood on end. That is a predator. He bowed his head to the floor, his voice trembling like a dried fish. I'm sorry, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Bai raised an eyebrow. Countless streams of water began to gather around him. How do you plan to apologize for that? Best I will take you to the best room, the old man shouted. Then take us to the room closest to the Dragon Duke. Calypso quickly seized the opportunity. The Dragon Duke isn't at this castle. Belos explained. He lives in his own castle. Oh, really? Calypso felt a bit disappointed. Please, I'm really sorry. The old butler kept begging. Another water column immediately wrapped around him, lifting him into the air. Still no compensation, Bai asked coldly. Let me ask again, what are you planning to apologize with? Bell thought to himself. Wow, I've had to endure this kind of rage so many times already. Luckily, I'm still alive. Is the Dragon Duke's castle really such a terrible place for its guests? Bai turned back, tightening the water fist around the butler. Ugh, sorry, it's not an apology, Bai interrupted. It's compensation. What do you want? He sniffled. Bai turned to his daughter. Go ahead and say what you want. Calypso hesitated. Could it be that Dad made such a big deal because of me? Her heart suddenly raced, a warm, tingling sensation spreading throughout her chest. She smiled brightly. Dad, I want to meet the Dragon Duke. Hearing that request, the butler jumped in shock. Not that. A glare from Bai was enough to make him swallow his refusal. No, I'm sorry. We also have questions to ask. If you still value your life. Bai cut in, then answer carefully tomorrow. Yes. The butler replied loudly and clearly. Now take us to our room. Then can you let me down, please? Standing in the luxurious room looking outside, Calypso couldn't help but marvel. So beautiful. She stepped out onto the balcony to let the cool breeze caress her hair. If I came here alone as the dragon's bride, I definitely would never get to stay in a room like this. The Dragon's Bride is just a pretty title. In reality, it's almost like a sacrificial offering. The girls chosen before, none survived more than a few years. What did they have to go through? Calypso wondered. All the records were very vague, only stopping at the part where the bride met the Dragon Duke and then ended. In the original story, the Dragon Duke is a character that the female lead greatly respects. What could someone like that have done to those brides? If I had known this beforehand, I would have paid more attention to read carefully. She thought of thus. The information is still too little. Later when I go out, I have to ask thus about the exact location of the Duke. But there's one problem. She tightened her fists, angrily scolding Tam. Bellows kept staring at me. This room is too stuffy, damn it. What is this feeling? Deja vu. She glanced at Bellows. He was still staring at her without blinking. What's wrong with this guy? The more Calypso looked, the more she disliked him. Dad, why aren't you here right now? Before leaving, Bai had said, I will be out for a while, you stay here quietly. He even promised that he would make it so she could go anywhere without worrying about the gaze of others. The land beasts are just a bunch of weaklings. Calypso thought, can Dad really do that? Unable to take it anymore, she turned to Bellows and said directly, say what you want. I'm listening. I was just thinking. Bellows replied, his voice deep and hoarse. Thinking about if that day in the forest I wasn't close to death, would I have enough strength to handle you? No, Calypso replied firmly without hesitation. Yes, she thought, I know he would be troubled about that. Calypso looked straight into Bellows's eyes. Her voice hardened. Unless you're stronger than Dad, don't expect to have a way out. But first, I have a question. She paused, her gaze probing.
Why are you so determined to follow me? That question pulled Bellows back to the memory of the day he requested to accompany her. The old butler looked at him, both surprised and skeptical. Young master, arranging the trip isn't difficult, she said. But why do you want to go with the young lady? Looking back, the reason he gave back then was indeed forced and hard to believe, but Bellows just smiled a smile he believed was the most sincere, because I want to be closer to my sister. Calypso's reaction was a skeptical sigh. Are you kidding me? If you don't want to answer, just say so. Why make up such a ridiculous reason? The space seemed to freeze. Bellows unconsciously rubbed the back of his neck. That was really all he could think of at that moment. No way out, huh? He smirked, a half-hearted smile appearing on his lips. All right, I'll think of another reason. A reason that you can accept. Is this guy obsessed with me? Calypso thought, an uneasy feeling creeping into her heart. But why is it that our kind, the strongest emotions, are forged through battles? Joy and happiness arise from enjoying an equal confrontation. Anger and resentment come from defeat. Despair and sadness only appear when facing an unbeatable enemy. Loyalty and worship are reserved for the absolutely stronger. But the problem is that in the previous life, Bellows surrendered. The relationship between me and him doesn't fit any of the above cases. The memory of the previous life suddenly surged back. Bellows, the one who is always calm and rational. After surrendering, he told her, I know you doubt my loyalty. You think it's ridiculous that I became your subordinate, right? At that time, she just snapped, Brother, if you know that, then act properly. To prove it, Bellows snatched the documents from her hand. I'll take on this mission. You're worried because it's dangerous, right? They were always overly obsessed with those they cared about. What Bellows should focus on in this life is the position of the head of the family, not a member about to leave like me. This time, I will definitely leave this world to return to my real family. Calypso raised her head, her voice resolute. Don't worry about me anymore. When the right time comes, I will disappear. What are you talking about? Belos's voice turned noticeably cold. As I said, she replied clearly, I will disappear. Seeing him still staring at her, she decided to clarify her plan to completely cut off his attention. Listen carefully, Bellows. After the Dragon Festival ends, I will no longer be here. Bellows was stunned. What about the position of the head of the family? I will not become the head of the family. Calypso replied nonchalantly. What? She ended the conversation with a line that nearly knitted Bellos's brows together. You just do your thing. But he remained stubborn. What about you? Oh my, that look. Calypso helplessly thought, but she chose to remain silent. The room fell into tense silence. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Recognizing who just entered, Calypso joyfully exclaimed, Master, you came here quickly. Bellows said nothing, coldly turning and walking away. The sound of the door slamming echoed throughout the room. Is he angry because things aren't going his way? Calypso wondered. After all, he is the most promising candidate for the position of head of the family. It seems hard to ask him to take care of Asenro, Luca, and Luba now. While she was still thinking, Bai spoke up, his face serious. There's bad news. What is it? Calypso immediately asked. I heard that this year's Dragon Festival might not be held. The unexpected news made Calypso jump up. What happened while you were out teaching those beastmen on land? Mai looked a bit guilty. I didn't say I would go to fight them, just to give them a good lesson and then come back. He hurriedly corrected. And I said this is just a rumor, nothing has been confirmed yet. But where there's smoke, there's fire, Calypso retorted. What's the reason? Why isn't it being held? AB slowly listed various rumors. Some said the Dragon Duke was seriously ill, while others claimed the royal family couldn't attend. Then the Peterin family voiced their objections. In short, there was no clear reason at all. Calypso concluded in her mind, pulling on her master's sleeve. Let's go to the dining room. I need to hear directly what they're discussing. On the way, Calypso whispered into the fabric bag hanging at her side. Thus, do you know anything about the festival? From inside, an innocent voice replied, What's a festival? Calypso felt a bit helpless. Bai bent down to look at the bag. Clearly, it was still an immature creature. How could it know anything? She peeked inside the bag, seeing it curled up dejectedly, and said, That's true. This little one doesn't know anything. We need to quickly take it back to the Duke. At the same time, thus was lost in his own thoughts. I left the castle for the Duke, but ended up failing miserably, almost losing my life. Having failed, I need to return quickly, but I can't just go to the Duke myself. I want to ask Calypso for help, but she looks too weak. To reach the Dragon Duke's residence, I need to be really strong. 20 minutes later, at a dilapidated restaurant, the scene was devastated, as if it had just gone through a battle. Calypso stood in the middle of the room, brushing off her hands. To explain why things turned out this way, we need to go back a bit. On the way to the dining room, she had asked Bai, "Master, how can we eavesdrop there? They hate us so much." Bai confidently replied, "Don't worry, I have a way." His way was to lead her straight to a restaurant famously known as a gathering place for the beastmen on land. As soon as they entered, a servant loudly announced, "Lord Pai Aquasdo and the lady of the Orca whale family, Aquasdello, have arrived." The atmosphere in the restaurant immediately dropped. An eerie silence enveloped before a fox beastman spoke up. "What's this? Where's that fishy smell coming from?" Immediately, contemptuous whispers rose everywhere. "The Dragon Festival is about to be polluted by the seawater. We need to ban those rude ones who only know how to dig for clams on the beach from coming inland." Before the beastman's words could finish, a water sphere sealed his mouth, and everything quickly escalated into a brawl. "Of course, we were just defending ourselves," Calypso mumbled to herself, walking over to the fox beastman, who was sprawled out. She wore a sweet yet deadly smile. "Hey, Fox," she said, then stepped on his hand. "Ah, if you don't want to lose a finger," Calypso still kept her friendly smile and said clearly. The fox gritted his teeth. "Huh, you damn fish." Calypso applied more pressure. "Ah, okay. There's a rumor that the Dragon Festival won't be held. Do you know anything about it? You should ask the servants about that," he snapped. Calypso pressed her heel down. "Uncle Fox, if this continues, your whole hand will be crushed." He took a cold breath. I don't know for sure. I just heard that the Dragon Duke doesn't want to hold the festival anymore. There's a rumor he's seriously ill." From inside Calypso's fabric bag, Thus's voice rang out, only she could hear, "Lie." Calypso paused. "A lie." The fox continued, his voice trembling. "The Dragon Duke is just a tyrant who wants to dominate everything. That's also a lie." Furious, looking into the fearful eyes of the beastman, Calypso realized something. He didn't seem to be lying, so there was only one possibility: the rumors he knew were false. Someone was intentionally spreading them. In the midst of this, a cold sneer echoed from a dark corner of the room. From the shadows, a beastman as large as a black bear let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. "Ha ha! It seems this year there are useful ones among the sea creatures." "Oh, it's a black bear beastman," Calypso thought to herself, her gaze turning cold. Even after such a miserable defeat, he can still be so arrogant. The black bear paid her no mind, his challenging gaze aimed straight at Lady Bai Aquasdo. "I've heard your name for a long time, they say. You're as strong as Ukila Aquasdo, but if you encounter the black leopards of the Parian Duke's family, you only have failure ahead of you." Calypso stepped forward, her tone both innocent and provocative. "Master, are you really going to let the loser ramble on forever? They need to know their place." A smile briefly appeared on Pai's lips. "My daughter is right." He simply waved his hand, and an invisible hydraulic force shot out, knocking the black bear down in an instant. Watching his soul slowly fade away, Calypso sank into her own thoughts. If this is what I have to face every day as the dragon's bride, then the plan to corner the Duke seems more and more feasible. Just as she was feeling pleased, Thus's urgent voice echoed in her head. "Calypso, help me. Take me to the Duke." After the commotion at the restaurant, Calypso returned to her room. As soon as Thus was released from the cloth bag, he immediately asked, "Can we go tonight?" Calypso rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. "Sure, but can I ask you something?" "Anything," Thus replied without hesitation. "Can we communicate telepathically like you do?" she asked, while poking Thus's small head with her finger. "I don't want my father to overhear our conversation." Thus cheerfully replied, "Of course, since Calypso can hear my voice, you can do it too." Calypso closed her eyes, focused her thoughts, and transmitted them to Thus. "Like this, can you hear me?" Thus squinted his eyes in delight. "I can hear Calypso so well." "Of course I'm smart," she replied proudly. "Wait, when we were underwater, I used hydraulics to communicate with the beastmen. Is it possible that besides creating water, I can do everything?" While Calypso was still pondering, Thus suddenly jolted, his small eyes directed at the window, filled with worry and urgency. "The Duke is calling Thus. Duke, I miss you. I want to see you." Calypso gently stroked him to comfort him. "It's okay, don't cry, just tell me and I'll help you." She wondered what had happened to the Dragon Duke. Thus replied telepathically, his voice filled with anxiety. "Thus needs a very strong beastman. The Duke's residence is heavily guarded." Heavily guarded. Why would strength be needed? The guards watching the Duke are very powerful. You have to get past them to meet him. The Dragon Duke is being monitored. Calypso was shocked. Why? Thus continued. At first I thought Calypso was weak, but that's not true. You're very strong. Calypso broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Did you think I was weak when we first met? Is that why you rushed out to protect me? Yes. Thus admitted straightforwardly. Calypso grabbed Thus's small body and shook him back and forth. Hey, you're such a brat. I saved you. Thus was shaken to the point of dizziness. Ugh. After a moment, Calypso stopped and began her interrogation. All right, answer me. Why is the Dragon Duke being monitored? If you care about him so much, why are you wandering alone in the forest? Why doesn't he come to find you himself? And why didn't you ask the people in this castle for help from the start? Faced with a barrage of questions, Thus replied gloomily. Thus can't say more here. The atmosphere in the room became silent. Calypso leaned back on the bed, her thoughts swirling in her mind. Indeed, Thus's story and the rumors outside are completely different. Even with the master here, I don't believe those hostile servants will tell the truth. I have no choice but to go verify it myself. Thinking this, she sat up straight. We're going tonight. Thus cheered excitedly. Really awesome. Thank you. I really like Calypso. All right, do you know the way? Yes. Great. Calypso jumped off the bed. I have something important to discuss with my father. I'll be back shortly. Just as she opened the door, Thus suddenly called out, Calypso, be careful. Calypso smiled. Okay. The hallway was wide and quiet. Calypso stopped in front of Pai's room. Just as she raised her hand to knock, a warm voice came from inside. I'm not locking the door. The door opened automatically. Bai was sitting by the window, his silent back facing outside. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, the night breeze blowing in, causing her hair to flutter gently. Suddenly, a soft stream of water like silk reached out gently, lifting Calypso's body into the air. During the family meeting, I realized something. Bai set his gaze deep. For a long time, among those praised for their beauty, you are still the most radiant. Calypso instinctively blushed. I didn't expect to hear this from my master. They say fathers often dote on their daughters. Maybe this is just normal. The master is really trying hard to fulfill the role of a father. She thought to herself, normally would someone like you keep your promises? Bai replied, I'm not sure. What do you mean, if you had to express it more clearly? He said with a rare smile sparkling in his eyes. At this moment, I feel very happy. Calypso was stunned. Is that why you always act indifferent, not like someone ready to disappear at any moment? She asked cautiously. Can't you feel that joy with Asenro too? Bai stroked his chin, his expression extremely serious. If the third child is as strong as you, with a personality and soul like yours, then perhaps it would be okay. Calypso sighed. Why do you have to say it so long-winded that if it's not me, then it can't be? What about Belos? In terms of strength, he might even surpass me. Immediately, Bai frowned, his displeasure evident. That brat won't do. He's too much like me. Don't talk about him anymore. Seeing this, Calypso became excited. The master is frowning. You seem upset, which surprises me. The Dragon City is completely different from our territory in Aqua. Besides the main mansion, there are no buildings this tall. She suddenly paused. Strange, I should have gotten straight to the point, right? Why am I beating around the bush like this? Taking a deep breath, Miss Ha made up her mind. Master, I like this city. You should go back alone. The expression on his face froze, frowning, pretending not to understand. You mean you want to live with me here? Calypso was confused. That's not what I meant. He ignored her embarrassment and continued speaking naturally. I just found out you like high places. But I didn't expect it to be to this extent. If we live here, we definitely need someone to escort us. Hiring mercenaries or going to the guard village to find someone wouldn't be bad either. Calypso was flustered. No, wait, did you misunderstand, Master? I said you should go alone. B firmly rejected Calypso's suggestion, his voice deepening. If we stay together, Belos will have to return alone. The prospect of Belos wandering back alone made Calypso helplessly sigh. No, how could Dad interpret it like that? She hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. The urgency was clear in P's eyes as he pressed her. Are you saying you want me to leave you here alone, among all these mainland people? Do you know how scary they are? The invisible pressure radiating from him made Calypso frown. This was the true power of her father, an authority that was not inferior to her grandmother, she thought. Don't say such unreasonable things anymore. B growled. A strange feeling crept into Calypso's heart, making her question herself. What is this feeling? It feels like competition, but lacks the possessive ambition, like her grandmother. Instead, it was an unspoken affirmation that her father would never let go, bringing an unbelievable sense of safety. Anger flared up, swept everything off the table to the ground with a crash. His voice was choppy with rising emotions. You asked me to be your father. For you, it might just be an easy statement, but for me, it's not. From now on, your task is to be protected and trained by me. You just need to grow up the way you want, and that will be enough. He gently patted her head. Calypso's heart skipped a beat. What a possessive and complex feeling, she thought, but ironically, she didn't hate it at all. Seeing his daughter's expression, B asked gently, You look so tired, is it because of the trip? Calypso silently looked at him, her thoughts from her past life swirling. Master, do you know, if in my past life, you were the father who loved me since I was born, I wouldn't have let you go because of illness. Suppressing her feelings, she looked up and smiled. Master, please take care of me in the future. B slightly tilted his head in response. All right, from now on, think about how to improve every day. I'm sorry, Master, I've wasted 60 years of my life just because of an obsession. The memories of the old world surged back in her mind once more. That night, a small shadow swiftly darted out from the castle window. The figure lightly clung to a branch to slow down and then performed a graceful somersault before landing softly like a leaf. Calypso, in a cloak and a child's belt holding a dagger of the same size, turned to ask, Thus you mean west, right? That's right, but we have to run very far for a long time. Thus replied. Calypso smiled confidently. Yeah, thus tilted his little head in confusion. Hold on tight. Calypso finished speaking. Her small feet immediately darted off like an arrow. Caught off guard, thus could only scream in surprise. After moving at breakneck speed, Calypso stopped. Before her was a desolate cliff of the true wild bird path. She wondered, the Dragon Duke lives in a place like this. It's completely different from what Bellos described. She lowered her voice and asked, How do we get in from here? Still trembling from exhaustion, the whispered, Calypso must be absolutely silent from now on. Immediately, Calypso widened her eyes quickly, huddling into a dense bush, her gaze fixed on the cliff. Suddenly, the surface of the wall began to twist and contort strangely. The stone seemed to melt, changing from a dull gray to a human skin color, and then a green-haired guy stepped out from there. A figure suddenly appeared from the wall. Calypso was astonished. It was definitely a chameleon beast man. According to the mainland military system, this species has low combat power, usually moves in groups, and their teammates are always formidable carnivores. The chameleon lightly tapped the cliff, mumbling, It's really quiet here. Just then, another figure appeared right next to him. It was a woman. She was rubbing her neck while complaining. Oh, come on, Border Patrol. This isn't a mission for me, right? Really? Lying in the bushes, Calypso gritted her teeth. Hyena, why does such a prestigious Beastman clan have to do this job? The light brown hair with black spots and the pure black fur around her ears was unmistakable. The hyena is one of the 5 most influential clans on the mainland. They would never be At this moment, Haura, the hyena girl, was still complaining. Our clan is being accompanied by the chameleon. That's right. A few days ago, I even saw people from the Patan clan coming to supervise too. Even the Black Panther came. Haura looked bored. They were dispatched here too. Calypso was startled. Thus his words echoed in her mind. Thus needed a strong beast man to reach the Duke's residence. She suddenly realized perhaps this was the reason Thus said that. The chameleon curiously asked, By the way, Miss Haura, is the Dragon Festival really not being held this year? Haura helplessly spread her arms. Just look at the situation. Do you think it will be held? The distinguished guest will have to leave empty-handed. The royal family has detained and monitored the Dragon Duke, while outside they built a fake castle to deceive the public. Well, we just have to endure a little longer. Oh, isn't it going to be long? The chameleon looked admiring. That's right. Haura replied, her voice full of confidence. Then we just have to endure a little longer. Oh, isn't it almost time? The chameleon expressed admiration. That's right. Haura replied, her voice full of confidence. The Dragon Duke is about to die. The successor we are about to meet will be a reincarnation. This is my mother's speculation. As the clan leader, it is completely trustworthy. Now let's go check over there. Thank you for this great information. As the footsteps faded away, Calypso gently comforted, thus, Calm down, that we are here to save the Duke. This is the time for you to be strong. Ath was still sniffling, and after a moment he quietly said, Thank you, Calypso. All right, if you're okay, then let's go. Saying that, she led Thus to sneak inside. Once they were safe, she couldn't help but wonder. You said that once we get past the outer ring, there won't be any guards, right? That's right, there won't be anyone in here. Thus's answer made Calypso even more suspicious. The security is too lax. Although I could handle the two from earlier, that wouldn't be a wise choice. Killing them would cause a huge mess, and just knocking them out with this body, I would be the first suspect. It's best to go in quietly. But why are there no guards inside? Wouldn't that allow the Dragon Duke to escape easily? She lowered her voice and asked, what exactly happened to the Duke? You still can't say. Thus replied sadly, I was just born not long ago, but since I arrived, the royal beasts have been there. In short, you don't really know, do you? Calypso sighed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps nearby startled her, and she hurriedly looked for a hiding spot. She noticed a maid walking by, trembling all over. Why is she so scared? This way leads to the Duke's room. Hurry and follow her, she whispered. Calypso stealthily followed. Under her gaze, the maid suddenly stopped grabbing a bell rope and pulling it hard. Ding, ding, ding! Just as the bell rang, a whirlwind suddenly erupted from deep within the room. Calypso quickly raised her hand to cover her face, horrified, thinking, what is this? It's like the hydraulic torture method over there. Ah! The maid let out a shriek and panickedly ran away. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds erupted from inside, leaving Calypso stunned. A terrifying hypothesis flashed in her mind. The royal family ordered confinement and surveillance. The security inside is lax, and the maid is extremely frightened. And now this whirlwind. Could it be that the reason the Dragon Duke is imprisoned is because he has lost control of his power? Shaking off all hesitation, Calypso gripped the doorknob as if seeking support, turning back to, thus her voice firm. I want to ask a question, and you must answer honestly. Her gaze was sharp. The Dragon Duke is losing control, isn't he? Thus hesitated. No, he is completely normal. Just as she finished speaking, the door Calypso was leaning against suddenly swung open, causing her heart to skip a beat. It wasn't me who opened it. A huge shadow slowly loomed over her, terror rising in Calypso's heart. How terrifying if the shadow is this big. How massive must the true form be? However, when the owner of the shadow appeared, she was taken aback. The figure was not as enormous as she had imagined. Calypso stroked her chin, guessing. Is this rage because the plate of food was spilled? Perhaps it's just a child's reaction. The moment the Dragon Duke bent down to pick up the food, Calypso stepped out of her hiding spot and firmly grabbed his arm. Watching the juice from the tomato running down, the sour smell unpleasantly filled her nose. She silently affirmed clearly, the food has gone bad. I recognized this flavor immediately. I had tasted it when I was sold to the Black Panther clan. Calypso gritted her teeth. Put it down, that food is spoiled. As soon as she said that, she suddenly jolted when she caught the Dragon Duke's grim expression. Damn, I forgot to use honorifics. Suddenly, the boy looked up. Though his face was much younger, the familiar features had hardly changed, awakening a fragment of memory in Calypso. But this situation was far from what I had anticipated. The disjointed pieces suddenly clicked together in her mind. The shabby living conditions were completely different from the rumors, the confinement and surveillance by the royal family, and the deliberately spoiled meals. Hara's words echoed like a malicious prophecy. The current Dragon Duke will soon die. Calypso bit her lip tightly. Could it be that the Dragon Duke is being slowly killed right here? Why? She quickly shook her head, calming herself. No, calm down. I still don't know for sure. Shoving aside the chaotic speculations, she spoke as gently as possible to the dazed boy in front of her. You are the Dragon Duke, right? I'm not your enemy. I just want to talk to you for a bit. In response, there was absolute silence. Hello? Calypso tried again and turned to the snake sobbing on her shoulder. Hey, stop crying! Do something! Completely ignored, she angrily scolded this useless snake. But surprisingly, right after that, the Dragon Duke whispered a single word. Thief. Calypso quickly seized the opportunity. That's right. I brought your loved ones here. Let's talk for a while, okay? The boy looked confused and asked back. Talk? What does talking mean? Calypso, flustered, helped him up while speaking like an older sister. Yes, that's talking. Stand up straight. Oh my, I told you to throw that rotten tomato away. Sitting on the floor like this will dirty your clothes. Stand still so I can dust you off. She took his hand, pulling him toward the room. After all, we don't know when someone will come. It's safer to talk inside. The door slammed shut behind them, revealing a dilapidated space. Desolate Thus's sobs still echoed. Calypso began to feel a headache. How long is he going to cry? Damn snake, I told you to be strong. The trembled as he spoke to his master. Dear Duke, I'm sorry. Calypso quietly observed the boy. He truly showed no reaction at all. You damn snake, I told you to be strong. Thus trembled as he spoke to his master. Dear Duke, I'm sorry. Calypso quietly observed the boy, truly showing no reaction at all. She spoke up. Well, dear Duke, Thus's crying is still melodious, which annoys me. Never mind, I just want to have a casual chat. You should wipe your loved one's tears quickly. He has cried a lot because he misses you. The Dragon Duke remained still like a statue. No, Calypso thought this character shouldn't be like this. The polite Duke who used to enjoy tea with the heroine has disappeared. In this state, communication is impossible. Out of options, she had to call on the snake she just scolded. Thus explained quickly. After a moment, having heard Thus's explanation, Calypso exclaimed in astonishment, So you mean the Dragon Duke's mind is no different from that of a newborn baby? Thus stammered, yes, but our Duke is still very good at using a spoon. Calypso bluntly splashed cold water on him. Excuse me, but in the killer whale family at his age, I was already sitting in family meetings. You pondered, stroking your chin. In short, the Dragon Duke currently only has a developed body while his mind is empty. Since dragons are born naturally without parents, they need to be taught everything. But the caretakers only teach him the most basic things for survival, completely neglecting emotions or knowledge. Looking at the boy's expressionless face, Calypso suddenly realized that he wasn't ignoring her. He just didn't know how to respond. She lowered her voice, her question filled with resentment. Why did anyone push things to this extent? Thus tilted his head. Thus has heard many things from outside, but doesn't fully understand. It's okay. Just tell me, and I will piece them together. And thus began to recount a story tinged with tragedy. The lion once said, we must engrave fear. Hundreds of years ago, the wrath of dragons nearly destroyed the empire. That fear became the guiding principle. All newborn dragons are carefully controlled. They are not considered royal members, but rather emotionless weapons for easy manipulation. Weapons do not need to be taught. If there are any problems, just let them die. Then a new Dragon Duke will be born and raised in the same way. Hearing this, a painful memory flooded Calypso's mind. The bright laughter of someone still echoed in her ears. Her fiancé. Yes, in a sarcastic way, what the Bentorian family is raising is just a puppet. So that's how it is. Calypso thought to herself, Dragon Duke, I thought it would be very hard to meet you in this life, but it turns out your circumstances are no different from mine. She suddenly asked thus about being discovered outside the castle, thus looked dejected. Yes, I went out to find help. Though I almost died, I was lucky to meet Calypso. Those words made Calypso clench her fists. Hey, She probed whether the Dragon Duke could use powers that transcend space and time. Yes, he can go anywhere at any time. Calypso's fists tightened even more. So can he use that power right now? Even if it means being called ruthless, I have to confirm this. She told herself, blind pity will only bring unease. A solid guarantee is needed. Thus replied frankly, no, he cannot use it because he hasn't learned anything. So that means when he grows up, he can write. Yes, that's right. Thus nodded, a light feeling of irony creeping into Calypso's heart. So we can establish a mutually beneficial relationship. She turned her face away. All right, the most important thing has been confirmed. Suddenly, her hand was gently pulled by another hand. The Dragon Duke was mimicking her earlier hand-clenching action. Calypso was surprised. Is he mimicking my actions? That's amazing. This is an effort to survive. A gentle smile blossomed on Calypso's lips. She lowered her voice and asked, What is your name? The Dragon Duke tilted his head innocently, repeating, What is your name? I am Calypso. Aquado. The Dragon Duke patiently repeated, his voice naive like a child learning new words. It's Calypso Aquadelo. Calypso smiled gently, extending her other hand. That's right, she affirmed. My name is Calypso Akiao. Oh, I see. The Dragon Duke mumbled, seemingly engraving that name into his memory. Seeing he understood, joy spread in Calypso's heart. Yes, I am Calypso. The Dragon Duke's gaze was fixed on her as if he wanted to imprint every feature of her face into his memory as Calypso. Suddenly, Calypso turned to the bird, thus perched nearby. Thus, what do you think of me? Thus affectionately rubbed his small head against her hand, his voice chirping happily. I like Calypso. Calypso is a kind beast man. Calypso's smile grew even brighter. Really then, please hand the Duke over to me. She looked straight at, thus her gaze sincere. I'm sorry, but here the Dragon Duke won't be able to learn anything. If he comes to my home, I guarantee he will be well fed and rested. I will personally take care of him with great care. Saying that, she extended her hand towards the Dragon Duke, a formal offer. Come with me, Dragon Duke. Let's make a deal. I will show you the vast world out there, and you can make your own choice. Until you can act freely as you wish, please take me back home. In a luxurious room, B sat quietly gazing out the window, piercing through the dense forest, as if he could see through everything. At the same time, the Dragon Duke's hand gently squeezed Calypso's hand, a silent agreement. Her smile shone brightly. Great, we will go to Aquato together. After receiving the agreement, Calypso suddenly realized the harsh reality. She looked around anxiously, but it would be hard to do it alone. Even if she was lucky enough to bring the Dragon Duke back, she couldn't explain it to her father and that guy, Bellows. Then a thought flashed. Please take me back home. In a luxurious room, he sat quietly gazing out the window, piercing through the dense forest, as if he could see through everything. At the same time, the Dragon Duke's hand gently squeezed Calypso's hand. A silent agreement. Her smile shone brightly. Great, we will go to Aquato together. After receiving the agreement, Calypso suddenly realized the harsh reality. She looked around anxiously, but it would be hard to do it alone. Even if she was lucky enough to bring the Dragon Duke back, she couldn't explain it to her father and that guy, Bellows. Then a thought flashed. She turned back to look at the Dragon Duke. If I use telepathy near this building, can you hear me? Thus quickly replied, perched on his shoulder. Of course, this is dragon territory, so thus can sense Calypso's presence very clearly. Hearing this, Calypso let out a sigh of relief. Great then, I will come back tomorrow, and I will prepare everything to take you, Duke, along. Thus his sparkling eyes widened with anticipation. Yes, thus we'll wait for Calypso. The next morning at the Dragon Castle, the morning sunlight filtered through the window. Calypso sat across from her master during breakfast. Master, she declared loudly, I want to return to Acquiadillo with the Dragon Duke. Clang, the piece of meat that was just brought to P's mouth fell onto the plate, making a sharp sound. He stared at her, his eyes a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Looks like I picked the wrong time, Calypso thought to herself, casually chewing her food. After a few seconds to collect himself, B spoke in a deep voice. I was wondering where this girl sneaked off to last night. Turns out she went to meet the Dragon Duke. Calypso jumped in surprise. Oh, was she caught? My instincts never lie confirmed without a doubt. Yes, that's right, sir. Calypso was sweating, but internally screaming. Is this what it feels like to be caught red-handed without admitting guilt? She pointed her finger at him, gathering all her courage. So listen carefully, master, about my meeting with the Dragon Duke last night. With no other choice, Calypso recounted the entire story, from the Duke being imprisoned by the royal family in a crumbling castle, treated as a failed weapon to him being ruthlessly assassinated. After hearing this, B frowned. So what you mean is you need a capable assistant? Yes, sir, Calypso replied, flashing a cunning smile. As long as you nod, and for Belos, just ask my father to use his power to suppress it. B picked up his wine glass, gently swirling it, his gaze thoughtful. You said you wanted to bring the Dragon Duke to Aquato. If I weren't here, you might have been seen as crazy. Yes. Calypso admitted that the Dragon Duke had to stay in the Dragon City of Ikina due to a solemn oath from the First Queen. He can do everything in this city, but he cannot leave without the royal family's permission. She pouted, I know it's impossible. At this point, Calypso's shoulders slumped. In fact, her master was the perfect candidate, but if he didn't agree, everything would be meaningless. She had prepared for the worst-case scenario. Well then, if my father doesn't want to, I will act on my own. I have escaped and survived before. At most, she would grit her teeth and turn back time once again. Seemingly reading her thoughts, B suddenly asked, You once said you wanted to stay here, right? Yes, that's correct. Calypso felt a pang of guilt. Is it because of this? Because you want to corner the Dragon Duke? She hesitated. I didn't intend that from the start. But yes, that's true. So that's how it is. Pierre sighed, his voice slightly disappointed. So you really intended to stay here alone? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Calypso was about to justify herself, but Pierre growled, and leave me behind. She lowered her head, mumbling, Yes, leave master. Hearing her answer, Pierre suddenly became gloomy. Isn't it enough yet? Calypso looked up confused. What do you mean, my feelings? He said slowly. Is it still not enough for you to call me father? The room fell silent, only the sound of the wind gently rustling the curtains. After a long moment, B asked softly, why do you have to be so hesitant? Have I ever scolded you? At this moment, Calypso finally came to her senses. Oh yes, the next time B said, tell me what you want to do first. If you want, I can also destroy that castle for you. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. What I mean is, we should have acted together from the start. Calypso was stunned. You will really help me bring the Dragon Duke back, B nodded. Yes. Why? Why help me? Because you feel pity for him. I came here as your father. B replied, his gaze firm. I only respect your wishes. If you want to do it, then go ahead. A soft ah escaped her lips, then she burst out laughing. Am I really happy? Have you thought of a rescue plan yet? B asked. I have an idea, Calypso quickly replied. He smiled. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. My daughter always brings surprises. Suddenly, B frowned slightly as he sensed someone standing behind the door. Let's discuss the plan later. Just then, a knock sounded. The door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses entered, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Lord Peer. I am the deputy steward of the castle. By the order of Duke Petarian, all esteemed guests are invited to the Dragon Hall. Before long, the father and daughter Peer arrived at the hall. Seeing Haura standing there yawning, Calypso whispered to her father, Master, that's the hyena guy I saw. When did you see him? A skeptical voice rang out right beside her. Calypso jumped and turned around to recognize Bellows. She huffed coldly. You don't need to know, mind your own business. Almost blurted out a response. She thought to herself and turned to question, why did you interfere in someone else's conversation? Before she could say more, the surrounding nobles began to murmur. Isn't that Peer Aiko from the Orca family? I heard he's just as difficult to deal with as the head of the family. Better not mess with him. How strong can a creature that lives underwater be when it comes ashore? Just a little bit. If they hear it, they'll make a scene disrespectfully. Such a formal place can't have any noise. Calypso listened speechless. They still haven't realized the situation. Seeing his daughter's bad expression, B calmly said, if you find it annoying, I can make them quiet. Calypso looked up quickly, waving her hands. No need for that, I'm fine. If I want, we can destroy the whole ceiling. Bo declared, his tone completely serious. Calypso chuckled softly. Wow, even the master knows how to joke. But when she saw his face darken, she immediately felt uneasy. You're joking, right? Why are you staring at the ceiling like that? After a moment of silence, B nodded seriously. Calypso could only be speechless. You're just like Grandma, always wanting to solve everything with brute force. Shouldn't it be Bellows who resembles my mother? Bo retorted, his tone defiant. He was loved and cared for by her, so it's only natural he would be similar. After finishing his sentence, he shot a sharp glance at the curious crowd, and immediately everyone turned away in fear. Oh my, please, stop it. This person! Calypso silently screamed in her heart. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps caught her attention. A man around Peer's age, dressed in all black, was stepping up to the high platform. Calypso's eyes flashed with hostility. Is this the first time meeting in this life? The painful memories from her past life flooded back as she stood trembling before him, listening to his cold words. You are Calypso Aquedo, and you will be engaged to my son. Right? Remember this well. If your existence harms even a single hair of anyone in my family, you will pay with your life. Live as if you are already dead. Back in the present, Calypso stared at that man, another name, deep in her mind. The Black Panther, Duke Devana Peterin. I absolutely cannot forget him. Why are you frowning? Peer asked curiously, interrupting her thoughts. It's just that I don't like that uncle, Calypso replied tersely. Peer's expression immediately turned cold. I see, I will remember that. On the high platform, Devana spoke, his voice echoing throughout the hall. On behalf of the royal family, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all the beastmen who have traveled far to be here. However, I must announce some unfortunate news. He paused, creating a dramatic silence. This year's Dragon Festival will not be held, and esteemed guests, please arrange to return on time. A fox beastman quickly raised his hand. Sir Duke, why has the festival been suddenly cancelled? That was a good question. The leader of the White Fox, Devana, replied, his expression still calm. I'm sure everyone is curious, so I will announce the reason. The current Dragon Duke is not in good health, so after thorough discussions with the royal family, we have come to this decision. Discussions. Calypso scoffed internally, a blatant lie that even a 3-year-old would recognize a heartless bastard. Devana continued the situation for the next festival is still uncertain. The schedule will be announced later. It seems next year's Dragon Festival will also be postponed. In other words, tonight is the first and last opportunity. Things have become simpler. There's no other choice. Thinking that she gently tugged at Pierre's sleeve, he immediately understood and nodded slightly. We have to kidnap the Dragon Duke and quickly leave here. After returning to the room, Bellows immediately questioned, "What are you plotting? You looked very suspicious in the hall. This is why I hate people with sharp instincts." Calypso silently sighed. "Anyway, I don't plan to tell him everything." "I don't understand what you're talking about," she replied nonchalantly. "But first you should sit down. I have something to say." Bellows glanced at his little sister's short legs before sitting down. "What do you want to say?" "Maybe I won't be able to keep my promise to you about one of the things I said." Calypso began leaning back on the chair. "Sit up straight," Bellows reminded her irritably. "Your dress is about to ride up. Even the master doesn't nag like that." "Why are you so chatty? I'm covered up." She waved her hand. "I said I definitely wouldn't come back, right?" "That's right," Bellows confirmed. "It seems you won't be able to keep that promise." "What do you mean?" She sighed. "It's just that I changed my mind and decided we should go back together." "Why do you keep asking?" Calypso was a bit annoyed. At that moment, she was astonished to see small water bubbles floating around Bellows, dancing joyfully. This is the water magic influenced by emotions. When angry, the water becomes sharp, sometimes even exploding. When sad, they shatter. But this she was confused. Is this guy actually happy? Seeing his sister staring off into space, Bellows found it strange. Realizing his water magic was getting out of control, he was startled and quickly cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment. "What about the position of the head of the family? You said you would come back together not to stay in this mundane place, right?" "Mundane place." Calypso frowned. "That remains the same. I will not be the head of the family." Bellows was silent for a moment before laughing. "All right, we'll deal with that later. I don't know what you're hiding. But if you're willing to tell me on the way, I might consider turning a blind eye this time. Just telling me will make you let it go. This guy is really unpredictable." Calypso frowned, but then broke into a bright smile. "Anyway, thanks, silly face," Bellows muttered. What Calypso immediately bristled, but all she got in response was her brother's indifferent face and a light huff. That night, B hugged Calypso close, standing by the window. "Can you jump down by yourself with a good tool like me here?" Why struggle, saying that both of them disappeared? Calypso only heard the wind whistling by her ear. In an instant, they were hovering in the sky right above the building that held the Dragon Duke captive. Looking down, she gasped, "This is indeed a super-fast taxi." They began to descend. "I will go down." Then suddenly accelerated. "Ah!" Calypso could only shout twice. "So fast, master!" Just before touching the ground, B used water magic to nullify the falling force, helping both land safely. "Our master is amazing," Calypso whispered. "You have torn apart the night." Even though I didn't fully understand her, B replied, "I don't know what you're saying, but they're coming." In front of them were Hara and the chameleon guy, patrolling the two of them, hiding in the bushes waiting. When they had disappeared, Calypso pointed towards the building. "Master, there's a hole over there." But then she stopped, her eyes wide now, looking in the direction she pointed. "Blocked, huh? In just one day they had sealed it off. My plan has gone too wrong." While Calypso was lost in thought, B suddenly pointed to another spot. If just getting inside is enough, then what about that place? It was a second-floor window with a hole in the glass. "Oh," Calypso exclaimed, "it looks like a small hole. It seems I can get in." She was determined to throw herself into it. "What are you planning to do?" Master B took off his cloak. "You could get hurt by the broken glass." "If winning without getting hurt is too hard, then I will protect you as a father." Wrapped tightly in the cloak like a newborn, Calypso thought, but isn't this a bit too much? Before she could protest, he was already using hydraulics to lift her up. "Then I wish you a safe return." Yes. Right after that, she was thrown into the air. The wind howled in her ears. The hole was getting closer. It should be fine. She reassured herself. Whoosh! She pierced through the opening elegantly, flipping out of the cloak and landing perfectly on the floor. She looked at the torn cloak in her hands, feeling heavy-hearted. The master's cloak was ripped, but she wasn't hurt at all. Now I have to admit everything the master does is out of the special affection he has for me. Calypso quietly rolled up the cloak and hugged it to her chest. If I didn't have the goal of going home, maybe I would have really seen the master as a father and lived a happy life. She shook her head vigorously, shaking off the weak thoughts. Now is not the time to think about this. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Calypso focused her mind, starting to connect telepathically. "Thus are you there?" Hearing the call, Thus curled up in the room, lifted his head. Calypso responded through a small communication device. "I'm coming right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he joyfully waved his little wings, chirping back to Calypso. Calypso gently pushed the door open and tiptoed inside. At the same time, Thon crawled out to greet her. Seeing the tiny creature, she smiled and called, "Thipso, you're here!" "Great," it chirped happily. Its eager appearance made Calypso chuckle softly, looking just like a puppy welcoming its owner home. "Did he come here because of me?" After teasing it for a while, she explained, "I arrived a bit early, huh? The taxi was faster than I thought." Taxi thus tilted his head, looking confused. He was really happy to see Calypso again. She nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, I'm happy too." But her smile suddenly froze when she saw the Dragon Duke struggling with his meal nearby. The boy's clumsy demeanor made her wonder, does he only eat when Thus is around? Worse than I imagined. How could a snake teach how to use a knife and fork? Just then the spoon slipped from the Dragon Duke's hand, clattering to the floor with a dry clang. The boy looked confused and suddenly ran towards Calypso, gripping her hand tightly, stuttering, "It's Calypso, not that." She gently corrected, pronouncing slowly, "It's K-L-Po." The Dragon Duke immediately obediently repeated, "Clo." This time she nodded in satisfaction. "That's right." She gently pulled her hand away and said, "Your Grace, please wait a moment." Calypso took out the cloak and draped it over the boy. "Here, this is a bit big for me. You wear it instead." While she was busy, he also brought over a small backpack. "Calypso, take this for His Grace." Huh, Calypso was surprised. Thus explained, "First is this bag." "You know how to prepare luggage?" she asked in astonishment. "Of course, because Thus is a smart member of the family." It proudly replied and then brought over a notebook. "This is my notebook about His Grace." Calypso was increasingly shocked. "Huh," she mumbled to herself. "You're a snake, you know." Her gaze swept over the notebook cover. The neat handwriting reported on the Dragon Duke. The author thus appeared. Calypso broke out in a cold sweat. The writing was even prettier than hers. She looked up at Thus. "Thank you. But why are you giving this to me? After all, you'll be going with me." "Thus can't go." Its answer left Calypso stunned. "What are you saying? Without the Dragon Duke, you would cry." Thus doesn't cry. It pouted in rebuttal. All right, you don't cry." Calypso waved her hand. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up. There isn't much time left." "No," it shook its head firmly. "Thus has a power that can only be used here, right?" Calypso hadn't even had time to understand when Thus began to emit a brilliant light. The light was so dazzling that she had to raise her hand to shield her eyes. When the light faded, Calypso was left speechless in astonishment. Standing before her was no longer a tiny creature, but a perfect replica of the Dragon Duke. "This is ultimately you, Calypso." The Dragon Duke's voice echoed from that form. "Thus is a part of my existence. This is Thus's true form. I can maintain this shape for several years." Calypso was bewildered. "Thus, do you think if both of us go out together, we will definitely be discovered, right?" Thus nodded, moving closer to take her hand. "Calypso, please take care of the Dragon Duke for me. I rely on you." Calypso gritted her teeth, determination shining in her eyes. "Thy will become the dragon's bride." "So when I turn 10, I will definitely return to this city." She told herself, "This sad truth will not change unless I become the head of the family." She tightened her grip on Thus. "This is ultimately you, Calypso." The Dragon Duke's voice echoed from that form. "Thus is a part of my existence. This is Thus's true form. I can maintain this shape for several years." Calypso was bewildered. "Thus, do you think if both of us go out together, we will definitely be discovered, right?" Thus nodded, moving closer to take her hand. "Calypso, please take care of the Dragon Duke for me. I rely on you." Calypso gritted her teeth, determination shining in her eyes. "I will become the dragon's bride. So when I turn 10, I will definitely return to this city." She told herself, "This sad truth will not change unless I become the head of the family." She tightened her grip on Thus. "So in 3 years, I will come to pick you up." Another thought flashed through my mind, but if this could save a kind being like you, then it's an opportunity worth seizing. I'm not a good person, but I cherish beautiful lives. Thus smiled innocently. "Yeah, that time is enough for you, Duke, to learn a lot. I was asking if you were okay." Calypso sighed internally, truly a naive snake. She took his hand, her voice serious. Thus, from now on, do exactly what I say. Thus blushed, okay, I will follow. Repeat after me, the killer whale always keeps its promises. I swear on the name of the sea. Thus mumbled in response, ah, killer whale keeps its promises. The sea. Huh, say it louder, Calypso urged, or I won't take you anywhere. Thus flustered shouted, ah, I swear on the name of the sea. Hearing that, Calypso took a deep breath and declared loudly, all right, Calypso Aquasdo, I swear on the name of the sea, I will definitely come back to save you. Under Thus's bright smile, Calypso led the Dragon Duke away. Arriving at the room with the broken glass window, she decisively pushed the door open. If the master is nearby, he will recognize this sign. Just as she predicted, a stream of water immediately flowed through the window, gently lifting the Dragon Duke up. Seeing the boy panic and cling tightly to her hand, Calypso was surprised. Wait, is he afraid of heights? No, it seems like he doesn't want to be away from me. The water brought both of them down into the master's arms. She smiled widely. Master, this girl is wasting too much time. They're coming. He grumbled, really? They discovered us. Calypso was startled. Perhaps the sound of the glass breaking when the Dragon Duke passed caused the commotion. He replied, Calypso thought quickly. Escaping like this is fine, but the important thing is whether they realize the Dragon Duke is missing. She quickly said, Master, let's wait here for a moment. Please use water pressure to conceal our presence. The master nodded slightly. An invisible water sphere immediately enveloped all three of them. Just then, Hara and a subordinate appeared. After looking around, Hara angrily asked, What is this? There's no one here. Can you feel that? The subordinate, who could camouflage like a chameleon, quickly covered his mouth and replied, yes. The trap I set has been triggered. There must be signs of movement. It's not wild beasts, right? But the hunting beasts wouldn't dare come near where our scent is. Calypso's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Luckily, the chameleon said, Indeed, there is no one around. Sir Hara. Perhaps my trap was triggered by a strong gust of wind or something. What? Hara roared. Why are you just saying this now? You scared me running here with weapons drawn. So please don't yell at me. I was going to say it, but you ran off with your stuff. The other guy replied, trembling. Thank goodness they're so foolish, Calypso thought. After a while of noise, Hara turned away, still grumbling. All right, since we're here, let's check around one more time to be sure. I'm sorry. Once they were out of sight, Calypso whispered, Master, let's go. She concluded to herself, they are more careless than I thought. They probably think a Dragon Duke like this would never know the concept of escape. Although it's dangerous, I have confirmed something important. They don't know the Duke has escaped. And the master hugged both of them and jumped high into the air. Calypso continued her train of thought. Now the only thing left is to return and pick Thus up as soon as possible. From high above, looking down at the building slowly fading away, the Dragon Duke unconsciously murmured a vow to the Dragon Castle. Calypso and the Dragon Duke sat on the bed. Seeing the master about to leave through the window, she asked, You just got back, where are you going? I have something to take care of. He replied tersely and vanished, leaving us like this. Calypso pouted. While feeling bored, she remembered Thus's notebook and started rummaging through her backpack. Finding the notebook, she flipped through the first pages. The Dragon Duke had just been born, needing to learn everything, including basic human emotions. Dragons will mimic the emotions of the first person they bond with. Therefore, learning is extremely important for him. Calypso looked up at the boy sitting quietly beside her. Dragon Duke, so this is why you don't know how to wipe Thus's tears. She gently touched his cheek. Even so, I can still feel that you really cherish Thus. The notebook also recorded the name of the Dragon Duke Kion Thus. Iki, she softly called out, suddenly hearing his name. Iki unconsciously repeated it. Iki. Yeah, Calypso nodded. Your name is Iki, a name that fits you well, just like the Dragon City. She continued, her voice slightly sad. I wish this city could be as beautiful for you as its name. Then she gently said, But it's okay, the fact that Iki is here proves that there is a presence, even gentler and warmer than that city always by your side. Or, just don't ever see someone as your only salvation, because that is much worse than you think. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, to the tear-stained letters she once sent in utter loneliness. This place is too cold and scary. If possible, I want to go back to Aquia Dilo and be saved with my grandma. Calypso continued, her voice gentle like a whisper. Right now, you probably can't fully understand what I'm saying because communication is still a barrier, but I believe one day you will understand. Iki's body trembled slightly, seeing that Calypso reached out to pull the soft blanket. Now you just need to remember one thing, only you can save yourself. She wrapped the blanket around both of them, warmth spreading. Saying these words, she found it quite ironic. She thought to herself, because in the future, I will be the one who has to depend on you. But I still hope you can live like this. She asked, how do you feel? It's not cold anymore, right? Iki nge ngo repeated coldly. Right, that's right. We'll start from the very basics. Calypso sighed to herself. This road is still very long. Suddenly, Iki whispered, mine, Do you like this blanket? You can keep it. But the boy held tightly onto her hand, resolutely repeating, mine. The next morning, the carriage bearing the Aquia Delo family crest rolled away from the Dragon Castle. Outside the carriage, the murmurs of the crowd echoed in, filled with curiosity and malice. Whose carriage is that? It looks strange. It's the Aqua family, those orca whales. The sea's fraudsters are finally leaving. That's great. Yeah, they don't belong here. Watch your mouth. The loud arguing made Calypso very uncomfortable. Another voice was still loud. The way they caused a ruckus in the dining hall, I couldn't stand it. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out, cutting off all sound. The chatterboxes immediately fell silent. You fools! Calypso silently cursed as the carriage gradually left the city of dragons. Master, are you really not going to tell me? Calypso turned to ask. Master Pier replied indifferently. He will answer in about 2 weeks. Why is that? Calypso whined. I've been asking for days what was Master doing. Then just tell me a little. If I say, aren't you supposed to know everything by now? At that moment, Bellows, who had been silent the whole way, broke the conversation, his face dark like a storm cloud, his eyes fixed on her. When are you going to explain this? Waiting 2 days has been more than enough. Finally, it's time, Calypso thought, and she replied, Bellows, didn't you promise to turn a blind eye just once before leaving? I'm not going back on my word, but you need to explain right now. Hearing this, Calypso smiled slyly, gently pulling down the cloth covering Iki. Say hello to my brother. The moment he saw the boy's face, Bellows froze his eyes wide in shock. This is the Dragon Duke Iki bonus Calypso introduced. Are you out of your mind? Bellows stammered. I've always liked to go big. She laughed. So Bellows, can you keep your promise? How could I say something so unreasonable in this situation? Bellows snapped, but his words suddenly stopped. He instinctively brought his hand to his chest, where an invisible pain just shot through a silent warning from the master sitting opposite him. Calypso glanced at Master Pier. Meanwhile, Bellows thought, just the thought of threatening Calypso is enough to bring this kind of pain. What on earth has happened? Calypso suddenly spoke. If we cooperate, our relationship could be much better. If you pretend not to know about Iki's existence, I'll elevate you to the head of the family. She extended her hand. What do you think if you agree? My master will be a solid support for you. Master Pier interjected, sounding a bit pitiful. The way this girl addresses me is spot on. Master, you just need to nod in agreement. Calypso whispered and turned back to Bellows. Anyway, I'm a talent. Whether you want it or not, I can help you achieve your goals. I know you crave power. Bellows was silent for a long time before he said, Sorry, but that's not what I want to hear. What I need now is an explanation of why the Dragon Duke is here. He pointed at Iki. I need to know what's going on to make a decision. Don't you need my cooperation too? Explain. The smile on Calypso's face vanished, replaced by a sharp coldness. Sorry, but I have no reason to tell you. If you don't cooperate, you'll have to pay the price. I swear by the sea. Bellows suddenly interrupted. Huh. Calypso was surprised. He continued, his voice firm. I won't disclose this information to anyone else. Now it's your turn. Saying that, Bellows extended his hand. Calypso exhaled, looking helpless. Seriously, is my big brother going this far? After Bellows finished speaking, Calypso told him the whole story about Iki. She tried to summarize it as briefly as possible. She already anticipated his response. Just as she expected, Bellows said, Wouldn't it be better if we told Grandma the truth and asked for her help? I knew it. Calypso pouted. She was well aware of the loophole in Bellows's oath. He couldn't reveal the royal family's conspiracy, but he could definitely disclose the existence of the Dragon Duke. His status was too special, like a mythical beast. If such a living legend fell into the hands of the royal family and became a weapon, what would the underwater beastmen who were already discriminated against have to endure? This conspiracy was a deadly threat to the Acquiadillo family. Although Belos's conclusion was reasonable, Calypso still coldly replied, "I don't trust the head of the family. How much do you think Grandma would believe a kid like me? Sorry, the only ones I trust here are Iki and my master." "That's fair," Belos replied. "All right, as you wish. I won't disclose the existence of the Dragon Duke." His words surprised Calypso. Master Pier asked, "Is that enough? Why did he agree so easily?" She doubted, and seeing her expression, Belos added, "If you want, I can also swear to the sea about this." "What scheme do you have now?" Calypso glared, feeling herself about to explode. Belos sighed. "Hey, in times like this, just seize the opportunity. If you're going to do it quickly." Master Pier interjected his gaze, looking out the window. "Something busy is about to happen. Hurry up," Calypso urged. Belos smirked. I was planning to tease you a bit more." After the ceremony was completed, Calypso lifted the curtain to look outside. "Wow, our uncle is really hardworking." The carriage suddenly stopped. Master Pi and Belos both stood up. "Stay in the car." The master said, "Huh, why?" He pointed at, "I just leave him like that, any knife thrown would hit him." Undeniably, she nodded. Seeing her obediently sit down, Master Pier opened the car door. "I'll go and come back." The door swung open, and Pier and Belos stepped outside. Immediately, the hydraulic force exploded. The assassins surrounding them instantly raised their weapons, their faces showing clear horror. As Master Pier's heels hit the ground, a terrifying aura erupted, the hydraulic force swirling into sharp spears, tearing through the air towards them. The screams echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Get out of the way!" But his torrent showed no mercy, sweeping everything away. Meanwhile, one assassin had stealthily snuck up to the side of the carriage. Just as he reached out to touch the door, another burst of hydraulic force knocked him away. "Ugh." Belos clicked his tongue, slightly annoyed to see Master P act first. Damn it, always a step behind, too careless. Inside the car, Calypso calmly flipped through Thus's notebook. Maybe she should review the notebook while waiting for everything outside to be cleaned up. A line of text caught her eye. "The Dragon Duke can harness the power of space and time." Calypso froze. The letters seemed to dance before her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she turned and softly called Iki. Calypso gently took Iki's tiny hand. The words of "thus" echoed in her mind. He once said Iki possessed an extraordinary ability capable of transcending the barriers of space and time. Although the boy's power was still immature, not enough for a complete teleportation, there was one thing he could do right now. To do that, Calypso recalled they needed to hold hands tightly and let their foreheads touch. She looked deeply into Iki's eyes, her voice urgent. "Can you let me see my parents just once?" Thus had said, when space and time reach compatibility, you can show others the moments and places they long for. Please let me see them one more time. Iki's eyes drooped with sympathy, and right after a brilliant golden aura erupted, enveloping his small figure. "I will help you." His voice was young, yet determined. In that moment, Iki's eyes returned to their original bright blue, and the scenery around Calypso faded away. She found herself floating in midair above a luxurious modern city, where she gasped in amazement. Looking down at her translucent hands, she realized this didn't seem like a real return. Her body, still transparent, retained the form of a 3-year-old whale girl, but these streets felt so familiar. Her home was right nearby. Without hesitation, Calypso dashed forward, flying towards the house of her memories. Just crossing this flower field and through that gate would lead her home. As the cozy house appeared before her, her heart raced in her chest, a mix of joy and fear swelling within her. She reminded herself to suppress her expectations. If it were a normal day, her parents probably wouldn't be home. But then a warm, familiar voice rang out, dispelling all doubt. "Honey, it seems we forgot to close the window. I feel the wind blowing into the house." Her mother's gentle voice replied as she brought over a tray of hot tea. "No way, I closed all the kitchen windows. Come on, have some tea to warm up." The image of the happy young couple appeared in Calypso's mind. Tears streamed down her face. The call caught in her throat. Mom, Dad in the house, filled with beloved items, her parents were happily chatting. Though she couldn't hear every word clearly, happiness overflowed in Calypso's heart. Thank goodness. She raised her translucent hand, trying to touch her father's face. Thank goodness my parents are still doing well. They're healthy and love each other. If only I could return quickly. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry, "Wah wah," rang out from the next room. Her father jumped, his voice full of authority. "Oh dear, our little princess has woken up. You stay here while I go and carry her out."
Each word felt like a knife cutting into Calypso's heart. No, it can't be. This must be a trick. Sweet memories suddenly flooded back sharp as a blade. My daughter, from now on, you are my only daughter. What? At that moment, her father carried out a baby girl, his voice tender. My princess, stop crying now. The baby responded with a simple, naive. A loud bang echoed in Calypso's mind. This was truly a nightmare. Her father lovingly handed the baby to her mother and asked, "She must be hungry, right? It's about time." "Yes, dear," her mother replied. Meanwhile, the baby also cried out, "Ah!" Calypso mumbled in despair. Even in that other world, she had thought of the worst-case scenario. She moved closer, looking at the child's face. Ah, she really looks just like Mom. Painful memories resurfaced. Why do you think so negatively? You are the child that I carried for so long, so of course you resemble me. Back in reality, her father, who once said he only loved her, was now gazing intently at another child. I'm sure this nose looks like yours. Her mother smiled, her eyes and mouth resembling his. The baby Bibo shyly wah, and they spoke about her with all the love, as if Calypso had never existed in their lives. She trembled, calling out, "Mom, Dad, look at me. I've always remembered you. I've endured for 60 long years just to get here. Could it be that hot tears are rolling down my cheeks?" She screamed in silence. "Have you forgotten me? Just because I'm not your biological child?" Suddenly, her mother looked at the baby in her arms, her expression a bit pensive. "Our first child must be just a little older than the little princess." That statement left Calypso stunned. Ah, she really looks just like Mom. Painful memories resurfaced. Why do you think so negatively? You are the child that I carried for so long. So of course you resemble me. Back to reality, her father, who once said he only loved her, was now gazing intently at another child. I'm sure this nose looks like yours. Her mother smiled, her eyes and mouth resembling his. The baby Bibo shyly wah, and they spoke about her with all the love, as if Calypso had never existed in their lives. She trembled, calling out, "Mom, Dad, look at me. I've always remembered you. I've endured for 60 long years just to get here. Could it be that hot tears are rolling down my cheeks?" She screamed in silence. "Have you forgotten me just because I'm not your biological child?" Suddenly, her mother looked at the baby in her arms, her expression a bit pensive. Our first child must be just a little older than the little princess. That statement left Calypso stunned. A glimmer of hope flickers. Right. How could they forget me? Mom still remembers I'm the firstborn. If I could come back, the four of us would live happily together. But then her father spoke up, and his words extinguished everything. Honey, don't bring it up again. That child no longer exists. A statement like a cold knife shattered the fragile bond between them and her. Calypso's heart turned cold. Father, the one I love more than anyone. You once loved me more than anything, yet you're saying to forget me. Her mother looked up, but he said not to mention this again. Why, Father, Calypso sobbed in her mind. Did I make a mistake? I'm sorry. Please tell me where I went wrong. I will change. I will do everything. I promise to do really well. She rushed to hug her mother, but her body only passed through her image. So please don't forget me. And then she heard her mother's voice, weak yet determined. I will try to forget. Calypso raised her head and screamed in despair. Why do Mom and Dad want to forget me? I'm still alive, still healthy. I'm here. Just as the illusory world began to shatter, a few strands of light from Calypso's shadow accidentally touched her father. He suddenly turned his head toward where she stood, surprising her mother. What's wrong? It's nothing. Just that I feel like someone was here. He looked closely again and shivered slightly. It's not a ghostly feeling. It feels like Sai is calling us. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a small pained gasp. She quickly asked, You say that, but your heart hurts too, right? How can we forget the girl? Memories of their firstborn daughter suddenly flooded both their minds. Dad, I really like whales. They're amazing. Mom, I'm thinking maybe I'll study marine biology later. He nodded, his voice trailing off. That's right. Every time I think of you, my heart aches. How can we forget anything? Back in the real world by the campfire, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Bai felt something was off. He looked at Calypso, who had just returned from her journey of consciousness. If you feel pain, let me know, he said gently. I'm fine, Calypso replied, her voice lifeless. A look in the mirror. Bai said, It's been 2 days since then, and your complexion is still pale like this. It must be due to your bad mood. Go into the woods for a walk, and then come back. Saying that, she hesitated to leave.
The small figure gradually sank into the night. Bai stood up intending to follow, but Iki suddenly tugged at his shirt. The boy patted his chest lightly, mumbling, "Calypso, don't worry here." Hearing the boy's broken words, Bai understood. So she's really heartbroken, right? Can you feel Calypso's emotions? Iki only replied with one word, wait. He nodded, his eyes full of gratitude. I understand now, thank you. The Dragon Duke. Then B also entered the woods. In a desolate clearing, he found Calypso. She just stood there, head down, silently drowning in her own pain. Looking up at the dreamy sky, countless constellations twinkled like fireflies trapped in the sky. At the same time, he heard rustling sounds as if someone was approaching. After meeting her parents, she kept thinking that it couldn't be like this. Here, the footsteps were getting closer. Of course, her parents loved her that much. She continued to say she also felt that what was meant to happen would eventually come. Memories began to emerge in her mind. Calypso fell into deep thought. Her parents had treated her well, but still, the fact that she was adopted didn't change. If they turned their backs on me, I would become an orphan again. That anxiety had never left my mind. I had nowhere to return. Nor did I ever have a place to return to in the first place. What if I just imagined it all? So what have I been struggling for all these 60 years? 3 times abandoned 3 deaths, including the death of siblings and comrades. At this moment, the girl rubbed her eyes while reassuring herself. This is not the time to cry like this. I need to quickly think about the next step. Because right now, I have nothing at all. So let me cry today, tomorrow will be different. Calypso sat there crying in endless solitude. But suddenly, a voice rang out, startling her. You're crying just like yourself, huh? A man stepped out from behind a tree next to her. No one else, that person was P. He had been standing there for who knows how long, surprising the girl immensely. Seeing him, Calypso stammered, Master, I just fell and cried a little. Master, she stuttered, but P said nothing as he stepped closer to her. Gentle waves suddenly lifted the girl into the air. The one who, even with a bruised face from a brawl, did not cry. While floating, the girl still teared up looking at her master. Is she crying just because she tripped? It's hard to believe. Then she said, Indeed, is that a really bad excuse? B silently looked at the girl in front of him and said, Thinking back, you're just like me. If you don't shed tears in front of others, perhaps you only truly cry when you're alone. You're really sharp in a useless way. The girl responded after hearing this. If you know that well, then just let me cry. There's no need to deliberately strike up a conversation, no need to point out that I'm weak at this moment. Calypso said, her body trembling in his arms. Then suddenly she hit his wrist hard. Master, just let it be. Don't say anything. Just ignore it. But facing the girl in his hands, B showed no resistance or anger. He simply let her do whatever she wanted at that moment. After the girl had gone through her feelings, he just started to speak. You feel wronged not because of that, right? It's so unfair. No one works as hard as I do. But why is my life like this? Hearing this, the girl began to cry, even louder than before. Why do I want to live well, too? Remembering her previous family, she exclaimed through her heart-wrenching sobs, I also want to be happy. Maybe I won't tell you what makes me feel wronged. Suddenly, B replied, I just need to create a world where you no longer feel wronged, right? If so, your tears will stop falling. Upon hearing her master's words, Calypso suddenly stopped crying. Instead, she looked astonished, as if she was reflecting on past events. Remembering when she was little, crying in her father's arms, our daughter. What are you sad about? Even if it was a lie. I still remember the face of the one who loved me so much. That face looks just like my master now. B continued, Calypso, I wouldn't know if you didn't tell me. The girl directed her sparkling gaze towards her master, her eyes still glistening with tears. No, the master knows very well. Touching her chest, he thought even if you only show this ugly side, the master still holds you tight and hugs you. In the end, this is truly what you desire. Hearing this, Calypso felt deeply moved and thought master no. Then she exclaimed, Dad, that statement made P suddenly silent. In his arms, Calypso stretched out her tiny hands and pleaded, I'm so tired, please hold me. Responding to her need, he immediately embraced her. Perhaps Calypso felt incredibly warm. B continued, Clearly, I have been waiting for this day. But that's not what I wanted to hear with that expression. His hand slowly touched the small of her back, hesitantly, and then gently patted her to comfort her. On that shoulder, she felt an overwhelming warmth. Yes, this warmth has always been by my side. In her memory is the image of her master looking very fondly, treating her gently, doing very well. And in countless moments like that, because she was a child, didn't she feel pain? Didn't she ask me to fulfill the duty of a father? Master, give me a little more time. Protecting you is starting to get complicated. Just tell me what you want. Calypso dads usually spoil their daughters. So it's not strange at all, right? You look tired. Is it from the trip? You always come up with new ideas, huh? I'm not like that. I just need to protect you as a father, and that's enough. It really feels foolish. In her mind, a series of beautiful images between her and P are hard to fade away. I have received love without having to ask for it. Like a dream. He stood there without saying anything. And Calypso, she was snug in her father's arms. At that moment, she was being spoiled, making both her dad and older brother feel helpless. Dad, that guy is glaring at me. Let me chase him away. Even if you tell me to stay, I will leave. While feeling dazed, suddenly another hand reached out and gently wiped her tears. Seeing the boy in front of her, she softly said, "Iki." The boy felt very worried and replied, "Tears." Calypso, at that moment, also looked downcast. I don't know, I just want to talk comfortably. At least wipe the tears for your subordinate. He has cried, a lot because he misses you. Then right after she reached for Yi's hand and said, "Thank you, Yi. Thanks to you, I was so surprised that I stopped crying. If tears stop because of surprise, then they should have been thrown at the tree." Then she turned to P and said, "Dad needs to learn again." The way he raised her from the beginning, he just pretended to cough and replied, "I'm trying." Under the flickering fire, in the end, I rely on uncertain things, huh? But it's almost a certainty I can trust. First, what should I do now? Right, I need to raise Iki well. Raise. I have given up on going home, but I must keep my promise to thus. After thinking, he suddenly covered the girl's eyes. He said, "Don't think about anything now is the time for you to relax and rest." The girl wondered if, at this moment, she could trust her dad and rest a little right. In the gap between P's fingers, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared, like dawn breaking. One eye was closed while the other was slightly open, as if waiting for some miracle. BIE continued, "Until you find something else. I will protect you." B frowned and asked softly, "So is the wagon wheel having problems?" The wagon driver quickly replied, "Yes, it seems that P has an invisible crack in the axle that was replaced after that ambush, so it cannot move immediately in this condition." Calypso, in a corner, let out a sigh, feeling extremely excited, and thought to herself, finally escaping from the hell of attention, "I thought my face was about to be drilled through." She remembered her older brother's face, feeling annoyed, and thought that damn older brother looked at me like that, really wanting to die. She heard intense discussions behind her, so she turned around to listen. The serving girls were standing around Yi. They kept showering compliments on the boy. "Oh my god, that blue suits you so well. How about trying on the jewelry bought in the city?" "Oh no, it doesn't fit." Sister Calypso quietly moved a little away from this place. In her ears were still the voices of those maidens. "Duke, let me try this on for you." "It suits you perfectly." Truly a duke. She remembered the past when they seriously asked her, "Duke of Dragons, right? Is that a dragon really?" A dragon. Calypso nodded. "Yes, that's the Duke of Dragons." The girls exclaimed in surprise. Really, Misa bravely shielded the princess and spoke seriously. "Princess, I'm not so sure, but this has to be kept a secret, right?" "Princess Calypso." The little one quickly replied, "That's right." Misa pursed her lips, extended her hand, and said, "Thank you for trusting us and telling us. We absolutely will not reveal it, as you instructed, Princess." The girl firmly continued, "We also want to bring trust to the princess. Everyone here will take an oath to the sea." Calypso sat dazed on a nearby rock. She sighed, thinking to herself that she intended to ask for help, but didn't expect them to offer first. The girl looked toward the noisy crowd not far away, pursed her lips, and thought, "It's not like I noticed them for the third time for no reason." She exhaled and pondered wanting talented people like that by her side to live peacefully. Though a bit regretful, Calypso shook her head, saying no. The girl smiled brightly, thinking to herself that they were already hers. Then she looked over at P and quietly asked, "How's the carriage wheel?" The guy lazily replied, "It can be fixed, just needs a little time." Pi gently stretched, raising an eyebrow as he told the girl, "Rest for a bit and then we'll continue." Calypso comfortably lay back on the green grass nearby. The girl stared blankly at the sky, gently falling into thought. "The weather is really nice." She sighed, pouting as she said, "So how long are you going to keep staring at me?" Bellis, standing by a nearby tree, casually replied, "I've never been able to look away." Calypso clicked her tongue, saying, "Let's just say that, but stop staring. You keep staring at me even when we're in the carriage." Saying that, the girl slowly sat up, glaring at him, emphasizing each word. Don't tell me you want to end this. Bellis calmly continued, right now, you can't defeat me, can you? Calypso shrugged in response. Sorry, but I won't hesitate to use every means to win. The girl spoke seriously. If necessary, I will rally all my allies to my side and win. Don't forget that my father is always behind me. Bellis raised an eyebrow and asked softly, if you can say that, then why were you like that yesterday? Calypso clicked her tongue and replied, what does it have to do with you? Are you worried about me? Bellis nodded. Yes. The girl was momentarily at a loss for words at his response, only hearing the sound of the wind rushing past her ears. Her hand tightened around the blades of grass beneath her. She spoke seriously. Bellis, clarify, this will you be an enemy or an ally? Bellis casually replied, challenge for the position of head of the family. Calypso's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, what? Bellis replied nonchalantly, you're looking for a target right now. Do you want me to be your opponent? He continued, facing someone older, who is also a perfect heir with capabilities. Proven like you. Calypso frowned and shot back. Do you mean I should challenge you and just die for it? Bellis, standing under the tree, replied leisurely. The perfection you speak of. Is there any killer whale born perfect? He spoke in a deep voice. None of us are perfect. If anyone seems perfect in the eyes of the lady, that person will be chosen to become the next head. He spoke seriously, and I'm not making this proposal without reason. Bellis sincerely said, I want to see you when you're my age now. If at that time you are stronger than me, at the same age, I will follow you. Calypso frowned, confused, pondering. Has this older brother taken the wrong medicine? Is he saying this because it's time for his meds? Calypso exhaled, mumbling to herself, all right, I'm tired of doubting. She smiled brightly at her brother, cheerfully saying, I just want to say one thing. The me back then will definitely defeat you now. Bellis excitedly replied, then that's even better. She looked at his back as he walked away, frowning and thinking to herself, what is this guy even thinking? Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Have you finished thinking? She looked at her father, surprised, and asked, huh? When did you get here? She gradually regained her awareness, looking around in confusion, asking in a daze, when did the sun set? B patiently replied, the carriage was fixed an hour ago. It's been a while since I advised you to rest, and this face of yours must have found the answer right. Calypso was shocked and retorted, how amazing, how did you know that B smiled brightly, saying he could tell by your expression. Calypso smiled brightly, I will become the head of the family. B wasn't very surprised. He calmly said that if you want it, you can do it. His attitude made the girl a bit dissatisfied. Calypso shook her head. No, what I mean is, I will take it. While Grandma is still in power, I will seize that position myself and become the head of the family. The girl firmly continued, I will definitely take that throne right before Grandma's eyes, ending her golden age. B was a bit shaken, looking at her with interest, asking, is that your revenge plan? Calypso nodded. That's right. B stepped forward, gently picking her up. He softly said, then let me ask you how I will have to endure your revenge. Calypso smiled brightly at that, forgetting everything from the moment she called him father. The girl thought to herself, moreover, how could I plan to take revenge on someone who is currently afraid of me being raised? Calypso hugged him tightly, softly mumbling, I will always treat well those who stand by my side. B gently patted her softly, continuing, all right, it's good that you have a clear goal. Calypso spoke seriously to her father. This time coming back, there will be countless things to do. Dad, the easy life ends from now on. B pouted in agreement. That's so scary. B gently asked her, so what's the first thing you'll do when we get back? Calypso smiled and immediately said, of course I need to become stronger. Bellu sat across from P and Calypso, who was sleeping by herself. Bellis softly asked, Father, can I ask the second question you promised me now? He hesitantly asked, even now, you still haven't had any strange dreams, right? He patiently waited for his father's answer, his eyes fixed intently on him. B shook his head. Not yet, not even once. Bellis nodded. I understand, B continued. You always are like that. When someone keeps asking a question, it's because they want to verify if others have the same experience as them, specifically what I dreamed about. Bellis hesitated a bit. You don't have to answer correctly, right? After all, no one cares. B raised an eyebrow, seriously, continuing, since you whispered when you saw the child sleeping, I will be ready to help you at least in that matter. B looked at him seriously and asked, do you need help? Bellis lowered his head to think for a moment. He gently fell into contemplation. Every time he closed his eyes, that sound always echoed in his mind. The girl in his dream asked him, "What do you think about Piaqua?" The clear voice of a girl must be truly pitiful, just that living a life isolated due to illness until death. So there's no reason to truly hate someone like that. If that person were still alive, maybe I should try fighting with them once. Bellis silently thought. He could feel her longing. The moment he met that girl at the family gathering, he had a feeling like the woman in that dream was appearing before him. Calypso in the dream greedily told him, "Big brother, I want a world where underwater creatures are not discriminated against." He had replied back then, "Of course I will definitely make that happen, even if it can't be achieved in my time. I still hope to contribute something to that future." Bellis pondered in the dream. The feelings he had for her were deep love and concern. "She is my family." Calypso didn't forget to leave a message saying, "You can't die before my big brother." At that moment, Bellis woke up from that terrible dream. He sat up, rubbing his eyes to wake up. Bellis let out a sigh and thought to himself, except for the weak voice and the lingering emotions still remaining. He pressed his lips together in thought. Calypso thinks I'm trying to kill her, but I just want to confirm a few things. After a long time, Bellis muttered a reply to his father. "I have no reason to lay a hand on Calypso." Aquabe looked displeased. He frowned. "Why are you suddenly talking about such unfortunate things?" Bellis smiled softly, continuing, "Dad, don't worry. I'm sincere. Actually resisting the urge to listen to that voice is even harder." B replied blandly, "I don't understand what you mean, but it seems you've come to your own conclusion." Bellis glanced at Calypso and smiled brightly. "Yes, it's just a matter of time." He happily thought to himself, "I will patiently wait for her to prove to me that she is like the person in the dream, one who makes it impossible for me not to listen to her." As night fell, B appeared and coldly spoke. "I intend to hunt down and kill every person involved in this assassination." Calypso, who was having dinner, heard him say that and was flustered, not knowing what to say. She thought to herself, "Can I really talk about this while cutting my steak?" She stealthily looked at her father. Lenai spoke up. "Your eyes are so scary. Are you sure you're okay?" B looked at the steak on his plate with a piercing gaze. He emphasized each word, "Of course I'm fine." Calypso picked up a piece of meat and sighed, continuing, "All right, I won't complain anymore." She secretly smiled. Who would refuse someone to take revenge for them? The next day, a mansion of the killer whale family exploded. 3 days later, a few weeks later, another villa was burned down. Calypso stood watching everything. She clicked her tongue, secretly evaluating with her eyes. At that time, I had no idea this revenge would last for 2 years. 2 years later at middle school, a luxurious carriage slowly entered the school. A small cute girl stepped out of the car and walked into my school. That was Calypso. Aqua was 5 years old. Calypso sighed and complained. She didn't want to go to school. A voice next to her spoke right after. Turns out she was just an ordinary person after all. The boy smiled brightly and continued. After hearing her say she hated going to school, he was sure that was true. That was A from Aqua, 11 years old. Calypso pouted and retorted, "What are you talking about? Of course I'm an ordinary person." Suddenly, from afar, someone called her princess. The twin brothers, Lubaba and Luca, approached the two, smiling and greeting. "Good morning." "Hello," the two children excitedly asked the princess. "I heard another villa exploded just now." This time, it was the house of that person. Calypso nodded. Yes, yes, Luba worriedly asked. "But what if our house gets burned down too?" Calypso clicked her tongue. "You guys will be fine," the twins asked in unison. Why not? Calypso was speechless. "Anyway, nothing will happen, trust me," Laka immediately replied. "I will be the princess because you are smart." Luaba quickly chimed in. "Me too." Calypso remembered her cool dad. She couldn't help but think helplessly to herself because her dad was the one who caused those explosions. At middle school in the Alpha class, 8 years old, Calypso said goodbye to the twin brothers. The girls smiled brightly and waved. "Both of you will study well and graduate from middle school soon." Calypso remembered something and nodded, adding, "By the way, your house won't be destroyed, so don't worry." Luca happily replied, "See you later, princess." Luba waved goodbye. Ruba quietly watched the two siblings walk away with a regretful look. Air smiled at his sister. "See you later." "Okay then." Ruba kept thinking about the moment Calypso smiled to say goodbye to him. He stood there like a statue until his brother called him. Ruka innocently asked, "Ruba, what's wrong?" "Let's head to class." Ruba gradually returned to reality, feeling awkward. Right, let's go to class. Ruba wondered, but why has she been leaving school alone lately? Ruka nodded in response. That's right, I heard about this a few months ago. It seems she's still like that now. What's going on? On the other side, Agent couldn't bear to part with his sister. He kept shouting and hugging her tightly. Sis, stay with me a little longer, please. Calypso was frustrated. She shouted, oh my gosh, let go. If we keep lingering, we'll be late. Go to class already. Ruka and Ruba were not like this. She couldn't stand her brother anymore. Calypso yelled, I'm in 5th grade middle school and you're in 3rd grade middle school. The education system of Aqua is mostly divided into primary and middle levels. Primary is for children aged 3 to 8, and I attended there when I was 3 years old. In middle school, advancing to the next grade becomes much harder, and graduating is truly challenging. Unlike primary, where students can be promoted early by teachers, middle school is completely different. Instead, once graduated, this level is recognized as adulthood regardless of age, with the average graduation age being around 17 to 18. Last year, I skipped a grade and went straight into 5th grade middle school. In Calypso's class, there are 2 mischievous kids, frowning at her. And despite being kids, they aren't shy about making snide remarks that it's shameless. Some people are about to leave just because they act like their lives are threatened. It sounds like they're lying. Calypso heard all this, exhaling sharply before calling out, Hey! She turned to look at the 2 boys talking behind her back. She glared at them with sharp eyes. She emphasized each word. If you feel unfair, why not say it to my face? Calypso continued bluntly. Do you really feel upset that your family has to pay the price for threatening me? 2 years ago. Every student in middle school knows they all know who is involved in the assassination attempt on me. Calypso coldly added, but my father is merciful. He only dealt with those in the family who directly participated in that and burned down their mansion. She glared at them with murderous intent, making the kids tremble in fear, not daring to say anything more. Calypso angrily added that they should feel lucky. They are still alive. Just then, the school bell rang. The teacher quickly entered the classroom. She gently greeted, Good morning, everyone. Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds, confused, and asked, Why is the atmosphere so strange? The teacher frowned and continued casually, Did something happen? Calypso sat back in her seat. She smiled brightly and replied, No, nothing at all. The teacher didn't say anything more and quickly started the lesson for the day. Calypso glanced at the lecture, but inside she was confused and pondering, even though the school was still chaotic due to her father's revenge. She sighed, thinking that wasn't something she should worry about. For the past 2 years, her father had been trying to buy time, slowly dealing with the families that had tried to harm her. Because of this issue, she had no way to grasp her father's current health condition. Calypso firmly speculated that the power of water would continue to regenerate as long as the body still existed. She sighed, thinking, but my father's illness is not like that. Once he exhausts his source of power, he will face death as if falling asleep. My father described his condition like that. B once honestly said that I am like a weapon with destructive power, but limited in usage. Calypso bit her lip, thinking, a weapon with limited usage, but now that I've decided to stay in this world, those things will only be a thing of the past. I won't let my father leave no matter what. Suddenly, 2 voices broke her train of thought. Calypso exclaimed in confusion, Huh? She looked in surprise at the 2 familiar faces standing in front of her. She was shocked, thinking she didn't even realize they were approaching because they had no ill intent. She softly asked, Ruka and Ruba, what are you doing here? Ruka smiled brightly. It's lunchtime. Let's eat together. Ruba added, we brought a lot of delicious food. In the schoolyard, many kids were eagerly looking for a place to sit with their friends to eat, and Calypso was no exception. Ruka picked up a piece of food, smiling at the princess. This is really good. Ruba shook his head, picking up another piece with a pout. No, this one is better. Calypso pursed her lips, looking at the 2 dishes in front of her. She frowned, thinking she hated both of them, saying that she was still determined to finish the whole thing. She thought to herself, but I can't show that I'm picky in front of the kids. Luca gently asked, Princess, you can't go home with us today. Pouting, he added, Come home with us, you've been going back alone every day lately. Both siblings then chimed in, We're really sad. Under the pleading and wide-eyed gaze of the 2 boys, Calypso found it a bit hard to say. But then she quickly smiled brightly and firmly replied, No. Luca looked sad and gently asked her, Why not? Come with us. Luba tugged at her arm. Come on, come on. Misa, standing aside, saw things weren't looking good and quickly spoke up. Lord Ruba, if this keeps up. Calypso turned to look at Misa. Shaking her head, said, I'm fine, Misa. Calypso raised an eyebrow at the two brothers who were having fun. And you guys, too. Dobby Booba is not excluded. Upon hearing this, Luba shouted loudly, It's not Ruga Ruba, it's Dobby Booba. Luca sighed. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Luca gently looked at the girl and softly asked, Do you hate us? Calypso stared at the boy and then thought for a moment. The girl silently recalled that 2 years ago when she left for Dragon City, Ruba must have realized she had no intention of coming back. That's why she always felt he was lingering around her. The girl gently patted the boy's head, smiling brightly, of course not. Calypso gently continued, How could I hate our Ruka and Ruba? After that, Calypso let go of her hand. Ruka still felt a bit reluctant to part with that hand. Calypso quickly left with Misa, not forgetting to wave goodbye to the two twin brothers. Ruka and Ruba stood there waiting for her to walk away. Ruka turned and quietly called out, Ruba. Ruba nodded. Huh, Ruka asked straightforwardly. Ruba doesn't like that the princess isn't going home with us, right? Ruba firmly replied, That's right. Ruka leaned closer to Ruba and whispered. Then the boy, Dan Ma, cheerfully continued, Tomorrow, follow her home. While Calypso was walking back, she felt a gaze following her from behind. The girl sighed, thinking to herself he doesn't even try to hide his murderous intent. Doesn't he realize I already know? The girl continued walking forward, lost in thought. For weeks, he followed her after school, but didn't do anything. Even so, she still felt uncomfortable. Calypso thought of a good idea. She tiptoed up the high steps, cheerfully thinking, Well, I said it. She skipped away, leaving the guy with a startled expression, unsure whether to chase after her or not. She smiled brightly, thinking to herself, If you want to just follow me, I'll go home anyway. At her house, Calypso quickly opened the door. I'm back. Suddenly, she saw Iki sitting on the sofa with a pained expression, his hands and face strangely swollen. Calypso rushed over worried, calling out to Iki. The girl anxiously asked, What happened? The boy B, standing next to him, casually replied, Don't worry, he just got burned while eating soup. Calypso frowned and asked, Soup? B recounted the story he heard to the girl. The maid said it seemed like the boy's throat wasn't well, so they brought him some soup. Whenever they were alone, they always brought simple dishes. He sighed, even though Iki had become more skilled with utensils. At that moment, he sneezed and spilled the food. Calypso, heartbroken, took Iki's hands, gently asking, Iki, does it hurt a lot? B seriously noted that the boy didn't even realize when he spilled it, even though steam was rising and his skin was reddening. He made a shocking statement, and the boy had no reaction. He exhaled and then spoke seriously. We have to teach the Dragon Duke from the basics more than we thought. B added, It's not just about crying out when it hurts. Rather, it should start from the concept of what pain is. After arriving at Aqua, Iki learned a lot. By now, Iki could use utensils to dress himself properly, and his vocabulary had increased. Calypso just taught him that when he did something wrong, he had to say, ouch, like, this be careful. She sadly thought to herself, but even so, in terms of feelings and mood, the ability to express personal emotions still hadn't progressed at all. She longed for the day he could express his feelings on his own. The girl fell into thought, recalling that Tut had always been by Iki's side, as if sensing some of his emotions. Calypso thought to herself, Tut had shown boundless love for him. Yet, despite all of Tut's affection, Calypso pursed her lips, thinking the first time I met Iki, he still seemed like he hadn't learned anything at all. The girl heartbrokenly wondered, could it be that the Dragon Duke originally had no emotions? Iki, previously seeing her shed tears, had reached out to wipe them away. Calypso exclaimed in surprise. Iki slowly said, Tears. Calypso suddenly snapped out of her wandering thoughts. She thought to herself, No way, Dad also said we started from the wrong starting line. Calypso softened gently, telling Iki, It's okay, Iki. I will continue to teach you. B felt a bit annoyed watching the two talk. He used his energy to lift Iki up, speaking in a deep voice. Stop it, B said seriously. This kid is all better now. Calypso was confused and panicked, continuing, How could he have recovered, Dad? She said sulkily, I told you to control yourself and not use water energy. B replied nonchalantly, I'm fine, don't worry. Calypso was at a loss for words. She clicked her tongue, Fine, but it's very dangerous. B casually continued, You're just overly worried. The next morning at school, Calypso was distracted by the conversation between her dad and Iki, making it hard for her to focus on the lesson. She grumbled to herself, "This is giving me a headache." The girl thought her dad's illness has its own plan, but educating Iki is harder than I thought. Suddenly, the school bell rang, pulling her back to reality. Calypso was walking out of school, lost in thought. What should I do? If I want him to understand the concept of pain, the only method I can think of is to hurt myself so that Iki can feel my emotions. But that seems a bit violent, right? The girl fell into contemplation. Surrounded by unreasonable people, she couldn't get any advice, training a 3-year-old child very gently. The older brother immediately confronted a 3-year-old child as soon as they met. "My brother beat us up badly. I really have no luck with people." Behind her, the twin brothers Luba and Luca found her. The two quickly approached. Luba quickly exclaimed, but Luca standing beside her covered her mouth. "Shh," Luca whispered softly. "We decided to follow her secretly." Calypso was skipping on her way home, unaware that something was off. The two kids behind her giggled because they were about to go home with Calypso. Suddenly, Law looked up and saw a man lurking, staring at Calypso with a murderous gaze. This made the boy shiver with fear. The guy bit his own hand, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, why my whole family?" He glared at the girl fiercely. "I will kill her." Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound nearby, quickly looked over, but saw no one. He frowned, thinking to himself, "There's not much time left, kid. Your days of running around are almost over." He smiled a creepy smile, murmuring softly, "Because everything is ready." The two siblings, La and Luba, are hiding in the bushes nearby. Luca was scared thinking about the princess. The two siblings trembled continuously, and Luca finally understood the problem. The boy feared, thinking, "Is this why she told us not to follow her?" He fixed his gaze on the girl, and when he suddenly saw her walking away, he stood up, exhaled deeply, and quickly followed her. After confirming that he was no longer here, Luca let Ruba go. Ruba was panting anxiously, looking at his brother and asking, "Ruka, did you see that scary guy?" Ruka nodded. "Yeah, I saw him." Ruba asked curiously, "Why is there a guy like that lurking around the princess? Is that why she didn't come back with us?" Ruba sighed worriedly, muttering, "What should we do?" Ruka beside him softly called out, "Ruba." Ruka looked at his brother and firmly said, "Find out who that guy is." Ruba looked at his brother, dusted himself off, and stood up confusedly asking, "Just you and me?" Ruka nodded. "That's right." Ruka was excited. "We need to find out that guy's identity and tell the princess. She fought for us before." "Right." Ruka extended his hand to his brother, gently saying, "This time we will be the ones to help her." Ruba hesitated a bit, looking at his brother's outstretched hand. Ruba silently thought for a moment. After a while, he reached out and took his brother's hand, nodding in response. "Okay." A week later at the middle school. In Calypso's classroom, Ruka and Ruba were bustling around but couldn't find her anywhere. Ruba quietly asked, "What do we do now? The princess isn't here. We got here right when the bell rang." Air appeared out of nowhere and suddenly spoke up. "Yeah, exactly." Air startled the two siblings. The boy asked softly, "Did you come too quietly? Why did you scare us? Are you looking for Calypso too?" Air approached a girl nearby to chat. He quickly asked, "Hey, where did Calypso go? Someone called her, so she went outside." Air nodded and asked back, "Who called?" The girl politely replied, "Rayon Harrington." Hearing that name, the twin brothers jumped in fear, startled. The two pushed each other to look for the princess together. Luca hurriedly said, "We need to find the princess quickly." A frowned and asked, Who is Grayson?" Ruba was confused. He's Ruba." Saying this made Agent Shiver the stalker of the princess. Meanwhile, near Calypso, the girl obediently followed Grayson. She stared at him. She quietly recalled their earlier conversation. Grayson had asked her, "It seems we've met before, right? I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Can you come with me for a bit?" Calypso thought silently, "This face looks familiar, but I still can't remember where I've seen it." She frowned and thought, more importantly, Calypso sensed the boy's murderous intent towards her. She raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that this kid had no good intentions towards her, whether he was looking ahead or at her. Grayson pointed to an empty classroom. The boy quickly said, "This way, this place is quiet enough for us to talk." He looked at her. "Come in." She slowly walked in. As soon as she stepped inside, someone with a stick lunged at her. Calypso stepped forward. She jumped back, gently dodging. Another guy continued to swing a stick at her. This time she saw it coming and smoothly weaved away simultaneously, countering with a hit to the guy. The two guys behind her advanced at the same time. Calypso lightly jumped up high, causing the two to crash into each other. They couldn't hit her. The stick slammed straight down to the ground. Calypso calmly observed the fearful attitude of the group of kids. She gently exhaled, hearing the kids locking the door with chains. She raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Got it." The kids quickly surrounded her, locking her inside. Grayson stood outside, watching her, wearing a smug smile. "Got you now." Calypso Aqua laughed loudly and continued, "It's foolish to dare to follow me with those who want to show off their skills, like you only end up revealing all your weaknesses." Calypso calmly replied, "Yeah, that's exactly how it is." She looked up at Grayson, raising an eyebrow and softly asking, "Who are you again?" Grayson was utterly shocked, exclaiming, "What?" He angrily shouted, "Don't play dumb, you don't recognize me." Calypso shrugged casually, continuing, "Usually I don't remember the boring ones." Grayson gritted his teeth, angrily shouting, "Damn you!" He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "I should have fixed that habit of biting my fingers back then." The girl recalled his previous words. "I wonder why you caught the eye of the master without any water flow. Turns out you're just a useless nuisance." Finally, Calypso remembered. She thought to herself, "This kid, the one lost in thought, is the girl from 2 years ago." Calypso looked at him, annoyed, grinding her teeth, finding it funny, but still couldn't recall his name. Calypso spoke up, asking, "So what do you want from me?" He quickly replied, "Do you know what Mr. P has done? He has been destroying estates, including my house." In the past, Grayson's father had pulled P aside and asked why he was doing this. Despite being covered in blood, he still asked, "Is my family's financial aid also cut off?" B coldly responded, "So what? What are you going to do?" B glared at him, emphasizing each word. "Do you think you can touch my daughter and still be safe?" B spoke coldly. "You may belong to the second branch of the family, but as a true killer whale, you should know this right. Killer whales never let go of what belongs to them." He was extremely angry, using water energy to suppress Grayson's father. He glared, his voice icy. "But you dare to touch my people." He felt like his throat was being choked, unable to breathe. Behind him, his wife and children were terrified. Grayson hid in his mother's arms, listening to P. "I will give you a win and some expenses to leave your residence." "Ah," he coldly emphasized each word. "You will never set foot in Aqua again, even in death." Grayson's father cried out in despair, "Why do we have to leave? What have we done?" Calypso listened to Grayson recount the story and calmly spoke up. "So what? My father spared your whole family and even gave you money. If you want to live, you'd better disappear right now." The kids around were frightened by her cold and composed attitude. Grayson was no exception. He stammered, "But how can we survive outside Aqua with just that money?" Helplessly thinking, "What did I just hear? The money my father gave for leaving, what are they using it for?" She sighed, clicked her tongue, and asked, "So you wasted the moving money on luxuries?" He shouted loudly, "Just a few carriages are clearly not enough to carry all our stuff, and we can't just buy one randomly." Calypso listened to his response, unsure of what to say. She just quietly assessed, "A bunch of fools you really are, carp, not killer whales." A friend behind stepped up and patted Grayson on the shoulder, serious. "Enough. Your homes were all destroyed by Mr. P." Another quickly chimed in, "That's right." Grayson regained his composure and gritted his teeth. "We gather here." Another quickly added, "To teach this brat a lesson she'll never forget." The kid with green hair was excited. "Only we witnessed this. You aren't even affiliated with the primary academy anymore. So when the council meeting is called, our testimonies alone will be enough to bury you." Another kid cheerfully continued, "And there's a rumor that you've become weaker. We've been watching you for a long time." They added, "And all you do is go back and forth between home and school. We the Ding Ning kids have never seen you use hydraulics. Who would have thought that after all these years, you're still stuck in 5th year of middle school? Someone like you isn't worth our time." Calypso silently thought, indeed, she had was because she was still around, unable to draw unnecessary attention. She sighed, thinking that if they started investigating and monitoring her actions regarding this Iki's existence might be exposed. "I can't let things get out of control like last time." Grayson quickly ordered to catch her. One kid listened and swung a stick at her. They also added, "And all you do is go back and forth between home and school. We kids have never seen you use hydraulics. Who would have thought you've been stuck in 5th grade for so many years? Someone like you doesn't deserve our attention." Calypso silently thought it's true that she had tried not to draw attention, as they said, but that was because she was still around, unable to attract unnecessary attention. The girls sighed, thinking that if they started investigating and monitoring her actions regarding this, Iki's existence could be exposed. "I can't let things get out of control like last time." Grayson quickly ordered to catch it. A kid listened and swung a stick at her. "Iki's secret might get exposed. I can't let things spiral out of control like last time." Grayson quickly ordered to capture her. A kid followed the order and swung a stick at her. Calypso nimbly dodged it. She ran back, silently thinking. First, she aimed at the sticks the kids were holding, decisively breaking them. She thought to destroy their weapons first. Her actions thoroughly panicked the kids, who shivered and looked at her in fear. They watched her swift movements in awe. They exclaimed, "Huh!" One by one, the wooden sticks had been smashed to pieces, lying scattered on the ground. Calypso gently patted the dirt, listening to the kids gossip about her. They picked up the wood pieces, exclaiming, "How can a 5-year-old be so strong? Did you check thoroughly? How can you say she can't use hydraulics?" The girl looked towards the door, slightly lost in thought. "Dealing with them like this is enough. Let's retreat. I will have to break the window or the wall." Suddenly she heard someone calling her princess. Behind the door were Luca and Luba banging on the door and continuously calling her, "Princess, are you there, princess?" The kids in the room began to tremble hurriedly, discussing among themselves. "Hey, what do we do now? This will ruin our plan to unify our testimonies." Another nodded in agreement. "If the primary academy gets involved, it will just be like a family meeting. We will be at a disadvantage." Grayson thought of something and then smiled weirdly, then spoke, "No, this is actually beneficial for us." He said a shocking statement that could keep them as hostages. Grayson looked at Calypso with a smirk and ordered, "If you don't comply and surrender quietly, we will have no choice but to give you a beating and dump you in a back alley of aqua." He raised an eyebrow and added, "The baby beluga whale disappears in the blink of an eye. I had to give them a beating and throw them into the back alley of aqua." He raised an eyebrow and added, "The baby white whale disappeared in a flash. You know, he smiled strangely. That's the territory of the giant white shark." Calypso clenched her fists. She thought angrily, "What the hell is he talking about?" The girl exhaled sharply, seriously looking at Grayson, angrily thinking if she should rush in and erase all evidence. Another kid quickly spoke up in protest. "No, I don't want to do that." Grayson suddenly exclaimed, "What? To be honest, I just wanted to join in thinking I could hit her once." Calypso watched him lost in thought. "This kid looks familiar. Didn't he show up 2 years ago? He seems serious. I've never heard of adding someone else in." Grayson shouted in frustration, "Jack, it's easy for you to say that since your family moved away without a hitch." IJA retorted, "That's not what I meant." Calypso then chimed in, "That brown-haired kid is right." She noticed the others turning to look at her in surprise. She continued, "The kids out there are different from you guys." Calypso raised an eyebrow, smiling brightly as she added, "They are the heirs of the White Whale clan." She spoke honestly, sitting close to the head of the family meetings, unlike the others who would be in trouble if they came home even a little late. Isaac spoke seriously, saying the entire territory would be thrown into chaos. Grayson was furious. He shouted, "Whose side are you on?" Isaac shook his head. "No, I'm just." Calypso sighed, thinking to herself whether she should take this chance to evacuate Ruka and Ruba. He looked at her, preparing to ask, "Oh, what are you doing?" She focused her energy, thinking to herself, "I can't let those two get hurt again." Saying that, she yelled loudly so the twins outside could hear, "Ruga, Ruba, run!" The two outside were shocked and excited to have found their princess. Both Ruka and Ruba looked at each other, agreeing with the new plan. They shouted together, "Princess, cover your ears." Calypso thought in confusion, "What?" She helplessly held her head, sighing, thinking those silly twins told me to get out of the way. Calypso stared at the window frame above, calculating the angle a bit. Outside, the twins thought, did the princess just cover her ears? Soon after, they heard the sound of glass breaking, and then Calypso tumbled and jumped out. They joyfully cheered, "Princess, our princess." There wasn't much time. Calypso ran to grab the hands of the two brothers to escape quickly. She urged them to hurry. The kids finally kicked the door open, shouting in frustration, "Damn it!" Grayson quickly ordered to catch them. Luca, scared, turned to look at them and then up at Calypso. Seeing her, focused on pulling the two away from here, the boy felt a bit moved by the princess. He remembered her figure smiling contentedly, thinking to himself, it seems she doesn't plan to leave anymore. La held the hand of that person smiling happily. I'm so happy you fell and can't get up. But Luba still had to slowly stand up after a painful fall. They looked and shouted, one fell down, this is our chance, run fast. Turning back, they saw Luca and Calypso coming to help him, but he told everyone to run away. The girl quickly comforted him to urge him on. Don't cry anymore, get up quickly. Luba still hesitated a bit, but he shakily stood up looking pitiful, but he was running very slowly. The wound hurts too much. Seeing that Calypso reminded him that instead of sitting there talking, he should get up. She looked behind, not knowing what to do. Too bad. Even if I could help him stand up, I couldn't carry him. We would be caught immediately. Damn it, when will this body grow up? Looking at these poor twins, Calypso became even more determined. I don't want these twins to get hurt anymore. After thinking, she looked down and saw the wound on his leg becoming more resolute as she gritted her teeth and bent down. Then she turned to prepare for a final showdown. Should I burn everything? Even if I give those jerks a real fight, there would still be a chance to fix the car. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a foot was running quickly toward them. On appeared without saying much and swooped in to pick up the three kids to run away to another place. Grayson saw this scene and was shocked, unable to believe it. What? At that moment, Calypso saw her brother and was overjoyed. Anne also turned back, smiling at his little sister. He then smiled, showing off that he had arrived just in time. Pretty cool, right? Unexpectedly, the girl was still angry and shouted loudly, "Put me down first, I can run." While running, Asian curiously turned back to ask, "What now?" "Just keep running." Calypso leisurely replied, "Those idiots are definitely busy trying to cover up the scene." Upon hearing this, he had a little scheme of his own. Then we should catch them red-handed to leave them with no way to deny it. At that moment in this calm and comfortable room, Lila was leisurely drinking tea, looking over some work in this place. But while drinking, she felt something strange, asking why everything was shaking. The more she thought, the more Lila felt the earthquake shaking stronger. Just after that, a loud noise burst into her room. Lila, along with many documents, was blown away by this impact. She soon realized who it was and called for Princess Aqua. She greeted Lila, saying it had been a while since they last met. Lila was confused and asked about the current situation when Grayson caught up panting. "Finally caught you guys." He didn't pay attention and kept following, cursing non-stop. "You cunning little brats this time. I'm going to beat the twins black and blue." Not only that, Grayson mocked them and tossed them to a place no one could find. When he looked up, he saw the teacher was angry. This time, the teacher was not like before. This time, the truth was clear right before their eyes. "We brought the evidence straight to Lila. Everything was fine thanks to Ruga and Ruba honestly testifying about what happened." Lila reminded them that this was the testimony of the victims. She even picked up Luba to ask questions. Did the accused students have anything else to say? It was even better that the issue was resolved according to Lila Law's decision. Lila turned back and said, "Luckily, this matter has been resolved well, but from now on, Calypso is a bit hesitant." "Yes, I understand. After finishing an hour of listening to complaints, the girl was very tired. Just as she stepped out, Luca cheerfully greeted the princess. They were excited to see Calypso come out and welcomed her back. However, she noticed that his leg was still injured and trembled. Calypso stepped forward, confused, and asked, "Why did you use your super strength? I told you to run quickly." Elle explained, "I've had experience, but you guys are still pretty clueless." Luba added a few words, "So we thought it might be better for you if we participated." At the same time, they didn't want to cause any trouble, which made the girl very touched. And they also didn't attract the attention of the adults. Seeing Calypso not reacting at all, they found it strange and looked around. Just after that, the girl raised her hand, making them happily look on. Calypso approached, using both hands to pat their heads gratefully. "Thank you so much, you two." Unexpectedly, right after that, she changed her tone, causing the two to tremble. But she smiled, although her tone was very strange. "From now on, promise me not to get involved in dangerous things anymore, okay?" "Okay." Seeing this, they obediently replied, "Yes, education about safety is a must." Just then, she turned around and saw her brother standing there looking confused, and stepped forward to ask, "Now it's your turn, right?" Seeing this, Calypso waved her hand to call him over. "All right, come here." and gently walked over, knelt down to let the girl pat his head in praise. Then he looked up and smiled brightly at her. Sister, fighting to protect others is really fun. Next time, let me join too. Okay, I am your #1 subordinate. The next day, after Luca helped Calypso down from the carriage, he gently called her princess, unexpectedly. Luca suddenly hugged Calypso tightly. The girl, confused, called his name Ruga. He didn't let go, but spoke softly and warmly. Thank you for protecting me and Ruba today. From now on, I will always watch over and protect you. Luca also promised Calypso in front of her that so please wait a little longer until we are strong enough. Hearing these sincere words, the girl smiled and returned the hug. All right. In the distance, Yi stood watching this scene frozen. She must have seen him there and called him over. Just as she called his name, he ran over and hugged Calypso tightly. Iki, me too. Calypso, while tightly hugging Iki, still dazed. Me too, me. The girl was about to pass out, thinking she couldn't breathe. But while feeling uncomfortable, Calypso also remembered what happened earlier. He was trying to imitate what she had done when hugging. Oh, he was still the same, still hugging her tightly and continuously calling out, me too, hugging Calypso. Calypso, I want to hug you. Looking at the person who was continuously hugging her, the girl realized that Iki was trying to express that he only wanted to play with her alone. It seemed like he was jealous. Suddenly, Calypso realized something and thought, wait, jealous? She was delighted to know this. If that's the case, then this is proof that Iki feels emotions. When she pulled away, Calypso smiled and said to him, I'm so relieved. Iki, I really feel relieved. Yi, seeing the girl smile, also felt happy. Calypso smiled, I like it. Seeing this while Calypso was praising him, someone barged in. Iki, now you're smiling. He stepped forward slowly but seemed a bit frozen. Meanwhile, Iki was in a very awkward position, causing him to freeze when Calypso called him. Wow. But P, angry, put on gloves and demanded the two. First, you two can separate. However, the girl still didn't understand anything. But what did I do wrong? Why is Dad angry? After that, she stood down and asked, now tell me, why do you look so angry? What happened? He coldly stated Mother called for me. Hearing this made Calypso panic. Grandma called. What did she say, Dad? At this time, P also recounted her words. The useless son. Do you really think I wouldn't know? She seemed quite satisfied with what you did. She asked me why I had been silent all this time and whether you had considered becoming the true heir. Then he said something that made Calypso clench her fists in anger. Of course I refused, Calypso. Without anyone stopping her, the girl rushed to hit P continuously while scolding. I told you a long time ago those outbursts are more than enough. Dad pretends not to hear me. What is this? I said the youngest daughter wants to be the head of the family. Are you now trying to become my rival? That's dangerous. Unexpectedly, he even picked her up and reminded her, sit down first. Let's fight. I will put you on this sofa. At this moment, Calypso accidentally spoke out. Do you know what happened to me at school today? The ones who were destroyed by you, Dad. Hearing this, P's face darkened, and he asked sharply, what? He stepped closer to ask her, what did they do to you? Tell me in detail. But Calypso puffed her cheeks and didn't listen. I have to throw them out of the territory immediately. The girl refused and angrily shouted, I don't know, I won't tell you, Dad. The next day at the mansion, the servants were preparing food for everyone. Calypso cheerfully walked down to greet. Good morning, Princess Misa. The girl happily replied, did you sleep well last night? At that moment, Calypso, still sleepy, stretched her arm. Yeah, I slept really well. The girl yawned again and asked, so how many people died last night? 3 people next year. Calypso Aqua will be 8 years old. Misa pulled out a chair for the girl to sit down and answered. It was 5 people, Your Highness. After hearing this, Calypso asked in surprise. More than 2 people compared to 3 days ago. Is he feeling unwell? But the girl seemed a bit concerned this time. That's right. He must be worried. After all, they won't be around for much longer. It turns out Calypso was having trouble 3 days ago. That day, I was able to reach a dramatic agreement with my father. The girl angrily kept hitting PE. Even if it was for revenge, there should be limits. Seeing this, he comforted her, calmed down a bit. But the girl didn't care and continued to pout. More importantly, why is father pushing himself so hard when he's sick? And you're acting so nonchalant, but they're the ones who started it. Unexpectedly, Calypso asked something. What would happen if father suddenly went to the other world and I was left all alone? But P didn't answer, just looked at her. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? He gently asked Calypso. Are you really worried that I will get hurt? After a moment in this sparkling mansion, Calypso shyly turned away, not wanting to talk. Isn't it obvious? He is your father, and he just looked at the girl with affectionate shyness. Then Calypso bent down gently to pat her head. As a father, I should listen to my daughter. So that's why father promised to quietly deal with one family each year. Because of that, the Ba Yan and Sot clans who have lived longer have been trying to assassinate me for the past 3 years. But father is sick, and one day he will pass away soon. They think that if they can just kill me, this game will end. However, even though they know my abilities, they still act recklessly because there is another rumor spreading around the mansion. Remember when I was asked, you mean Princess Calypso, isn't she a genius? I've heard she has been in her 5th year at the Middle Academy for 4 years now. They thought she was a prodigy when she skipped grades at such a young age. Maybe it was just a brief moment of brilliance. It seems like she has run out of talent. Don't you think so? I feel sorry for P putting so much faith in his daughter like that. Those two brothers smiled and called her princess. It seems you don't like to attract adult attention, except for father and A. So since then, only Ruba and Ruga have understood my intentions. After recalling this, Calypso set down her teacup and said, the future of the water tribe seems bleak. Why asked her back suddenly saying such things? Did I do something wrong? Seeing this, Calypso felt guilty. Oh, I'm sorry. But she smiled normally. It's okay. I'm just really happy that after 5 years of continuously suggesting, this morning you finally decided to come see me. Seeing this, the girl didn't know what to say. I'm sorry for not keeping in touch. I didn't want to stand out unnecessarily. But Y also comfortably replied, it's fine, I figured out your intentions through the kids. After hearing this, Calypso proudly smiled in confirmation. That's right, speaking of that. I'm really happy that Ruga and Ruba have worked so hard to attract attention, advancing to the 5th year of middle school after 3 years topping the class for 3 consecutive years. What a lovely darling. After hearing this, she happily drank tea in place as a mother. I'm also very proud. Just then, Ilya asked something, but the truth is, you came to find me. I didn't expect the girl to quickly confirm that. Yes. Then Calypso confidently replied, Milia Blua, I came here to answer you. Then the girl shyly wanted to ask for a bit to become the head of the family. Isn't the only way to inherit from the current head or to become stronger yourself? And she also confirmed, that's right, but there's still a stronger way, which is the choice from the vassals. But Y had a bit of advice. Moreover, this choice also carries another meaning. You cannot retract the declaration or change the chosen heir. After listening for a while, the girl called out, wait, so if Princess Calypso fails, we will all be doomed. At that moment, Caplipo was very confused and shouted, why do you trust and choose me? Remembering that Y smiled at the girl. Suddenly, CPO reached out to Milia and asked her for some hints. You can't disclose the 7 clans that hold the power to choose the head of the clan because of the golden rule. But can you give me a hint, right? After hearing this, Ilya quickly confirmed. That's right, exactly. The girl was also excited and looking forward to it. So now, give me a hint. Although CPO smiled confidently on the outside, let me become the head of the clan. Sorry to those who want me dead yet. In my heart, I think my time of hiding has ended. Now is the time to act. At this moment, on the other side, a person was thrown away with curses, useless bastard. On this side, terrified, he clutched his leg and pleaded, Bayan, just once, please give me another chance. Just one more time this time. But AG didn't care and hit him again. Then he cursed and asked, not only could you not kill that bastard, but you even dared to argue with me. Continuing with the hits and curses. How dare you, you weakling who only talks and doesn't act. You think I'm pathetic, don't you? Just as No was about to hit again, he stopped. His hand froze as he looked up. The group of people who had been blinded for a while were still watching him. A small child looked at the brutal scene and was now very scared, crying and trembling while calling out, Mom. Another person, although not crying loudly, was tearfully calling Mom. Seeing this, No still didn't let up and filled with killing intent asked, who should I choose next? Suddenly a dark shadow appeared behind the window, with the outside filled with the sounds of sobbing. The tall figure of that man was Rodison, quietly observing. He clicked his tongue in anger, furrowing his brow tightly, thinking to himself, damn it, I can't believe the kid has fallen apart like this. He recounted that after 4 months of being sentenced to probation, Jan's father had gradually fallen into despair, and now he was completely beyond saving. That voice suddenly rang out, Father is Ba Yan. His eyes filled with killing intent. What were you doing while your son was being judged by the family council? Rodison, momentarily tense, couldn't find the words. Ba Yan seemed impatient. Answer me. The kid had beaten an adult male servant to death. Clearly, its strength was increasing day by day. If that's really the case, then Rodison quickly looked for a way to adapt. He awkwardly smiled and flattered Ba Yan. He's your father. I will bring you some new toys so you can beat or stab them to death without facing any consequences. Rodison stood there fearful as he witnessed the scene before him. If the kid could channel his murderous desires onto the weak children from other beast clans, perhaps one day he would come to his senses again. Suddenly, a voice called out, breaking the tense atmosphere. Brother, they both came together. Hai La cheerfully spoke first. He was with Ba Yan again. The beautiful girl a bit cold next to her was Li Ben. Seeing this, Rodison felt a bit awkward. What could he do? As a father, of course, he had to worry. He continued, we need 10 more. No 15 more children from the smaller clans. Hearing this, Hai La replied, You're bringing back too many kids again. Her tone seemed to carry a hint of reproach. Didn't you say the kid would be fine if all his needs were met? Who would have guessed he would use his power like that? At this moment, Leary Ben seemed to notice something else and spoke up. Dad, her voice sharp and a bit cold. How long are you going to leave your brother like this? Hearing this, Rodison was very surprised. He tensed up, sweating, as he hesitantly replied, Li Ben, you grew up in a sheltered environment so you wouldn't understand. But that's exactly how they raised killer whales. Li Ben, expressionless, coldly looked at Rodison, who was still explaining, Your brother is just being driven by instinct for a while. He will return to normal. Li Ben spoke again. If he can't recover after all this time and the opportunities given, wouldn't that just make him worthless? Hearing Li Ben's comment, even he felt a bit taken aback. She quietly looked at the man who had just been dealt with by Ba Yan. Li Ribbon looked directly at him, uttering words filled with interest and needing to be dealt with. At another time, a few days later at the Calypso mansion, the girl was sitting there enjoying her cake, looking very surprised. That bastard Ba Yan is dead. The person sitting across from Calypso replied, Yeah, I heard he's dead. He continued dying quite neatly, in fact. He leaned toward Calypso with great interest. Are you happy? The shame of the clan is finally dead, and there are rumors that his funeral is being held. Contrary to An's reaction, the girl remained calm, eating her cake while silently doubting. Dying at a time like this is absurd. Originally, Ba Yan was destined to die a few years later. Calypso remembered them, Ba Yan An and Iki too. But because some things had changed, it couldn't be guaranteed that everything would go as before. Then the girl asked what the cause of death was. A quickly replied, They say it was a suicide. Hearing this, Calypso became so angry she was shaking. How could a killer whale eat grass? Seeing her like this, he pouted, My sister, if you show your anger like that, you'd think Anne would be scared. But it turns out he was very excited. His eyes lit up and his heart would stop beating. Come on, let's have a match, please. Calypso held the knife to cut the cake, her face filled with killing intent, threatening him. Do you want to be kicked out? Scared Agenter stiffened. No, I'll behave. Do you want to know anything else? Remembering after the family meeting 5 years ago, there had been no news about Ba Yan anymore, but it wasn't hard to guess what he had done. The weaker ones easily fell into his sights, bullying the weak, impulsively losing his temper. Calypso assessed sadly more than anything. The reason she didn't believe he had committed suicide was that she thought of the two of them, Okula and Rodison. Calypso was deep in thought just recently. Uncle was still trying to save Ba Yan's honor, and now he had suddenly passed away. She was sure it must be Li Ben. Li Ben, the second daughter of Rodison, her cousin, who lived in seclusion and only revealed her outstanding talents in her third life. She recalled when she first met that mysterious and strange girl. The voice rang out, Hello, you must be Calypso Aqua. You returned to the clan this time, right? The one who took the initiative to shake hands with Calypso at that time was Li Ben. The girl happily welcomed her, very glad to meet her. Everything before her had become desolate smoke. Billowing houses collapsed. If only I had met you a little earlier. Li Ben was covered in syrup from her injuries, and she shouted defiantly, If this flaw hadn't held back my body, I would have definitely won this battle. Li Ben bitterly. The girl happily welcomed her, very glad to meet her. Everything before her had become desolate smoke. Billowing houses collapsed. If only I had met you a little earlier. Li Ben was covered in syrup from her injuries, and she shouted defiantly, If this flaw hadn't held back my body, I would have definitely won this battle. Li Ben bitterly. Li Ben was covered in syrup from her injuries, and she shouted defiantly, "If this flaw hadn't held back my body, I would have definitely won this battle." Li Ben bitterly. The girl happily welcomed her, very glad to meet her. Everything before her had become desolate smoke, billowing houses collapsed. If only I had met you a little earlier. Li Ben was covered in syrup from her injuries, and she shouted defiantly, "If this flaw hadn't held back my body, I would have definitely won this battle." Li Ben bitterly. Gritting her teeth while looking at the person in front of her, the girl wondered if it was because she was developing slowly. Calypso had many injuries, but still looked steady. Such big matters are not suited for someone like you. Calypso recalled in the final battle, Li Ben had proven herself to be the most formidable opponent. Alongside H. Russell, she was a master of cunning tactics and political schemes. Her fighting skills exceeded what people had rumored. The two of them were indeed a formidable pair. Now she was revealing herself earlier than in her previous life. Li Ben was not someone to be underestimated, Calypso asserted confidently. After a while, lost in thought, the girl returned to reality and asked when the funeral would take place. I replied, "It starts today, and the burial will be 3 days later." Upon hearing this, the girl stepped down from her chair. "All right, that's plenty of time," he asked in confusion. "Where are you going?" "Let me go with you to another grand palace of the Rodison family." At that moment, inside the palace, Hela and Li Ben were sitting across from each other. She proactively asked the girl with a calm expression, "Why did you kill him?" Li Ben replied, "I think now is the best time to eliminate him." Moreover, she uttered a very cold statement, hinting at that matter. Late blooming geniuses will attract even more attention. "Isn't that right?" Li Ben affirmed, believing that her mother thought the same when looking at her brother. Even now, it seemed like her thoughts hadn't changed. She began to explain her upcoming response. If they held her responsible for killing the heir they supported, she would prove her worth at the funeral. By then it wouldn't be too late to make a decision. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere fell silent. Then High H placed her teacup on the table and finally spoke up. "All right." Li Ben sat there tense, clenching her fists. Then she decided to step down. Finally, Li Ben gently bowed her head while holding the hem of her dress. H said she would see her at the ceremony later. Dear mother, she silently rejoiced. Finally, that moment was approaching. If she could showcase her abilities at the funeral, she could also be loved. A little while later, Li Ben left that room. She walked alone down the palace hallway. Suddenly, there was a noisy whispering ahead. They saw Li Ben and exclaimed, "There she is!" It was the two siblings, A and Calypso. The girl cheerfully greeted them. "Hello, Li Ben." Calypso maintained a cheerful attitude and continued, "This is the first time we meet alone, right? I've always wondered when I should talk to you." Seeing this, Li Ben felt a bit confused and asked back, "You want to talk to me?" The girl quickly replied, "Uh-huh." Observing her, Calypso thought, "I never could have imagined you actually killed him." Li Ben still seemed a bit hesitant, looking puzzled. "I don't know what you're talking about." The girl remained silent, but kept her cheerful demeanor. Unable to wait any longer, Calypso took the initiative to speak first. The expressions of both changed. "Don't play dumb, you know exactly what I mean." The girl asked, "You killed Father Yan, right?" After hearing Calypso's question, Li Ben's expression showed some surprise. The girl complimented, "Li Ben, you look very beautiful, your voice is lovely, and you're a great actress too." She thought to herself, not done yet. Calypso continued and evaluated Li Ben's abilities. "You're very strong." Calypso smirked slightly. "I'm quite familiar with situations like this." The girl turned to face Li Ben with confidence. "You're suffering from the same illness as our father." Speaking of that, Calypso was also curious. In her previous life, she had thought about this. If Li Ben had shown her strength when she was younger, how would their battle have ended? Levi, with arms full of books and papers, scolded in annoyance. "Stop talking about those terrible things. Why do you keep bringing up the dead, like a lovesick ex?" An ex, Calypso lying below, simply replied, "Because I won, that's why I'm curious." She clasped her hands on her forehead, tilting her head to speak. Li Ben had shown her strength at the age of 16, changing everyone's perception of her. She had forced herself into countless battles. The girl had probably thought a lot about this. If she had solidified her position as heir early on, she might have been able to fight me in a better state. Simply put, in the third battle, Li Ben had exhausted her strength. At this point, Calypso realized that this time Li Ben had started to show herself earlier. So perhaps she had become stronger than what I remember. Yet the girl remained cheerful, thinking positively. "Still, she was no match for me." Calypso smiled brightly. Today I just wanted to say hello. Then both she and A turned to leave, leaving Leary Ben standing there alone. You're so smart, I bet you're curious about the purpose of this visit. Calypso silently analyzed the typical symptoms of the illness that her father and Lai Ben suffered from, which was that, despite possessing extraordinary strength, the number of times they could use that power was limited, and once they had exhausted their uses, the patient could die immediately or fall into a vegetative state. She was lost in her thoughts. However, this terminal illness could still be cured. It's just that they haven't found a cure yet. It might be quite difficult to find a treatment. At this moment, outside the palace, the two of them were walking outside. A followed along, constantly curious. Did Li Ben really kill Father Yan? Why are you so quiet? Seeing Calypso not answering, he kept rambling beside her. Come on, just answer me. Is Lai Ben really that strong? I thought I would fight her. Seeing Calypso not answering, he kept rambling beside her. Come on, just answer me. Is Lai Ben really that strong? I thought I would fight her. So why did you come back without doing anything? After a series of curious questions from An, the girl decided to confirm. Yup, Li Ben killed him. Anne was overjoyed. Finally, you answered. Afraid she might feel troubled, he sincerely explained. What I mean is, it's good that Ba Yan guy is dead, but I never thought he would be killed by Li Ben. Calypso replied, she's really strong. You must have felt that too. The girl confidently asserted that if Lai Ben dedicated her whole life to fighting, almost no one could stop her. Hearing this, Anne was incredibly surprised and shouted, Wait, what? Calypso helplessly reminded him to keep it down. The girl awkwardly looked at him and asked, Why are you so shocked? Anne, flustered, explained, How would I know she was that strong? I've never fought her. Then he placed his hand on his chin, pondering. So, the thing about her having a terminal illness was a lie. Calypso calmly replied, It's true that she is sick. She recalled when they had fought before Lai Ben had mentioned it. Why do you think someone who's sick should just give up and die? It's ridiculous. Calypso realized that if someone has a strong will to live and a life ideal, they can defeat death. Suddenly, An turned to look at the girl and asked, What about you? Can you defeat her? But hearing something so ridiculous, Calypso's expression tightened and she smirked confidently. What do you think? Seeing her reaction, he was in awe, his eyes shining brightly. An still hadn't given up on his idea. He cheerfully suggested, So you mean you can win, then fight me? Calypso seemed impatient and said, Let's go meet Yi already. In the palace, An's persistent whining echoed. Come on, fight me, I'm begging you. Calypso walked away irritated and helplessly yelled at him. Stop it! I'm serious. If I didn't finish my sentence as soon as the girl opened the door, she saw him right in front of her. Iki had said not to wait by the door. Calypso worried silently. He almost got hurt. Iki just called out to Calypso. When he saw her, he excitedly spread his arms wide to hug her. Calypso responded, Okay, let's go inside. As soon as they stepped in and looked around, Calypso immediately asked, Where's Dad? Yi innocently replied, He went outside. The girl smiled, brightly adjusted Yi's scarf and suggested, Where did he go? Do you want to wait by the window for him? At this moment, Aegon stood in a corner quietly observing the two of them, thinking to himself, Little sister, as long as I can be by your side, that kid will agree to anything. The master is absent. That kid doesn't care. That's what he had observed and concluded over the past year. A moment later, Iki lay quietly on Calypso's lap. She gently stroked him. 3 years ago, Iki's language skills had improved a lot. Compared to living with such a quiet father, it was a significant step forward. Seeing him so cheerful made Calypso happy too. Ever since that day, she had focused on helping Iki learn about emotions. Iki spoke up. Calypso smiled happily. Teaching him about emotions was going quite smoothly. Iki loved following her just like a duckling sticking to the first thing it sees. Maybe he saw her as his mother, but there was still one thing that troubled her. It was quite a bad and terrible thing. Iki couldn't leave this mansion. Calypso recalled P's previous words about being trapped in a place created to kill him, and a place she believed was safe with trustworthy people. Of course, they were completely different, she thought to herself. Dad had tried to help her resolve this deadlock. Iki had also trusted her. Calypso, you need to help the Dragon Duke. I'm counting on you. Let's keep repeating what Toot said. After a while of being lost in thought, suddenly Calypso's hand gently rested on his soft hair. Iki looked up at her in confusion. Calypso promised, Iki, don't worry. I will definitely bring you back to Tut. I'm sure both you and Tut can live freely. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. Someone was walking in. The man's voice rang out. There you are. Seeing him, Calypso joyfully asked, "Dad, where have you been?" Bai On Tun replied, "I just went down to the basement of the mansion. We discovered another spy who saw the Dragon Duke." Calypso exclaimed then, "We need to take good care of him." Meanwhile, in another place right now in the basement, the ugly fishman was in the process of hypnotizing the remaining spy. B quickly approached and hugged Calypso. Iki was sitting there, staring blankly at her, thinking that if he went back, he would have to leave Calypso. He felt a bit of pain. Why, looking at Calypso like that, his inner feelings were in turmoil. He wanted to meet his own kind, but why did he have to leave Calypso? He wondered, longing in his heart. If he could remove all barriers between them, could he stay with Calypso forever? An quickly realized and reminded Iki, "You're really losing your mind." Seeing his sulky face, he felt helpless. "You didn't even look at me while I was talking." Anne subtly reminded him, "Let me tell you, girls don't like being chased around crazily. Like Yi's black heart confused. So is that bad?" Anne awkwardly replied, "Of course, what if one day your sister has a boyfriend?" Seeing his dissatisfied attitude, he was puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "That's it. I looked at Iki like that and he gave up thinking, 'Good luck, little sister. I can't defeat someone who won't listen.'" At this moment, on Calypso's side, she proactively asked Pai, "Dad, have you heard the news about Bayan?" He replied, "Yes, and in 3 days we will have to attend the funeral." Hearing this, Calypso joyfully hugged him tightly. "Good, great, then we have plenty of time." Embracing P, she couldn't hide her smug expression and sent a message. "Lai Ben, I'm truly sorry, but I will break your wings in just a moment." 3 days later, on the day of Bayan's funeral, everyone wore black to attend his memorial service. At that moment, inside the church, everyone was shocked to see something before their eyes. It was none other than the family of Mac Calypso. Behind them, not far away, there was a person silently observing them. This person looked almost identical to Bayan, except for the red eyes. The three of them walked in together, and as they were walking, Asian suddenly bowed his head towards Calypso. He whispered, "Hey, little sister, you noticed that intense stare too, right?" "It's our older brother," the girl interrupted him. "I know, but I don't understand why he's suddenly looking at us like that." "That person is Atlan Acquier, my older brother. He is known to be hot-tempered and violent." Suddenly Peace spoke up, "I will take away Peace." He rubbed Calypso's face and carefully instructed, "If anyone causes trouble for you, remember to tell me later." The girl looked confused at him. He smiled at Calypso. "I'm very happy to follow the way you want to handle things." Then he turned away, leaving them there. Anne then spoke up. He just couldn't understand why the master had turned out this way. The girl replied, "Everyone will change eventually." Suddenly there were whispers, and one phrase caught Calypso's ear. "She's really bold. She dares to walk in like that." Everyone around looked at them with judgmental eyes. How ridiculous it was with Lord P backing her. She acted like she was so noble. If it weren't for her Lord Bayan, I'm sure that even that verdict was the result of a sinister plan. Isn't it strange that she has been unusually quiet lately? Suddenly, from afar, there was the sound of footsteps running towards the girl. In an instant, there was a loud crash as someone fell to the floor. A boy cried out in pain. Einar, confused, reached out to help, but the boy flinched. Oh no, Calypso felt awkward too. It seemed Anne startled him. "Are you okay?" the boy asked. "That's why I told you not to stand too close behind the ladies." Lubba. In front of them were two bright-looking blonde twin boys. They were Luga and Luba, 12 years old. Luca threw his arm around, teasing the princess. "Luba is an idiot. He always forgets." Luba replied irritably, "Did you just call your younger brother an idiot? The Dubas Reserve is here too." Seeing that the girl joined in teasing the two brothers. "The Dubas Reserve is here too." "Come on," they both shouted in unison. "It's Luca and Luba." Calypso cheerfully spoke up. "Seeing you two study hard makes me really happy. Keep it up." Luca then teased the princess. "You talk like an old lady." They were chatting happily when suddenly they felt a cold aura emanating nearby. The girl glanced to see that standing in front of Calypso was Atlan, with his fiery red eyes glaring at her. "Get out of the way." The three of them silently looked at each other. The girl quietly sensed that she could hear his heart, which was Asian's desire. "Take him down, take him down." Calypso thought to herself, if Atlan had acted this way before, she would have personally let him experience her fist. However, now she was much more merciful than before, the girl concluded. Moreover, to be honest, thinking it over, Atlan did not exist in the future she was aiming for. Then her expression changed. Calypso smirked provocatively. "Get out of the way." Why should I do that? She thought. But that didn't mean she would let him off the hook. Calypso boldly responded directly to Atlan. There are plenty of places to go. What's wrong with you? He felt a bit anxious at her words, his hand clenched tightly. The girl saw this and teased, "Are you going to hit me?" Calypso looked at Atlan with bright eyes and provoked, "Come on, if you have the guts, hit me." Atlan's expression looked like it was about to explode, filled with heavy killing intent. Calypso was a bit surprised. Why did his magic power dissipate? Atlan didn't say anything more. He silently turned and walked away. Just hearing the footsteps was enough to feel Lan's restrained anger. Looking at that figure, Asian curiously whispered to the girl, "What's going on? Why isn't he attacking?" Calypso was also confused. Who knows? Outside the palace, in a somewhat solemn atmosphere, Okula stood at the podium. "I formally declare, the reason we are here today is for Ba-Yan Akweer." Everyone listened intently. She continued, "The Sea Beast tribe does not worship any particular god. For them, what is more sacred is the sword. The sea only allows those who leave in a normal way or sacrifice in a duel of honor to return to it after death. So today, we will say goodbye to the warrior who will forever return to the embrace of the sea." The surroundings were also decorated with lavender branches, orcas carrying Ba-Yan Akweer. This funeral recognized Ba-Yan's sacrifice as a true warrior. Suddenly, a small hand was raised. "Excuse me, Grandma, I have something to say." Okula agreed. "All right, kiddo, today I'm willing to listen to you. But if what you say is all nonsense, you'll have to take responsibility." The girl quickly replied, "Of course, Grandma." Calypso kept her hand raised, her face bright as she spoke. "Even though this is a solemn ceremony, I still have to talk about this." Seeing her like that reminded the old lady of the past. She looked just like the first day she presented herself to the family council. "But if everything you say is nonsense, you'll have to take responsibility." The girl quickly replied, "Of course, ma'am." Calypso still had her hand raised, her face bright as she spoke. "Even though this is a solemn ceremony, I still have to talk about this." Seeing her like this reminded the lady of the past. Looking at her was just like the first day she presented to the family council last year. Seeing Okula's attitude like this made Calypso satisfied, thinking to herself, "That's right, Grandma, you will like me more and more, because until I surpass it, I will become the perfect heir, just as you expected." So, the girl continued to address the lady, "We are here at this funeral to honor the noble warrior who sacrificed himself." Calypso didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. But if Ba-Yan's death wasn't honorable, wouldn't that undermine the meaning of this funeral? Everyone in the room was in an uproar. Radisson jumped up angrily. "What are you talking about?" It's easy to see that this funeral is actually a stage for Lai Ben, the victor of the duel with Squick L. Calypso remarked in her past life the opponent was sought, but she was the type of person who wouldn't hesitate to trample on her brother's grave to show off. Calypso spoke bluntly. Ban had been murdered. His death was nothing honorable, so there was no reason to hold such a formal ceremony. Okula's expression remained unchanged. She calmly asked the girl, "Do you have any evidence?" Calypso quickly replied, "Of course." Then the girl presented a green vial in her hand. "This is a vial of blue coral poison." Calypso had carefully investigated beforehand. She found it in the trash thrown away by the attendants. Upon inquiry, it turned out that the vial was cleared from Ba-Yan's room. "Apparently, you ordered it to be thrown away." Suddenly, N leaned in and whispered to Calypso, "When did you discover all this?" The girl confidently replied, "Nothing is impossible." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I object." This time the speaker was Lai Ben. "Me too. I apologize for interrupting this solemn ceremony, madam, but I cannot remain silent while people tarnish my brother's honor." Hela, sitting in a corner, quietly observed the unfolding story. "Ba-Yan Akweer, your brother truly took his own life after losing, because I was the one who defeated him." Lai Ben placed her hand on her chest, boldly declaring, "Okula is still not convinced the boy may be a bit slow, but I still don't believe you could defeat him. You'll need to prove your strength." Immediately, a bright light radiated from her. When did Calypso end up in P's arms without noticing? The girl commented, "Dad, isn't that girl just too outstanding?" He simply replied, "Not really." Calypso asked, "Why not?" B turned to look at his daughter. "The #1 genius I know is standing right here, so what else could surprise me? You're too biased." Seeing this, the girl smiled sheepishly. "You're too biased." Calypso happily accepted. "Then I don't mind carrying that bias with me forever." After witnessing Leary Ben's strength, Okula acknowledged the interesting point. I am not curious about why you hid your true power, but clearly you have proven yourself stronger than Ba Yan. The girl politely thanked her for believing in her. Lai Ben quickly returned to the main topic. What I want to say is with this kind of strength, there's no reason for me to use poison. The crowd murmured. That's right. If you can win with strength, there's no reason to resort to such things. She turned to look at Calypso. More importantly, if you want to accuse, Calypso needs to prove one more thing, that the vial of poison really came from your brother's room or provide a witness. The mysterious figure behind watched the attendant. Hearing this, Calypso thought to herself, a witness, even if I have one, I won't bring it out. The girl had her own plan from the start. The poison was just bait. Where did someone ask about Leary Ben? Awesome. So we just need to examine Ba Yan's corpse, right? Upon hearing that, she suddenly froze. Lai Ben didn't respond. Her gaze became contemplative. She thought to herself, if it were Grandma, just a glance, and she would know right away. Looking at Okula, still showing no emotion, could the match between Ba Yan and Leary Ben truly be a fair fight? She raised doubts about Ba Yan's determination, or if it was just a senseless murder. Continuing to pursue when the opponent had surrendered, Leary Ben cast a resentful, unfriendly look at Calypso. The girl, on the other hand, wore a face full of confidence, remembering the previous time she couldn't reveal about the 7 families holding power to choose the head of the family due to the golden rule, but at least she could hint right. Ilya asked with interest, all right then, tell me, which family has the most eyes and ears in the mansion? Is that the one everyone ignores? The herring people. They not only bond with other species, but also have superior reproductive abilities. Moreover, their absolute loyalty makes them the most popular choice for servants. Delving deeper into their personalities, the herring people seem weak, yet possess telepathic abilities. If both sides agree, they can exchange any information. Calypso was picking items while wondering, awesome. So how influential is your sister? Someone chimed in, Din is really famous. She politely replied, not at all. Smiling shyly, I only contact my brother, and he is the heir of the herring family. Calypso recounted I met him through a surprising connection. The girl listened intently to the blonde man recounting. I heard from my sister. They said that if I followed them, even a weak beast tribe like us could live without worry. Calypso thought to herself that she had successfully pulled the herring family to her side quicker than expected. Their eyes and ears are now weapons for the inheritance battle. She noted that losing lives in the inheritance battle was common as scheming and plotting were allowed. In fact, even Rodison was not pleased with her. No one acknowledged their existence even though they played a key role. Even Hai looked at her so gracefully, the one who was exploited by the special abilities of the beast tribe. Calypso was satisfied. This allowed all the information gathered by the merfolk to reach me effortlessly. Calypso quietly asked the mysterious person, did you witness Ba Yan's death? She replied immediately, yes, yes. Aya couldn't stand properly, her voice trembling. In the middle of the night, a scream echoed down the hallway. It was Ba Yan. He was holding one arm which was injured, and he couldn't stand on his feet. Don't kill me, I've already given up. Ba Yan limped while trying to escape. She recounted that Leary Ben had stabbed him from behind. Calypso confidently believed that the information she received this way had become a weapon for her just like now. She cheerfully explained, if it's an honorable battle like Li Ben said, there shouldn't be any poison in Ban's body and no wounds on his back. After some debate and back and forth, Okula remained calm and listened. Then suddenly she smiled. It had been 20 years since she last examined a corpse, which made Rodison astonished, and he suggested mother silence. Ignoring his words, she turned away. Silence. You have no right to speak. Rodin. Immediately, Okula personally went to Ba Yan's coffin to verify. She sat for a moment observing. Okula turned Ba Yan over to check and discovered 3 wounds on his back. Suddenly, Okula spoke up. Li Ben! She heard her name and flinched. The woman looked at Lai Ben with a murderous gaze, warning in a low voice. How dare you embarrass me and do things like this? Suddenly, the atmosphere around them grew colder. The wind howled. Perhaps it was due to her power. He quickly created a protective barrier. Calypso innocently spoke up. Grandma is just pretending to be angry, right? He gently replied, that's right. B continued, if Mother were really angry, that kid wouldn't stand a chance. Maybe she likes Leary Ben for its strength. At that moment, she felt like she was collapsing, unable to stand, trembling all over with fear. Okula rushed towards her, calling out loudly, "Leary Ben, come here!" Realizing the situation was not good, Hyla spoke up. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault, but we never intended to deceive anyone. Mother, this place should be where all the truths are revealed." Her face darkened with anger. Are you saying that you have been deceiving me all this time?" Hey La desperately defended Leary Ben. "No, Mother, actually my daughter's battle is to punish my son for dishonoring the Orca clan." She recounted that for the past year, her son had secretly brought back children from beast clans and continuously attacked them brutally to death. Still alive. "Do you think I look stupid?" Upon hearing this, Calypso was also surprised, thinking to herself, "Are you twisting the truth like that?" Then Hyla continued, "I also have witnesses." She immediately shouted, "A Queen Nevera!" He was startled by the surprise. Hyla exposed he is the one who kidnapped the children and brought them to my son. He was extremely shocked to be pointed out. "Nevera, you promised on your honor that you would tell the truth. So now reveal the truth as promised." Nevera hesitated. Hyla impatiently shouted, "Hurry up!" He admitted that what Hyla said was true. "I kidnapped children around 3 or 4 years old and brought them to Bayan." Everyone was in an uproar. Hyla took the lead in recounting. "When Leary Ben won, you feared that the truth about colluding with Bayan would be exposed, so you stabbed Bayan from behind to kill him, and you promised to cooperate with us and confess everything." "Am I right?" Nevera struggled to admit. "Yes, exactly. It's all a lie. A prime example of cutting off Calypso's tail. In dissatisfaction, you will end up in the same situation." Hay desperately persuaded Okula. "Mother, my daughter wants to prevent this tragedy, but being young, she can't express her thoughts clearly. Once again, I apologize on her behalf." Calypso sulkily hugged P tightly and remarked, "Perhaps she will only lightly punish them and end everything here. If there wasn't a reasonable cause, she wouldn't kill such a talented person." He sighed at this age. She understands her grandmother too well. The girl's inner thoughts now reflected that her grandmother pursued the rule that only the strong can survive, with quite vague standards, in selecting the 8 clans. The 7 clans would be promised generous rewards if they chose a successor. Calypso wondered what reason a small clan like Herring had to be on that list. A moment later, there were murmurs from below. "Oh my, just thinking about them throwing the coffin of the dead like that. The master has been angered by us. There's nothing we can do." "That's right, because Leary Ben didn't suffer any misfortune. Isn't that a good outcome?" Calypso looked sad, a bit disappointed. As expected, Grandma didn't punish Lai Ben harshly. She stood in front of Calypso, glaring straight ahead, but Leary Ben's debut stage was completely ruined, and that alone was enough to satisfy her. "Father Agan, let's go," Be quietly observed Calypso. Suddenly he seriously instructed, "I am always aware of your position, so if you encounter any danger, just call me anytime you need." The girl felt awkward. "Dad, I'm already 8 years old. I can handle everything myself, don't worry." At this moment, there were only Lai Ben and Calypso. Li Ben turned around and proactively asked her, "You planned all of this, right?" "Calypso Aqua," she replied calmly, but her tone was sarcastic. "I thought you would fight back harder, but I didn't expect this." Then Calypso continued, "I have to appreciate her. I don't like that guy Bayan either." Leary bitterly listened to the girl's words. "I wonder if Bayan is grateful to me for this, huh?" In the end, I revealed the truth about his death. The girl asked back, how did she know about that? Just how much has she thought about it? Calypso smiled with delight. "Lai Ben, if you say that your true intentions will be exposed," the girl provocatively remarked, "in situations like this, you should be thick-skinned and act like you still have an ace up your sleeve." Calypso silently assessed the girl. Lai Ben is still young, but a valuable talent like her can't easily die. I learned this the hard way in my past life. The girl recalled the battle back then. If she hadn't lost her powers in the inheritance battle, we could have easily won the war against the beastmen on the surface. So, in this life, we must focus on preserving her talent as much as possible. Calypso continued, "You must have a lot of questions you want to ask me now." The girl seemed to be in control, completely dominating Lai Ben. "How do I know about your debut intentions? When did I start planning this? And most importantly, how did I discover your illness?" Calypso got straight to the point. "You want to become the head of the family, right?" Then the girl giggled with delight. "But you can't defeat me." Hearing this, Lai Ben became furious. "Don't joke around. It's true that you're stronger than me. But that doesn't mean I'm completely powerless. You know that, right?" Seeing her reaction, Calypso mocked, "That's right. This is more like you. even before you would rather choose death than submit to me. Calypso concluded that this girl would only submit when faced with overwhelming power, just like what happened earlier. The girl smiled cheerfully, boldly, demanding, "Li Ben, submit to me." Li Ben clenched her fists fiercely, opposing. "You might be stronger than me. However, just because of that doesn't mean I'll follow you." Suddenly, Li Ben's gaze hardened as if she couldn't believe what she was witnessing. She didn't expect that with just a few light swings, Calypso could smash a large area of ground. Li Ben was truly frightened by the girl. Calypso's tone at this moment was no longer cheerful, but filled with killing intent. "All right, let me rephrase my question more clearly this time." Calypso looked at her with a sharp gaze, smirking with delight. "Join my side or die." At this moment, Li Ben could no longer stand firm and fell to the ground, mouth agape in horror. The two of them locked eyes, neither speaking. Seeing her so terrified, Calypso secretly teased, "It's not like I'm really going to kill her, right? But I am indeed planning to defeat Li Ben." The girl looked at the woman before her and remembered the past. "What I regret the most in my past life was not having Li Ben by my side. Surely there will be some questions about why I chose Li Ben out of everyone. That's right, An is unfair. He constantly complained. Why Li Ben and not choose me?" The girl subtly explained, "I have my own reasons." The previous story, the hand reaching out in front, welcomed Calypso back. In the third round, when I almost died and came back, only Li Ben was there to welcome me. They had spent some time together. Li Ben was the first to speak. "Considering everything, shouldn't we call each other friends?" Calypso felt that because of Li Ben, she could remember the ordinary days on Earth. Even if it was just a short time, she wondered. Sometimes I even ask myself if I had a normal friend. Would they be like her? Suddenly, everything didn't turn out as well as I hoped. Li Ben's attitude at that time was completely different. Did she really believe that? The girl with her mouth full of syrup smirked mockingly. "Calypso, I'm just using you." Foolish. Everything passed, feeling like her heart was heavier. Those shoes had been stained by the syrup, which probably had etched deep into her memory. Calypso genuinely felt regret. Even though she mocked me like that, I still truly regret it when she died. Back to reality, Li Ben was unwilling. She continuously refused. "I'm not crazy. Why should I side with you?" Calypso pressed on Li Ben's issue. "Don't you want to cure your illness?" The girl still tried to persuade. "Come on, Li Ben, use your smart head to think. If you go with me, you might not become the head, but you can still live on." Calypso smiled brightly, painting a picture of the future life where she could enjoy life without worrying about her illness. The girl silently recalled that day when she first saw a strong desire to live in her eyes. Did she think I didn't want to live? But living a life forgotten by everyone is even scarier. During that time, I wanted to see her wishes fulfilled. Li Ben, confused, asked back, "If so, why do you have to bring more trouble by teasing someone as flawed as me? There are plenty of stronger and healthier people than me." Calypso laughed comfortably. "No need to say much about how I feel because I think you'll like my plan." The girl was puzzled. The plan? Seeing this, Calypso explained, "Li Ben, if we fight against each other, it will only benefit Grandma. Meeting parents' expectations to become the heir is good. But then what?" Li Ben felt a bit uncomfortable, her hands gripping her dress tightly, as she said, "Too much what's your plan?" As if waiting for this moment, Calypso gently smiled with confidence. The girl boldly declared, "I will dethrone Grandma." Hearing this, Li Ben was extremely shocked. She asked back, "What do you really think that's possible?" Compared to Li Ben's reaction, the girl just cheerfully replied, "Why not?" It left her speechless. Meanwhile, the sound of the carriage wheels rolled steadily along the road. Inside the carriage were Li Ben and Hai, who sat quietly listening as Hyla spoke. "I said I would prove my abilities at the funeral." She didn't look at Li Ben, but continued, "I think my protecting you is the clearest answer. Your father has seen your strength and accepted it." Then Hai La coldly declared, "He might not resemble your flaws, but that doesn't help at all." Hearing her cold remarks, the girl recalled Calypso's earlier proposal. "Join my side, Li Ben. Heal your sister and dethrone Grandma. Think carefully about my proposal." Li Ben didn't respond to her. They just sat in silence. A week later, at the magnificent palace, B commented, "You seem to be in a good mood." Calypso happily sat reading a newspaper and replied, "Of course, today is one of those rare, wonderful days." He curiously asked, "Did something happen?" The girl eagerly shared, "One of my wishes has come true." Calypso recounted that this morning Lai Ben's probation period had ended and she had received a response to her proposal. The girl couldn't hide her excitement after reading the letter. She was really happy with the content of the response because she had a new subordinate. Suddenly, Calypso reached out with both hands towards P and suggested, "Daddy, pick me up." The girl worriedly thought, and now she also needed an answer from her dad. Calypso tried to persuade him. "I have something very important to discuss. I need your answer today." B lamented, "Why do you have to pinch my cheek while talking?" Then Caleb sat still and asked, "Daddy, have you ever thought about wanting to live longer?" The sun shone into every corner of the room, a silence enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly his gaze narrowed and he gently spoke. "Of course, every day B takes my hand, that is, resting on my face, and continues. Since meeting you, seeing his reaction like that, Calypso felt pleased. Thank goodness now I can focus on saving people." After a while, outside the sky had darkened. The moonlight shone through each window. As Calypso was carrying her bag, P suddenly spoke up. "I know what you're worried about, but don't overthink it." He gently reassured the girl. "The power used to wipe out the branches of the family won't affect you." Calypso replied somewhat defiantly, "You're really sharp. Anyway, since I'm not hiding anymore, you need to preserve your strength too." Daddy B reminded, "Didn't you clearly prove that when you broke the ground last week?" The girl felt awkward. He didn't need to state it so plainly. Back to the main issue. B asked sharply, "So, if you're not hiding anymore, what do you plan to do now?" Hearing that, the girl smiled. In her heart, Calypso thought, a way to heal Dad. To be precise, the one who can save Dad hasn't appeared yet. Maybe it's some mysterious boy. But that's over now. Then Calypso positioned her hands on her bag, ready to respond cheerfully. "I'm waiting for someone." Gentle sunlight shone down on the palace. Inside the ancient hallway, a hand touched the teacup. "Do we really have to meet like this?" Lai Ben gently lifted it to taste. Calypso confidently thought that Leary Ben had already become her subordinate. She dropped a sugar cube and asked, "You're not being followed, are you?" Receiving the question, she replied, "No, not at all." The two continued chatting. "We've checked our side too. There really is no one. Now you're doubting my skills." The girl responded that it wasn't doubt. She just didn't think you fully understood how many special skills the Water Tribe Masters have. Lai Ben mockingly replied, "You're really something." The girl didn't care to question. "So, what's the purpose of this meeting? Are you going to keep pretending to be a candidate for the heir?" Not quite understanding, she blinked and asked back, "You mean I still have to act like I haven't given up my top position?" And quickly received a response. "Exactly." Placing the teacup down, Leary Ben had to admit that to ignite Grandma and my mother's fire. "Right, you really are sharp." Without hesitation, Calypso replied directly, "I like that." Meanwhile, understanding Helia's ambition is too great. She is an experienced person, deeply knowledgeable about the diverse powers of the water people, and is also a member of the branch of the family. You can use hydraulics. If born in the main line of the family, she would become a formidable opponent. Of course, I have no intention of confronting her directly right now. So, now Leary Ben needs to keep Ha's attention. Realizing the situation was unlikely, Lee Ben doubted if she really thought she could dethrone Grandma while she was at her peak. Hearing that, Calypso replied, "You're really suspicious. That's why I like you." Lai Ben felt annoyed and retorted, "Why do you act like you know me so well?" Her hand froze. "Because I want us to get along." The girl didn't understand the question. "What do you mean?" Calypso hit the nail on the head. "You don't have any friends your age, do you? Afraid of being embarrassed, so pretending who needs friends anyway?" Having caught her opponent off guard, the girl flaunted that even her brother has friends while she is a loner, making her cry out, "Who are you calling a loner? Stop teasing." Calypso said, "Fine, you can be my friend." Then she burst out laughing. Lee Ben was left speechless, just pouting, then firmly refused. "I'm not going to be friends with someone who stalks me. If you're done talking, I'm leaving." And stood up. After just a few steps, the girl stopped. "Wait a minute. Leary Ben Calypso." She knocked on the table, requesting before leaving that she needed to make a vow to the sea. Her dangerous gaze said, "Didn't you say you would be loyal to me?" Leary Ben sighed and complied while the girl felt a bit hurt. "Do you really think I would trust you that easily?" And just like that, I had a professional spy planted in the Roderson camp, thinking I just had to wait for the treatment. Suddenly, Calypso frowned in anger, but an unforeseen problem arose. Since the funeral, Lon had been continuously following me. He seemed to be closing in on the girl, and found it very confusing. "What's going on? Is that Lon? What is that stupid whale planning to do now? While Calypso crossed her arms in thought, he took the opportunity to clasp his hands and suggest, "Well then, little sister, now is a great time to fulfill my wish. Deal with him. Make the girl freeze. You still haven't given up on that, huh? Let it go for now." Calypso pointed. "Whatever. Just go to school." Anne felt regretful, making him quite disappointed. The scene shifted to inside the classroom. Luca and Luba, who had been in the same class since last semester, were buzzing about something. "Princess. The princess is back again." Air, tired of seeing a familiar face, sighed. "Is it Total N again?" Calypso sat in her chair, rubbing the head of a kid who asked, "It's been over a week. Don't you think it's time to do something?" The girl vaguely replied, "What exactly do you want me to do? All that Atlan does is stare at me, so the teacher can't just kick him out. And because the other kids aren't directly affected, we can't even report it." Leaning back in her chair, Calypso felt exhausted. "The worst part is that I can't quietly handle this." N inquired about Atlan. "He's getting closer and appearing more frequently, and you're still ignoring it. Why is that?" Without an answer, the girl fell silent, reflecting on her memories. "After this battle ends, what do you plan to do? Secondly, do you even know what you just said?" Calypso snapped. "You just planted a dead flag, leaving Atlan confused." "What are you talking about? I just asked what you plan to do after the battle ends." Still naive, the girl hit him to wake him up. "That's exactly what a dead flag means." Atlan smiled lightly, saying, "I will still stay with you guys. I won't act on my own anymore, and I won't throw away the sword I once picked up for you, right?" He flashed a reassuring smile, calling the princess, afraid the future will repeat itself. Calypso warned, "Atlan, do you know that saving someone comes with added responsibility?" Aki hugged the girl tightly, while Calypso continued, "You're not ready to take on any more responsibilities. For others, maybe, but I know Atlan's personality well." Princess Calypso pushed him away. "Stay away from her, and once he's down, he'll always be right by your side." More importantly, unlike Leary, Benlan is not patient, and his personality fits perfectly with the brutal world of killer whales. Even when I'm not around during dangerous times, he can still take care of himself. Anne looked up and asked, "I'm not sure if you have any goals, but whatever it is, doesn't it require a lot of strength? The more capable people there are, the better, right?" The girl affirmed, "You're right. We need a strong source of power, but I'm satisfied with my current strength. However, thinking about the peak period as the leader in my third round, I might still be lacking a bit." Closing my eyes to contemplate, but in reality, restoring that power in such a short time is impossible. As Y stared intently, he took the girl's hand, asking Calypso, "Do you need strength?" Surprised at himself, Iki didn't hesitate. "You can have my strength." A wave of water surged into Calypso. "Is this a water current?" It swirled in her palm, crashing waves inside her, feeling very clearly. The girl was astonished. How did he do that just now? Even if just for a moment, it was still a water current. Seeing Y Kai's bewildered face while Calypso worried, was that concept too complicated for him to explain? He had used it instinctively. I shouldn't expect a clear explanation. Then Iki asked, "Calypso, do you need me now?" Gently stroking his cheek, she advised, "Iki, I'm not helping you because I need you. I'm helping you because I've seen you in a place like that, so you don't need to try to prove your worth, just to be recognized as useful. Just eat well, have fun, and grow strong." Ruffling his hair, Calypso instructed, "Right like now, if you're sleepy, just sleep comfortably." The girl's concerned gaze, he suddenly felt sleepy. Could it be because he used his strength on himself? But Calypso suddenly paused. "Wait, he was already asleep before I came. Isn't this sleeping a bit too much?" Calypso pinched Anne's cheek and demanded, Let's go outside." He jumped in surprise. "What, is she sleeping again?" The girl hurriedly pushed him out, leaving Anne very puzzled. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to go outside?" She turned to look at Y Kai, who was already asleep, and thought to herself that Y Kai's sleeping time was definitely increasing exponentially. "I think it's time to check 2's notebook. That book is titled Report on the Dragon Duke, written by 2. Calypso thought it had been 3 days since then, but no real actions had been taken. The only thing that changed was that Atlan was clinging to me more fiercely. Already had too much to handle, and now this annoying guy is causing trouble again. The girl angrily slammed the table. Or should I just eliminate that guy to finish it? I thought that if I just ignored him, he would give up. But no, he kept following and teasing the girl. "Princess, princess," is the princess crying. Luba mimicked the princess's tone. "You're doing it again." Luca joined in. "Take a deep breath. Princess, please breathe." Calypso was annoyed. "Are you guys saying that too? Don't pick up those weird habits from Anne." Luba said, "That's right, princess. Someone is standing at the front door, wanting to see you." The girl asked, "The front door, not the back." Calypso frowned, and a friendly voice rang out. "Hello, princess." The girl crossed her arms and spoke. "Who the heck are you?" The newcomer exclaimed. "You're really as hard to approach as everyone said." He introduced himself. "I'm Levin Monoceros from the Sea Unicorn Beast Tribe, a friend of Atlan." The girl fell silent after the introduction. The person in front of her reminded her of someone who once said that no matter how he looked, he could still smile. "You must find me annoying, princess." That person had said that his younger brother, before he passed away, told him to always wear a smile. After that memory, the first thing the girl saw was Levin's smiling face. Calypso asked, "So your brother is Lee, right?" He was surprised. "Huh, you know my younger brother." The girl didn't answer Levin's question, but set a condition. "You have 1 minute to say what you want." He jumped, unable to speak immediately. Then he exclaimed, "Please help Atlan." The girl thought to herself in surprise she didn't expect him to ask for this. Throughout the third round, Atlan's actions were quite simple. Fight, fight, then rest again. She remembered asking at that time, "You have no one else to talk to besides me?" He replied right away, "Why would I need anyone else?" The girl pondered the one who insisted on being alone now, had friends, which was quite admirable. Calypso wondered, "What exactly do you want me to help with?" He stammered, "Well, Atlan." Levin clenched his fist and shouted, "He refuses to cooperate on our group project." The girl was surprised. "What? You're seriously complaining about a school project to an 8-year-old? He awkwardly explained, "I'm the group leader, and this affects my promotion. But Atlan keeps skipping group meetings to follow you around." The girl sighed. "Oh no, what a disaster." Levin said, "Sorry, but can you be a little more emotional?" The girl replied, "Oh no," Levin protested. "Just adding an exclamation point doesn't change anything." Levin had once said, "Our orca won't bite." Now he was dejected. "At least Atlan pretends to listen to other tasks." The girl questioned, "If it's pretending, that means he's not actually doing it." Right Chu suggested a solution. "If he doesn't show up, then just leave him out and continue with the project." He replied, "That's impossible." The girl didn't understand why he was threatening them. "Does he force you guys to work for his grades?" Levin quickly denied. No, it's the opposite." At that moment, Atlan was lurking in the distance. Levin said, "He helped me." The girl was surprised. "He helped you?" Atlan was eavesdropping from afar, wondering why you said that. Levin laughed. "Well, it just so happens that Atlan wanting to fight is the one who used to bully me. In the end, he saved me from them." The girl thought to herself, surprising indeed, the second son helped someone else. Compared to before, he was starting to shed his orca shell just a little. Levin continued, "Anyway, this time I need to get promoted. That's the only way the clan will accept me, so please help me. Just this once." The girl silently accepted him. The Sea Unicorn clan isn't the type to act like orcas. Calypso thought even if she set aside personal reasons by helping Levin now, later she could say he owed her. His strength, strangely enough, was invention. The girl wondered, "So, what exactly do you want me to do?" Levin stated his request. "Atlan is following you because he wants to fight with you, right? Just this once. Please fight seriously with him." The girl smiled. "Perfect timing. Anyway, I was planning to settle things with him soon." Just as Calypso finished speaking, Lon angrily approached. Levin leaned closer to the girl and questioned, "Hey, Junior, it seems you and Atlan are getting along well, huh? And you're close enough with the Billis brothers to go to Dragon City together. So why don't you talk to Atlan?" The girl silently thought to herself that she had once told herself that if she wasn't there, he would be fine. She secretly admitted, but honestly, she just didn't want to think about Atlan because every time she did, she remembered Lon's death. Calypso told herself that she couldn't always remember the past without feeling anything. She recalled Atlan had once said that if the princess could live again, he hoped we wouldn't have to go to war or fight anymore. At that time, Calypso had replied, "What are you, a lion with noble dreams? Before such a big battle, where did you hit your head? Bring proper documents and keep up with me." Atlan wanted to explain. No, he just spoke up. "In this life, I fought too much, so I hope in the next life I can live a peaceful life." The girl chuckled. "Right as if you would live peacefully. Fine, if there's a next life, I won't tease you anymore." He shouted, "What?" The girl walked away, making him run after her, calling out, "Why don't do that, princess?" The girl felt very regretful. If she had known that was our last conversation, she wouldn't have talked about it so lightly. I once hoped to survive this loop. The girl thought of everyone she remembered that day, the day she held Atlan covered in blood in her arms. At that moment, he gasped and said, "Princess, you're still alive." The girl hurriedly called out to Atlan. He said, "If you're still alive, then I have to be by your side." She panicked and shouted, "Atlan, can't you hear me?" He struggled to respond. He could no longer see or hear her, but somehow he insisted he had to protect her. Calypso thought that among all her brothers, Lan's death was the most painful. For the first time, Calypso whispered to herself. She realized that some departures leave wounds so deep they can't heal. When she lost him, she was engulfed in tears and sorrow. Calypso was determined. "That's why if one day we are reborn, I will never recruit him to my side." Back in reality, she looked at Atlan before her and thought silently, so this is a mutual agreement. Atlan was clenching his teeth in anger. Calypso spoke up. "Second son, I can hear your breathing. Please step back a little," causing him to pause. The girl covered her mouth and gasped, "Oh no, I just called him second son." But what surprised her more was that he was actually stepping back. In her past life, she had also told him, "Second son, this is the perfect distance, do you understand?" She had scolded him, "Do you even know how big you are to barge in like that? See, just now you almost hurt someone again." Atlan weakly replied, "I'm sorry, princess, I didn't realize." Calypso responded, "All right, just make sure from now on you stay behind this line." In reality, she was surprised to realize he was standing exactly behind the line she had drawn earlier. She questioned silently in her mind, "Atlan, don't tell me." Calypso looked at his heartbroken face and realized, "Atlan, don't tell me you're thinking of this." Her arms tightened. Maybe he still remembered the memories of the past life, which is why he was acting so strangely, but she hoped that wasn't the case. Then Calypso questioned again, "Atlan Aqua, why do you keep following me?" Atlan frowned slightly in defense. "I'm just doing what I want." The girl sternly reminded, "I don't know why you're acting so superior, but the troublemaker here is not me. It's you." Now it seemed like Calypso was really angry. If he hadn't started following her, she and the others, including his friends, wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Levin was hiding in the distance, curious about the situation. At the same time, over here, after hearing Calypso speak, Atlan remained silent for a long time. He looked at her intently. Calypso Aqua, the sister who suddenly appeared one day causing chaos in the whole family, and the one who had occupied his mind for 5 years. At first, he didn't even realize those were just memories. Vague images sometimes flashed in his mind. "Atlan, did you come? The scenery here is really beautiful, isn't it? Because it feels like a dream." The girl in the dream always wore a bright smile. "Second son from now on." But suddenly one day that dream appeared again. The moment that dream reappeared, he could feel a distinct pain starting to rise. A feeling of longing for someone he didn't even know surged in his chest. Memories came flooding back more and more. At unexpected moments, with strange emotions, even living normally became difficult. After being scolded, "Atlan, can you really sleep through this sacred family gathering?" When he was about to be excluded from those meetings, he began to feel resentment towards her. He thought that when they met, he would punch her, but his inner instinct kept conflicting, screaming not to harm her. At that time, he was very dissatisfied. It was ridiculous. How could he have a sister? So there was a time he ignored her. But even a fool like him knew that wasn't the solution. In the memories flooding his mind, she possessed incredible strength and a genius mind. As someone who had mourned for a long time over the departure of the weak. No, above all, she was someone who always longed for somewhere. At that time, he felt like if he turned away for just a second, she would disappear. So he chose to become her sword, because as a warrior, she would never leave her weapon behind. It took him a long time to realize all of that. And finally, when he accepted his feelings and the lingering attachments he had for her, he believed she would definitely come looking for him. But she never came in the past year, never. But what if she never returns to him? All he knew was to obey her. After a long silence, Atlan finally spoke up in rebuttal. So why should he care about others? What was he thinking? Only one person deserved his concern and loyalty. Hearing these words, Calypso was a bit startled. Even if he had turned his back on her before, she shouldn't do the same. He thought sadly he had devoted himself to watching over her. Tears kept falling, and Atlan's voice also showed clear sadness. "Princess Calypso, I have always given you my best." He helplessly reproached, "How could you treat me like this?" The girl stood there stunned, looking at Atlan and stammered awkwardly, "Hey, second son!" Then Calypso stepped forward gently, asking, "Are you really crying?" Then she hugged him to comfort him. "Aren't you a kid anymore to cry like that?" While Atlan still held Calypso tightly, crying nonstop. "Don't be like that with me. My little sister, I'm just waiting for you." After a while, the crying gradually quieted down. Even now, Calypso is still a bit shocked, not expecting to have lived long enough to see Atlan shed tears. Thinking about this, the girl remembers her past life. "Hey, you idiot. Can you really smile at a time like this? As long as you're alive, everything's fine, right? Even when his arm was almost severed, he didn't cry." Atlan feels sorry for himself. "I really shouldn't be like this." The girl hears this and rubs his back to comfort him, and in Calypso's heart, she somewhat understands that he must have endured quite a lot. "Now I've forgotten, but when I first reincarnated, I was just as confused. So what about someone like Atlan who is reincarnating for the first time? At this moment, the girl understands, but this isn't the right time. The second son thinks like that, and the next moment, Calypso pulls Atlan's hair hard. "Come on, stop crying, lift your head up." He weakly resists. No, the girl is now completely out of patience. "I said lift your head up, I'm trying to save your face here." But Atlan still pouts stubbornly, saying no, while the girl angrily scolds him. How can a guy as big as a blue whale cry in the lobby of a training facility? Seriously, he sniffles and hesitantly replies, "I don't want you to see me like this." Calypso sighs helplessly. "What are you talking about? Your brilliant plan has failed." Did you know that as soon as she finishes speaking, the girl's expression turns sad? Then Calypso gently reassures him, "I care about you. The second son cares enough, so even if he acts strangely, I don't mind at all." The girl softly encourages, "So don't be embarrassed, let me see your face." Atlan immediately stands up upon hearing this. Calypso can't help but marvel at his flushed face. It actually looks pretty good. Thinking that the girl smiles brightly, damn it. Then Calypso moves closer to pat Atlan's head. I really can't turn my back on him anymore. He looks at her with tears streaming down his face. Calypso completely collapses in front of Atlan, having seen those eyes. How can I act like this? The girl laughs loudly, pinching his cheek. Have you cried yet? Now your face looks so funny. Atlan pouts and replies, Don't tease me, it's all your fault. At this moment, Calypso nods in agreement. It's my fault, but why are you getting angry? How can I admit that? Atlan shyly covers his face with his hands. Then he tries to convince himself. No, princess, how could you be wrong? Leaving behind a killer whale like me is wrong. Of course, but you must have your reasons. Calypso feels a bit shy hearing this. You really don't have to defend me like that. Unlike An or Billis, perhaps, because the more I talk to Atlan, the more I feel he resembles my past life. It's like I've returned to when I was at the top of the family. At this moment, he suddenly asks, You're going to take me with you, right? The girl looks at Atlan intently and smiles brightly, decisively replying, No. A loud voice of frustration echoes in the room. What are you talking about? Why won't you accept me? You're the one who said you wanted to live a normal life. The response is also very clear, at least from now until adulthood. Think carefully, I will also consider that. But Atlan kneels there and yells even louder at Calypso beside him. No. The girl turns and stares wide-eyed. Or forget it. I won't think about you anymore. Atlan sulks angrily. Who said I shouldn't think? If not, I'll bother you until this is etched in your mind. Calypso puts on a nonchalant expression. I don't even know how to act anymore, leaving Atlan stunned into silence. A moment later, he laughs strangely, then pats his chest and stutters to Calypso. Princess, I know everything. Even though you're saying this now, in the end, you'll still accept me, right? The girl hears this and chuckles, raising her 5-fingered hand to reply, Sorry, but in this life, the requirements for talent searching have become stricter. Atlan's tone becomes softer, carrying a hint of sadness, his fingertips touching each other. There are people stronger than him. Calypso points one finger to the sky and continues, This selection criteria will be different. He looks confused, bewildered, and asks, What is it? Calypso's next answer leaves Atlan feeling like he's lost his soul and standing there in a daze. A person with intelligence-wise. From that devilish posture, he bends down as if to the girl feeling wronged and says, I don't have it. Calypso stretches her arms behind her and leans slightly forward to speak to the guy in front of her. This second son, you're really a specialist making yourself an object for others to evaluate. The girl pauses for a moment, then strides forward, her serious voice ringing out. More importantly, Atlan, I want to ask you this. Calypso leans close to his ear and whispers softly, Do you remember the day we died? The two of them stare at each other blankly for a moment. Atlan speaks up after that silence. No, he looks very confused and says, I still can't remember that. Calypso gently replies, Okay, I understand. Then she seriously speaks to the person who has been hiding behind the wall quite far from them. Senior, you can take Atlan away now. Now he will seriously cooperate. Atlan freezes and points at that person. His voice, filled with grievance, rises again. You left me behind. The girl interrupts him directly. Just go back for now. With her hands on her hips, Calypso smiles brightly like a little old lady advising her older brother. I'll call you again later. Until then, focus on your studies. The best in this world still remembers your death. I'm really glad. Outside the mansion, a thought echoed the brief, peaceful time we had since that day had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Atlan burst through the door, beaming like a flower, shouting, Calypso! Inside the room, P looked up from his book. Iki stared out blankly, and Calypso gasped in shock when she saw who opened the door. The girl was stunned, looking at her brother, who was as bright as the sparkling sunlight, feeling extremely anxious. Why did he just waltz into Dad's private area like that? Calypso's eyes widened a bit, scared, and asked, Dad, did you let him in? B showed no emotion, casually replying, Didn't you just say you recruited that kid? But the girl continued with her eyes closed. Yes, but if this giant blue whale gets excited and rushes in like that, our little Young will get hurt. B looked a bit confused. Young then calmly replied, What a needless worry. Seeing this, Calypso sighed in frustration, realizing she had planned to call Atlan to DH Mansion earlier, but not now. Thinking of this, Atlan's voice rang out, asking, Who is it? In his hands, he was holding someone else tightly, who could only groan. Calypso stood in front of Yi, cautiously replying, Don't mind him, he's family too. Atlan stood there stammering, asking, Are you on a date? The girl heard this, her face immediately contorted with gritted teeth. If you came here just to talk nonsense, then be quiet and go home. Atlan didn't pay much attention to Yi and continued, Why are you looking at me like that? Forget it. You didn't come here for this kid anyway. The reason you came here is to stop for a moment. He lifted the person in his hands to show off to the girl. That person was Levin. He was trembling, his eyes wide with fear. Hello, Mr. P and Princess. Calypso was confused upon hearing this. What kind of title is that? Is it because we're outside the academy? Atlan was still very cheerful. You said you would only accept him if he was smart, right? Calypso immediately replied. Did you forget that I said I would call you later? Meanwhile, P was staring intently at Levin, making him very anxious inside. This is terrifying. As if not hearing Calypso's words, Atlan continued, So I brought this a smart mind. After saying that, he threw his arm around Levin's shoulders, pointing at himself with a smug look. So if he's on your side, he will meet the recruitment requirements, right? Calypso seemed to be at her wit's end, speaking loudly. Just hear me out. The girl rubbed her head, her face showing some fear as she opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't get any words out. Meanwhile, Atlan's voice kept going. What are you hesitating about, little sister? He still had his arm around the silent Levin, eyes closed, while he wore a very provocative expression. You will accept us, right? Right? And he continued to pester her. He is the genius of the sea unicorn family. If you miss out on him, you will regret it. Levin was confused after hearing this. Atlan, what are you talking about? Calypso was at a loss for words, with Atlan just standing there gloomily. Can someone explain this properly? Atlan, his eyes sparkling, recounted that in the sea unicorn family, the eldest son would always be the heir to the family head position, but this guy is so talented that he could completely change that tradition. Even though the relatives all supported him becoming the heir next year, he needs to graduate from the academy, recalling his previous words. Anyway, this time he must be promoted. That's the only way for the family to accept him. Please help him with this. Just this once. Calypso pondered for a moment. So that was his intention last time. I thought he was being isolated or something. The girl spoke up. So what has Levin invented to make him a genius? Atlan immediately perked up, smiling brightly. What is it again? An improved ballista or something? UBA suddenly interjected, speaking solemnly to Gumba. This made Calypso jump. Calypso recalled a while back a hand placed on the table accompanied by a booming voice. This is a weapon that someone from his family made not long ago. At that time, everyone asked why we needed such a war weapon in peacetime. As soon as that person finished speaking, Calypso responded. But thanks to that genius, we defeated the beast tribe on land. I'm really grateful. Lee stood opposite her, smiling faintly. If only that kid had lived a little longer. It would have been better for this war, and for our family too. Calypso asked, how did he die? The image of Levin being killed by Ba Yan flashed in her mind. Lada said murdered at the hands of a deceased heir. At this moment, Calypso pondered, so he is the genius younger brother that Lee mentioned. Levin complained, I've told you his name many times already. Atlan scratched his ear and replied, how could I remember such a strange name? Suddenly, Calypso spoke up, all right, let's go back now. Levin turned his head in confusion, while Atlan was unwilling. What is that all you wanted to say? The girl continued, I never said I wouldn't accept you. I said that when the right time comes, I would call. Atlan scratched his head, recalling. That's right, you did say that. Then Calypso asked Levin, do you agree with what Atlan just said? He was a bit stiff, only mumbling a few sounds in his throat. A few seconds later, he said, his family had decided to follow Atlan, so he really had no choice. Calypso spoke seriously, so what if I give you the right to choose? At this moment, she became more serious than ever. Levin, you must become the head of the family. She said again, to do that, you need someone to follow you without hesitation. Go back and think carefully and let me know your answer next time. Looking at the pier in front of her, the girl called out, Dad, what should I do to stop those terrible memories from coming back? She recalled earlier. She thought to herself, when Atlan burst into the living room like that, it reminded her of the moment he commanded the final battle. Remember what he said as he turned his back, he would buy us time. Calypso slumped down, covering her face. She shouldn't have agreed with him back then. She knew that buying time meant facing death in the most brutal way. A voice from behind echoed, if we help you. This made her pause. Pierce still had that expressionless face, but it seemed now he carried a bit of warmth. Then you would feel at ease, right? Calypso listened, so she smiled brightly. If only someone had said that to me back then. The girl sat still as P patted her head, and Iki held her hand, continuing, then I would have felt relieved. A few days later at the vocational school, Atlan stood silently watching Luca and Luba chatter away. He chose red-black suited the princess better. He immediately interrupted with annoyance. So clever. Did she say you guys were chosen? The two boys giggled, thinking to themselves, I definitely told him to take it slow. Twice already. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why are you here again? Seeing everyone around being cautious and avoiding him. Atlan Alispo thought no wonder the other students were scared of him just like before. The whispers and gossip continued to rise. Did you see maybe the rumors are true? It seems Atlan got scolded by Caleb Sofio again and ended up working for her. Hearing those words, the girl felt even more shocked inside, and now they were spreading even crazier rumors. A few days ago, while walking with Luca and Luba, a voice called out not far away. Caleb's, it's Atlan standing there looking a bit doubtful, continuing, so you have 3 boyfriends. His next words made the girl blush a little, and her eyes widened. No, last time I saw that black-haired guy? Right after that, Calypso flew over and kicked Atlan. Currently, the girl leaned back on the chair, pondering alone. All she did that day was teach Atlan a lesson. She thought again about how she always insisted on being alone, while somehow getting along with the twins. Meanwhile, Atlan was pointing at those twins with a frown. Can't those kids be quiet? The two immediately shot back. Atlan, you're even noisy. Calypso couldn't help but ask, why is everyone fighting over who gets to pick the bookmark for me? Atlan said we should share. Atlan held up 2 bookmarks and smiled. Pick one while the twins turned to look at each other. Then both of them clung to Calypso, whining. Princess Calypso, which one do you like? Red is the best, right? Black is definitely black. The girl sighed helplessly. All right, just take both. I'll ask Levin to make another one. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window slits. Calypso's question was raised. You really like this one, huh? Luca made him smile brightly, resting his chin on his hands, replying, yeah. Luca continued, I wish you would let me choose everything for you, princess. Hearing this, Calypso looked up at him in confusion, then innocently replied, well, I don't have any special preferences. If I think it's okay, I'll just use it. This made Luca feel very confused, standing there wide-eyed. Then he said, but that's not right. Sometimes I feel like you don't care about yourself at all. Everything seemed to become warmer at that moment because of Luca's sweet words. I can take care of all those little things for you. After saying that, he gave Calypso a heart-melting smile, but it seemed the girl was not moved by that and just smiled brightly, replying, Thank you, but I'm fine. I'm more interested in the bigger picture than the little things. Luca laughed like a fool, thinking the princess didn't quite understand, making Calypso really puzzled. The small hand held up the notebook in front of her where it recorded the Duke's powers. The Duke acted on instinct, and at that time one would understand. Calypso couldn't comprehend her own thoughts. Instinct? What instinct? What does that even mean? Recently after school, thinking about Y's powers, Tut had written most of the content in detail, but this was written rather vaguely like this. Looking back at Iki, who was playing alone, she decided to leave everything behind. Forget it. I'll try it directly, and then call Iki. Calypso walked over to Iki and asked, "Do you remember how much water appeared when we held hands last time?" You didn't move, just answered with one word, yes. Suddenly, the girl plopped down right next to him. So, what were you thinking then? Yi spread his hands. I wanted to hold hands, really wanted to. His eyes sparkled along with him. Calypso took his hand, chuckling softly. Was the impression still affecting him so strongly? Then she said to I, "Iki, how about we try again? Just like last time." You sat there without wanting to resist. According to Caleb Soso's wishes, the desire with all his heart. The girl fell silent upon hearing this. Was that what she desperately wanted? She gradually sank into her own thoughts, wishing she were stronger so she could protect her future subordinates. Atlan, Anne, and you, I want everyone to be safe. Back to reality, Iki looked up at Calypso and softly said, "The power of time belongs only to you and me." Calypso was a bit taken aback by this. Images from her past life flashed in her mind, thinking only Yi and I possess the power of time. Closing her eyes, her words slowed down. Iki, don't tell me that. The moment I open my bright eyes, you find it hard to believe. Are you borrowing power from the future or the past? Closing her eyes, the girl's voice slowed down. Iki, don't tell me that the moment she opened her bright eyes, she found it a bit hard to believe. Are you borrowing power from the future or the past? Yi nodded slightly, his face showing no emotion as he replied, "Borrow? I'll take it." Calypso thought again, if I train Yi's time-traveling power correctly, maybe I can use the strength I had at my peak in my third life for my current body. So the royal family was very eager to have a dragon. Thinking of this, she tightened her grip on Iki's hand. "So you can bring the strength I had when I was at my strongest, right?" Iki didn't respond, just sat there under Calypso's intense gaze. Then an unexpectedly shocking statement came from Iki. "Could I die?" Calypso asked back, her eyes wide in confusion. What immediately Iki's body was surrounded by a beam of light. He said, "Your wish, let me grant it." A loud scream echoed in the room. "No!" Calypso grabbed his shoulders. "Listen carefully, Iki." She eagerly continued, "Never sacrifice your life for anyone, got it?" Iki replied in astonishment. "Okay." Calypso knelt down, bowing her head. "Let's forget everything that happened today. Now I understand the basic logic behind your power. I will figure out how to control water on my own. I don't want you to die." She told herself, "I'm strong enough already. I don't want to gain more power by sacrificing this child's life." She smiled at Yi, changing the subject. "All right, that's settled. Let's go get some fresh air." Suddenly, Yi grabbed her sleeve and called out to Calypso. He hesitated a bit and then asked, "Don't you want to see them again?" The image of her family of 3 in that other world flashed through her mind, the people from another world. Calypso turned away, looking towards the window, sunlight streaming into the room through the small panes. The girl awkwardly replied, "No need. I don't want to see my parents anymore. Now I know Yi's power is a double-edged sword. I have no choice but to find the treasure. Linnaeus, like my third life, and awaken the power of water flow. Linnaeus is hidden somewhere in the land of dolphins, so I will definitely need the help of a dolphin beastman. Last time, I didn't know that and struggled a lot, but this time, I think it will be easier." Just then, a loud bang sounded, accompanied by a loud voice. "What?" Calypso slammed the table, standing up in disbelief, and shouted, "All the dolphins have packed up and left." Aya, sitting across from her, rested her chin on her hand, forcing a smile, thinking, "The table is done." Then replied to Calypso, "There's only one person left, and he's just here to complete the withdrawal procedure." She continued, "He will leave soon too." This left Calypso stunned, shaken inside. "No, that can't be. He's related to my father's treatment." Bie stepped forward to ask Calypso, who was holding her head in despair. What the hell happened to make her so down? Bee stood there fiddling with the water in his hand, listening to Calypso speak. Dad, if someone says they are leaving the place they have lived and going back to their hometown, what could the reason be? B slowly replied to her question. Usually it could be because they are tired of that place or something happened that forced them to leave. I knew it. I have to ask directly. She thought to herself, well, if there's a small comfort in this, it's that the last dolphin left is that guy. The image of her past life appeared again, a person lying on the ground in a pile of papers groaning. Please let me clock out. Calypso felt a slight pang of guilt as she replied, you won't die from overworking. That person was Levi, slowly getting up tiredly, saying, in the next life, I will never get involved with you again. The girl hearing this held a teacup in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, casually replied, sorry, but I won't let you off. Levi quickly picked up each piece of paper from the ground, not looking at Calypso, continuing, keep that obsession and go date someone else. The girl turned back to look at him. I like the food you cook. She smiled, offering her idea. Do you want to move in with me? Back to the present, P asked Calypso, who will you meet? Calypso twisted a lock of her hair, slowly speaking, my ex-boyfriend. Suddenly, the items Pierre was fiddling with hung in the air and then fell to the ground one by one. B was stunned. Eyes wide in disbelief exclaimed, you met me when you were 3 years old and you already had a boyfriend. Calypso smiled brightly, waving her hand. I was just joking. I meant we are best friends. That's all. B frowned, his voice turning a bit colder. Really the boy you are close to. He paused for a few seconds, then broke into a strange smile, his gaze sharp, and continued. I wonder who that is. B clenched his fists, growling. I need to meet him. Calypso was stunned and confused, thinking, why is Dad so angry? Outside the mansion, a voice rang out at the dining table. The dolphin named Atlan skewered a piece and held it up in front of his face. With a serious expression, you mean my little goldfish? He's the only one left. Calypso clicked her tongue, frowning. He knew that was the nickname he hated the most. Right. Atlan didn't care directly stuffing the piece of apple into his mouth, chewing noisily. Not his business. The girl rested her chin on her hand, frowning at Atlan, who was eating carefree. He was the only one who had memories of the third life, so I tried to discuss everything. Why was I hoping this mischievous kid's brain would actually be useful? The previous words echoed in her mind. I heard that Ba Yan died early, and since then the shark beastmen from the slums have started causing trouble. Now there are no dolphins left. In her heart, Calypso speculated that perhaps the dolphins left because they couldn't stand the sharks taking over. If what she said was true, then by getting rid of Ba Yan early, she had put the dolphins in danger. Suddenly Atlan spoke up, pulling Calypso from her thoughts. Left because they couldn't stand the sharks taking over. If what she said was true, then by getting rid of Ba Yan early, she had put the dolphins in danger. Suddenly, Atlan spoke up, pulling Calypso from her thoughts. What if even the goldfish remembers you and runs away to avoid being exploited? The little girl chuckled for a few seconds. It was really funny. Then their eyes met, and the atmosphere between the two fell into a terrifying silence. After a while, Calypso spoke up, confused. Are you saying that Atlan just eats and responds right away? I was just joking. Have you been through so much that even jokes feel real now? He looked straight at the girl and asked, anyway, you're planning to meet him after school, right? Calypso smiled brightly. Yes. He paused for a moment, put down his knife and fork, and said, so are you planning to gather all your old subordinates again? Calypso replied with an expressionless face, no, they will live better without seeing me. Remembering the images from the past life, she continued, my subordinates were driven by resentment. If in this life I bring them peace, maybe they will suffer less. Atlan became more serious after hearing that, but he spoke casually. He didn't know how that was any different from abandoning them. Calypso sat with her arms crossed at the table, smiling. Unlike you, they have no memories, so I just want to help them live a happy life. After saying that, she thought actually this life is completely different from the others. Why is Atlan the only one with memories? Is it because of the power of time that Iki mentioned? Meanwhile, Atlan sat there lost in thought, looking at her. After a moment of silence, Atlan finally spoke first. Are you going to take me with you when you go meet that goldfish? Calypso looked up at him and replied, yes, I feel like he's suffering a lot because of me, so I need to save him. Atlan rubbed his eyes and asked, just the two of us? The girl laughed. Yes. Then she thought about going with someone who has old memories. Suddenly, Atlan burst out laughing joyfully.
This reminded him of the old victorious days. The scene changed to a place like a chimney residential area, with smoke rising not far from tall mountains. A person was sniffing as if searching for a scent. A brown-haired guy stroked his chin and said, "There was a smell of blood, right?" A guy with a scar on his face holding a knife also chimed in. "I smell it too. It's definitely nearby." It seemed they were looking for someone. In front of them on the ground was a white cloth stained with blood. The scar-faced guy picked it up, cursing irritably. "We've been tricked. The smell of blood comes from those bandages." The brown-haired guy, feeling bored, was equally frustrated. "This time I have to hand that filthy dolphin kid over to the boss." The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away, along with their voices. The blood on the bandages was still fresh. We should quickly look for other places. In a hidden corner, Levi was biting down hard on a bandage to wrap his arm, cursing under his breath. "Damn it!" He used his mouth to pull hard, tearing a piece of the bandage. His whole body slumped down to the ground. Levi bowed his head in thought. Maybe they think they've been fooled by the bandages and won't come close for a while. Sitting there panting, he wondered to himself if his sister and mother had gotten home safely. The wound on his arm was now bleeding again, but he didn't pay much attention, just sinking into his own thoughts. "If I want to follow them, I can't collapse here." He told himself that he needed to return to the mansion. He had to pick her up and leave this place. Remembering the last time he told Levi that until he returned, she shouldn't open the door for anyone. Levi still leaned against the wall, eyes closed, lost in his thoughts, as long as he could return. This wound was nothing. What he didn't know was that footsteps were approaching, and soon after, a figure stood in front of him. The voice of that person rang out, "Dying alone in a place like this is not your style." Levi, caught off guard, widened his eyes in shock. The person wore a cloak, smirking as he continued, "You will survive. No matter what happens, you still have that poisonous tree, right?" Behind him was another taller person in a cloak who spoke up. "Hello." El stood up, confused, looking at the two people in front of him. He was both worried and a bit scared, sweating a few drops, stammering, "Who are you?" The voice of the shorter person in front rang out again. "Oh, right, since this is your first time, I should properly introduce myself." It turned out they were Calypso and Atlan. The girl smiled brightly at Levi. "I'm Calypso from the Crooked House. I'm here to solve your problem." Levi's face was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth while holding his wound. Looking straight at Calypso, he weakly asked, "You said you would solve it." The girl didn't answer, but turned her head to smile at Atlan. "So, big brother, what are you doing?" Looking at her now was no different from the appearance of the grown-up Calypso from the previous life, giving orders. "Do your job." Atlan couldn't take it anymore and pouted in anger. "Hey, you brought me here just to treat me like this." The girl put on an innocent face in response. "Do you think you can argue with me? Have you gotten too comfortable lately?" Atlan stood there grumbling irritably. "And you realize you're starting to talk like you used to." Calypso didn't bother to argue back, just clicked her tongue and continued to give orders. "Hurry up, let's go." Meanwhile, Levi's vision across from him was gradually fading. He staggered, dazed, thinking, if it's the second son, then it must be Atlan. Before he could finish his thought, a strong force impacted him, causing him to sway. Atlan had lifted Levi onto his shoulder. This made Levi feel a bit awkward and confused. "What are you doing?" Atlan casually glanced back. "Shut up." "Oh, do you think anyone wants this?" Levi was still very confused and panicked. "Please put me down now. My stomach hurts because it's being squished." He clicked his tongue and continued to give orders. "Hurry up, let's go." Meanwhile, Levi's vision across from him was gradually fading. He staggered, dazed, thinking, if it's the second son, then it must be Atlan. Before he could finish his thought, a strong force impacted him, causing him to sway. Atlan had lifted Levi onto his shoulder. This made Levi feel a bit awkward and confused. "What are you doing?" Atlan casually glanced back. "Shut up." "Do you think anyone wants this?" Levi was still very confused and panicked. "Please put me down now. My stomach hurts because it's being squished." Atlan was grumbling in annoyance. "Why are you talking so much? Let him down," Calypso said lightly, feeling helpless. "Brother, just by looking at him, you can tell he's hurt. Take it slow." Hearing that, Atlan raised his voice, saying that's why he was carrying him on his shoulder and doing all sorts of things. If he wasn't hurt, do you think I would be carrying him? This reaction left Calypso stunned, not knowing what to say. Levi was uncomfortably perched on Atlan's shoulder, almost gasping. "Anyway, just put me down." He huffed coldly, replying, "Do you dare refuse my help?" His words startled Levi, who quickly spoke up.
That's not what I meant. Calypso's thoughts raced again. Levi, the unprecedented genius of the Dolphin clan. That man was the strategist in his third life. That meant at this moment, Levi was gasping for breath, his mouth stained with a large gulp of blood, weakly calling for Calypso. She guessed that Levi had also died in her arms. At that time, Levi was in her embrace, his words heavy with labored breaths. If there's a next life, please appear with a smile. At that moment, Calypso was still in shock, not understanding what he was saying. What is this about another life? Even though his body was covered in blood, he still forced a smile and continued speaking. Looking back now, he realized he liked her smile. Then his hand suddenly dropped to the ground without warning. Calypso sat there, her hand still holding Levi's still body, her face bowed down, ignoring the deafening explosions behind her. Right now, Levi was making a ruckus with her brother Atlan right in front of her. Levi turned his gaze to Calypso, who was standing still, doing nothing. Seeing her smile so sweetly, he was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, why is she looking at me like that, as if she missed me so much? Suddenly, Atlan angrily shouted, "Hey, Goldfish Poop, where are you daydreaming?" Levi was startled and very confused. "Goldfish Poop, what are you planning to do with my house?" Calypso's small hand went up along with her voice. "I will answer that." She touched her lips with her index finger, as if in thought. A moment later, she pointed to the sky and burst into a bright laugh, squinting her eyes. "Let's kidnap him, okay?" After a while at Levi's hideout, Levi lay on a bed, his face pale, weakly gasping like a drunk person speaking up. Who treats a patient like this, rating the transportation of the killer whale as the worst? Calypso stood not far away, casually saying, "It's fine, with that much blood you won't die." Hearing this, he panicked and jumped up shouting, "What?" The girl turned her head, her voice chilling. "I know because you're hurt, but you need to bleed more than that to die." Levi felt confused inside. Who comes to help and says such things? The problem is, these two have entered my house. Atlan was mischievously smiling as he lifted the tablecloth. "This table looks expensive," Calypso had to scold him. "Hey, cover it back up." Levi's thoughts continued to drift. Lucky Calypso Aquaz is known as a killer whale that doesn't use violence against the weak. Although the trip wasn't great, she brought him to safety. Most importantly, it seems they still don't know that the kid is here. Then Levi clenched his fists, speaking up in the bewilderment of the two siblings. "Thank you both for your help." Levi thought if he repaid it like this, but before he could finish thinking, Calypso replied, "It's nothing, but it's not for free." The atmosphere became strange. The three of them stared at each other for a moment. "Huh," came from Levi's throat. Calypso laughed coldly, her voice dark. "So if I helped you, shouldn't you repay me? Remember earlier when she said dying here alone isn't like you at all?" Levi felt a bit suspicious inside. Now, thinking back, he remembered she had called his name from the start. Supporting Duong's head, he felt quite regretful. "It's my fault. I was dazed from the injury and didn't realize that. Even so, I can't die here." After thinking, Levi gritted his teeth and slowly continued speaking. "Princess, I will definitely repay you for your help today." He bowed respectfully, saying, "Now you should go back, even if I have to swear before the sea." But Calypso seemed unwilling to leave and asked back, which made Levi freeze. The girl stepped closer, her voice neither fast nor slow. "Do you have any treasures hidden at home?" She kept getting closer to Levi. "You're not planning to run away, are you?" He was a bit startled and stepped back. "If you're worried that I'll escape or disappear, I won't be able to before the sea." Right after that, Calypso jumped up and plopped down next to Levi. "I also hate being in debt to someone." Levi remained very cautious of her. "The one talking to me seems to understand me very well." Calypso then calmly replied, "I know you well." She moved closer, smiling brightly into Levi's eyes. "I have a hobby of getting to know handsome guys like you," which left him quite shocked. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, it seemed Levi's emotions had changed a bit. Suddenly, Calypso was lifted up, along with another voice. It seemed to be Atlan. "Stop it," Atlan said sternly, reminding Calypso who was floating in his hands. "Can't you see he's worried? Your way of speaking has completely returned to how it was before." Hearing this, images of Levi in the previous life flashed in her mind. She thought to herself that his surprised expression was exactly like in the third life, so she had inadvertently done so. She felt very delighted without realizing it. Levi raised his hand to his chest, eyes closed. "If you two have any questions for me, please ask quickly and go back. I'm very tired. I feel like I'm about to faint."
Atlan quickly replied, "All right."
But then a creepy voice rang out, startling Levi. "It's okay, Levi." In front of him stood Calypso, her eyes darkening. "Do you know where the living curse is?" Levi panicked, his eyes betraying his utter fear. "I don't understand what you're saying." Calypso continued speaking. "The blue whale, also known as the right whale, is famous for its silver hair, just like snow in their gigantic size. And they also have gray eyes." Suddenly she stopped speaking, and a loud rumble echoed from an unknown source. All three of them were silent. After the silence, the girl's eyes widened, smiling eerily. "Levi, didn't you say you lived alone?" Levi seemed a bit guilty and quickly explained, "My place can get a little messy sometimes." Maybe that noise made others misunderstand. Calypso maintained that expression, skeptical. Misunderstand. There's someone else living here making noise enough to call it a misunderstanding. Just as she finished speaking, a series of clattering sounds erupted behind the girl. Atlan reacted quickly, turning around and grabbing something. Calypso in front seemed very calm at this scene, then pretended to flatter sweetly. "What a wonderful bodyguard. Thanks for saving me." Atlan remained unfazed and retorted, "As if I didn't see it coming." Right at the foot of the stairs stood a boy holding a short sword. What, seeing that boy, he shone like a little sun. Calypso rubbed her chin, puzzled. Why is this kid so big? He's as big as Levi. The kid is from the White Dolphin tribe, so it's understandable he's bigger than the others. Suddenly, the boy dashed off, running really fast. He rushed to block Levi, leaving Calypso bewildered. Levi was a bit shocked and called out to the boy, "Wait!" Juan calmed down. Meanwhile, Calypso gestured to Atlan not to act rashly. Juan coldly spoke up, "You guys came to take me away, right?" After saying that, the kid trembled and raised the small sword in his hand, pointing the tip at his neck. He was getting more agitated. The kid shouted loudly, keeping the sword close to his throat, "If you guys want to force me to go, I'll commit suicide. The strength of land beasts and water beasts is balanced. For example, the killer whale beast draws its power from the water, while lions and black panthers are suited for land. This also applies to healing powers. The offspring of the leader, a squirrel beast, possesses healing powers. Theoretically, there could be some water beasts with that ability." Calypso realized she had learned this in her third life, but it was too late. In her previous life, Levi sat holding a teacup, turning to the person next to him. "Could you leave a last word?" Calypso, upon hearing this, felt confused and a bit sulky. "Don't say such ridiculous things. At this level, you should be the one writing a will for me." Levi seemed not to hear her and continued with his own words. He was tending to a grave. Seeing this, Calypso grew even more annoyed. "Hey, are you ignoring me?" Levi looked up at the night sky, softly saying, "Think of this as a moment to share feelings. That's the grave of a child like a little brother to me, and without me, no one else will take care of it. I'll tell you the address. Please visit it someday." Calypso leisurely took a sip of tea, listening to him continue. That child was the last remaining white whale beast in the world. At that time, their species had been declared extinct. Even the noisy killer whales knew nothing. It happened quietly, being bitten to death by sharks. Speaking of this, Levi's voice turned sad. He slightly bent forward, no longer leaning back in his chair. The day he secretly brought that child to the mansion, he was caught by the sharks. If he had known everything would end like this, he would never have brought that boy back. Sharks, the apex predators of the sea. Their brutality was directly passed on to the beastmen, only their aggressive nature reflected eerily. The whale beast killer whales and sharks had fought for territory many years ago, and the sharks had lost. Defeated, the sharks fled to the slums of this land and dreamed of rebellion. To achieve that, the shark beast used every trick to capture rare ability, beastmen forcing them to join their ranks. The gravestone of one appeared in Levi's eyes. Then he said, "The last white whale beast in the world was killed by them." Back to reality, seeing Juan trying to protect Levi behind him. Calypso thought silently. Then the Sa-Jian still lived. They were silent for fear of retaliation. But that bastard died early this time, so the sharks ran rampant. Because of that, Levi was still young, and his little brother suffered even more. A little while later, Calypso spoke up, as if reproaching, "Levi, is this how you teach kids?" This made him a bit startled. He tilted his head slightly incredulously, asking, How do you know I taught the kid?" Calypso didn't answer, but felt pleased inside. "How could I not know this is exactly what you would do? You idiot." She took slow steps forward. Then, in the next moment, she lunged to snatch the small sword from Juan. A loud whoosh of wind sounded. Calypso's fist missed in midair as Juan was startled, gritting his teeth and backing away with the sword. This scene made Calypso scoff, thinking, is the kid as strong as his size, before he could recover from the shock. She startled him again with a creepy question. Hey kid, can you dodge this attack? Not giving him a second more. Calypso immediately swung her leg to kick out. The small sword in his hand was knocked away. On shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth as he leaned back. The sword flew through the air, then fell down, embedding itself with a clang. As for Quan, if it weren't for Levi catching him, he would have fallen backward. Calypso quietly guessed that they must have been chased quite a bit. Juan quickly regained his composure, standing firm once again to shield Levi. A call rang out, causing Levi, who had been silent, to react slightly. Calypso brushed off her cloak and calmly said, I will protect all the dolphins under my name if my name isn't enough. Wait a few seconds, the girl said again. So what about the name P. Aquer? Levi still asked suspiciously. You wouldn't take us in for no reason, would you? He placed a hand on Juan's shoulder and continued. I don't know how you discovered this, but are you planning to exploit this child? Calypso looked up, extending her hand in response. That's right, but I want you to see it as a deal, not exploitation. If we protect the kid, then the kid should heal your sister's father's wounds. That's all. As soon as she finished speaking, Juan's expression changed to one of disbelief. The kid struggled to speak. Is that really all? Calypso widened her eyes, raising 2 fingers. Sorry, there's another person with a similar condition, so that's a total of 2. Juan still couldn't understand, but it didn't seem like a deal that benefited him. Calypso lowered her eyes and replied nonchalantly, Even you said it's not a fair deal. Healing 2 people to protect the whole tribe. The next moment, the girl became radiant lively and winked. So, sister officially ends this crazy charity discount. Calypso took 2 steps forward, continuing, You're still young, so I'll overlook the fact that you don't know how to bargain properly. After hearing this, Levi let out a breath, laughing mockingly. I get it, you finally revealed your true intentions. All right, so what do you really want? The girl didn't rush to answer, just smiled subtly, suddenly feeling a jolt of unease in her mind. Suddenly, she leaned in close to Levi, her tone extremely calm, answering her own question. Brother, this made Levi stunned his eyes wide as he looked at the girl, but everything else didn't matter. What mattered was that Calypso was still smiling brightly. I want you. Meanwhile, a large hand was making crackling sounds. It was P sitting in a chair, his finger resting on his temple in thought. Why do I feel so uneasy? Suddenly, a loud, piercing scream echoed. No, La Atlan was furious, his hand clenched in anger. Take back what you just said. Right now, what did you say you wanted? Calypso innocently replied immediately. What? Why are you acting like this? Do you really want to pick me up like that? Across from them, the 2 of them, Onin, were anxiously looking at Levi's wounds, while Levi was sweating profusely, thinking he was too scared. Calypso looked up at Atlan in confusion. Did I do something wrong? He had his eyes closed, filled with frustration. That's right. Take back what you said earlier. Right now. The girl slowly replied. Okay. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Atlan finally let her down. Immediately, Calypso sweetly and sincerely turned to the other 2. Become my subordinates. Okay? Levi's unclear voice rang out. What did you say? The girl smiled brightly and continued. Everyone will be better than the sharks out there. Levi lowered his eyes, holding his injured arm. He was deep in thought, biting his lip, then finally blurted out one word, okay. A little later, at a hotel owned by Aquazur, a servant was clattering as he pushed a few barrels, standing in front of Calypso and Lan. He respectfully bowed. I hope you have a pleasant time. A clank sounded from inside the large barrel. Suddenly, the lid of the barrel burst open, and Levi popped his head out, gasping for breath. Over here, Onin was not far behind his face, showing a bit of panic in his eyes. Calypso slowly walked over. Do you find it interesting? Mixed with the scent of the house. This place is completely different from your home. No one will be able to track you here. Pausing for a moment, she smugly smiled, patting her chest, and continued, More importantly, the sharks don't dare provoke us. Killer whales. Regardless of the 2, Levi and one who were a bit scared and huddled together, the girl calmly turned her head and continued. So shall we have a little chat? If I've changed the location, can you tell me how the healing is going? Juan helped Levi sit on the sofa to rest. Atlan stood right behind, observing while Calypso sat in the opposite chair and spoke. Are you planning to show me directly? Owen awkwardly replied, Yes, it's a power similar to magic. Witnessing it will help you understand faster. At this moment, Levi looked straight at the kid. Own, I will leave it to you. Hearing this, the kid didn't know what to say, just stood there dumbfounded. The one opposite Calypso said, Don't worry, kid. Everyone has sworn before the sea. We can't reveal your power. It's okay, just heal Levi like you usually do. This seemed to encourage Onin to worry a little less. The kid slowly unwrapped the bandage around Levi's wound. Juan infused a certain amount of power into it. After a moment of silence, the kid spoke up. A bubble swimming of salmon-red acalypsis petals and 3 drops of dew. Levi seriously tightened what was in his hand. He spread it out inside, revealing the 3 things just listed. A source of energy lifted those items, floating in the sound of trickling water. The scene. In front of her, Calypso was extremely surprised, looking up without daring to blink. However, the wound on Lev's arm had healed completely, with not a single scar in sight. Levi spoke up, his tone a bit hesitant. But those who see it, Juan's power is healing, but more precisely. After pondering for a few seconds, he continued, It's a healing power through equivalent exchange. Right now, Juan Nu still trusts no one but Levi, so she just sits there tightly hugging his arm. Levi then said, Depending on the injury or illness, Own clearly states the price that the boy needs, and only with the right materials prepared can the boy perform his healing ability. Calypso hesitated, unable to speak. Just a moment later, she seemed to switch on, panicking and shouting, Why is it so complicated? She couldn't understand, thinking to herself that in other stories, the female lead gets healed just like magic. Why do we have to prepare everything one by one? The image of one sitting on the ground with a bucket on his head saying, If you want to heal, I will need bandages, a needle, and a lighter. Thinking that, Calypso felt quite frustrated, clenching her fists. Is this discrimination against underwater beastmen? Why do we have powers that depend on these conditions? Levi saw her like that and immediately asked, Are you angry? But Calypso didn't look up, just kept her head down, hesitating to reply. No, I'm not angry. Levi continued, Fortunately, the boy has never asked for the life of another, in exchange always relying on things that exist in nature, including humans. At this point, she finally looked up at Levi and said, It's lucky he doesn't require a life sacrifice, but equivalent exchange means the rarer the illness, the rarer the materials right. Levi immediately replied, Exactly, the more severe the injury or illness, the rarer the materials needed. Calypso asked him, So what materials do we need for my father's illness? Levi gently explained, We won't know until the boy diagnoses it like before, so the kid has to personally meet P. Just as he finished speaking, Levi suddenly panicked and hugged them, and Atlan also looked back suspiciously to the right. Calypso spoke up to calm the 2 panicking people, saying, There's no need to be tense. She smiled brightly, crossing her arms in front of her chest to announce that there is a guest she personally invited. Right after that, a sweet voice rang out, Hello, miss, that person is Il-Ya. She walked in, Thao took off her hat, and Calypso also spoke up. Hello, Milia. Did you come alone? Milia gently replied, I came here with my family. The kids are playing with my husband on the first floor. She smiled brightly and continued, We're making an excuse to have a family outing. Atlan heard this and pondered in confusion. Finally, we'll have some fun time together. Calypso chattered with Ilya. The thing I want you to check out is over there. At this moment, for some reason, Levi was hiding behind the sofa. Upon seeing him, Y exclaimed in surprise, Oh my, is that Levi? He responded very politely, Long time no see, Mrs. Milia. Calypso turned back to Ilya. We have little time, so I'll be straightforward. I want Bluga to temporarily take in Levi's group. Levi and his companions. Stopping here, she pointed towards the room behind before continuing. Levi would explain in detail in that room. Then she turned to Atlan with wide eyes and said, Atlan, you should come in too. We don't know what will happen, which makes him very confused. In front of the tightly closed door, no one could hear or know what was happening inside. Outside, only Juan was sitting curled up on the large sofa opposite Calypso, who also said nothing. Thus she sat there with her arms crossed, looking at the shy boy in front of her, and suddenly Calypso broke the deadly silence. Please take care of my sister later, Owen. The boy, upon hearing this, was very confused and stammered back, Why all of a sudden? Before he could finish his sentence, Calypso spoke bluntly. If you are important to Levi, then you are someone I should protect too. More than that, I wanted to talk to you. In her heart, she thought of asking Lan to go to another room so they could talk privately. Then came Calypso's question for Juan. Do all white whales have powers like you? The boy slowly replied yes. Seeing Juan's demeanor, she felt doubtful inside. Does he have something to say to me? Then suddenly the boy became the one to start the conversation. But there's one thing that even Brother Levi doesn't know: we can only use our powers with specific people. As soon as he finished speaking, Calypso was like a statue staring with her mouth agape. After a while, she regained her composure and suddenly realized, saying to the boy, "Wait, are you telling me there's something that even Levi doesn't know? Why did we just meet today?" Juan didn't hide anything, directly saying, "Your late mother told me this. When you meet someone special, trust your instincts and act." Immediately, Calypso hesitated to ask, "Is now that time?" Juan quickly replied, "Yes." The boy continued, "When you meet someone special, trust your instincts and take action." Immediately, Calypso hesitated and asked, "Is this the moment?" Juan quickly replied, "That's right." The boy continued, "The beastmen Bluga can sense the goodness of humans. That's how we know we can heal. So we are called the Guardians of Goodwill." Hearing this, her eyes lit up. Placing her hand on her left chest, she asked, "Really? So how do I appear in your eyes?" Juan scratched his head and casually replied, "You're not a good person." Calypso thought to herself, the boy guessed correctly. Then she seemed to explain to Juan while also comforting herself. "What kind of kind-hearted killer whale is there?" Suddenly stuttering a bit. "But I am someone willing to sacrifice for good, so you can trust me." Calypso clenched her fists, thinking, "This is really bad." Looking into Juan's eyes, she continued to have blind faith in the boy's gaze. It made her. Calypso clenched her fists, thinking, "This is really bad." Looking into Juan's eyes, she continued to have blind faith in the boy's gaze. It made her. Thinking of Ika, then a mysterious smile appeared. After that, the little girl reminded Juan not to wander around and trust others so easily. The boy felt a bit shy and sulky. "I only trust you this time." A month later at P's mansion, an excited voice rang out. "That's right, Dad. I'm going to introduce the dolphin friend I told you about before." P's response showed no regard for the girl in front of him. "You mean the one Bluga is temporarily protecting? Isn't it a bit late for an introduction?" Calypso felt a bit uneasy and softly replied, "I'm sorry, I really wanted to surprise you, but kept postponing." B asked the girl, "So why does that dolphin want to return to his homeland?" She opened her sparkling eyes, quickly answering, "Someone in his clan betrayed him and joined the sharks. His family is in danger. He said he can't trust anyone anymore." B lowered his gaze to Calypso. "But did he trust you?" Suddenly his voice turned colder. "I think it's because you used to date him." Hearing this, the girl hid behind the back of the chair, feeling a bit sulky. "No, he doesn't trust me. It's someone else, and I told that person I was just joking." B stared at his daughter, making her stand there, eyes closed, thinking about how to change the subject. Then her mouth broke into a bright smile. "By the way, did Grandma call you again today?" His gaze accidentally flicked over, his expression showing no emotion. "She's been calling me a lot lately." Calypso seemed unhappy and muttered, "Really? She used to ignore me. Now that I show a bit of strength, she doesn't want to leave me alone." She thought to herself, plus her messenger keeps coming and going, so I haven't had a chance to introduce myself. Owen B stepped forward to gently pat Calypso. "My mom is always like that, but the more impulsive I act, the more valuable you become." He smiled a rare smile and continued, "Because you are the only one who can restrain me." Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up with joy. "Am I that powerful, Dad?" Bai replied softly, "Did you just realize that my leash belongs to you? I hope you will remember that forever." After saying that, he patted Calypso's head even more. Suddenly, the hem of the girl's dress was grabbed by a small hand. She looked down in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Ikin?" Iki spoke as if he were eating a cake. "Calypso, you can also give me a leash." After saying that, he patted his chest confidently and then jumped into Calypso's arms, hugging her with a sincere voice. "Calypso, take it." His leash. She was startled inside. Now Min understood why people said not to drink cold water in front of children, while B looked gloomy behind. Calypso was confused and sought help. "Dad, what should we do?" He learned something really strange. Seeing Iki blooming like a flower in her heart, the girl felt that this was not good. "This is not okay. We need to be careful. Do you know how important a child's first concept of everything is?" B's face darkened as he coldly said, "Your silly furry dragon, the Dragon Duke, has definitely absorbed your thoughts. It's time to teach him." Calypso gently lifted Iki's head and advised, "Ikin, you should only give your leash to someone you truly want." B, standing next to her, interjected, "Aren't you supposed to teach him not to say things like that?" Both of them looked up at him simultaneously, and Calypso retorted, "But giving your leash to someone you want is natural. I also have a valid reason to keep what's theirs." Then she smiled brightly and patted Yi's head. Calypso continued speaking, leaving P standing there in shock. "Don't you feel that way?" Wow. He stood there rubbing his nose, seriously contemplating his daughter's words. After a moment, he spoke honestly. "I rarely desire anyone that much except for you." He continued, "There was once someone. In the mansion of P today is quite an important day. First, it was time to check the ranks without introductions, so I gathered all the subordinates." Suddenly, Atlan's piercing scream rang out in frustration. "Come with me right now." Li Ben grabbed his cloak while scolding him. Does he have to shout every time he speaks? So rude. Atlan, fuming, could only utter a letter as the two looked at each other, shooting out thousands of lightning bolts. Calypso stood with her arms crossed at a distance. "This place has completely turned into a zoo, Dad." B, with the same expression, asked, "Is this really okay?" The girl shrugged casually. "I'm worried, but what can I do? I chose them myself." Calypso said again, to become the future pillar of Aquierdi in her mind. She thought that even though they were just kids now, her small hand was firmly gripping the leg of the chair nearby. Just a moment later, the chair flew up with great force, causing the two angry people to turn their heads back in confusion. Li Ben jumped back while Atlan, expressionless, caught the chair with one hand. Calypso clapped her hands together and smiled. "All right, has everyone greeted each other yet?" Li Ben immediately replied, clearly and decisively. Of course, he was quite friendly. Atlan, however, frowned and pointed down. Li Ben loudly asked, "Do you want me to greet this little one?" "Are you kidding?" He felt utterly confused by the slightly anxious face. "Sister, are you feeling okay? Why would so many people choose her?" Calypso gently called out, "Big brother." The girl fell silent, deep in thought. "Do you know what to do?" Seeing Lan say nothing, just clicking her tongue and looking at her with confusion, along with a hint of sulky resentment. Calypso thought Atlan might have killed Lily in a past life. Li Ben jumped back while Atlan remained expressionless, holding on to the chair with one hand. Calypso clapped her hands together and smiled. "All right, has everyone greeted each other yet?" Li Ben immediately responded clearly and decisively. Of course, he was quite friendly. Atlan frowned and pointed down. Li Ben loudly asked, "Do you want me to greet this little one?" "Are you kidding?" He felt utterly baffled by the somewhat eager expression. "Sister, are you feeling dizzy? Why are so many people choosing her?" Calypso gently called out, "Big brother." The girl fell silent, deep in thought. "Do you know what to do?" Seeing Lan say nothing, just clicking her tongue and looking at her with confusion, mixed with a sense of grievance. Calypso thought Atlan might have been the one in a past life who would have killed Lily herself. This must be confusing for him, but this is no longer the third life. Suddenly, a hand raised up, accompanied by a mischievous voice. He hasn't even said hello yet. Calypso saw it was and snapped out of her thoughts and replied, "What then? Say it now." But the words that came from Asian were not a greeting, but a question. Is that necessary? His expression was incredibly bright at that moment. However, the next words truly shocked everyone. "Why should I greet someone weaker than my little sister?" After saying that, he closed his eyes and lay down at Calypso's feet, ignoring the fact that she was feeling a bit awkward. Then she spoke up and asked, "Hey, does anyone know the best way for everyone to bond?" Calypso smiled brightly, continuing to answer her own question, rolling around together. This made all three of them simultaneously exclaim in disbelief. What as for P, she was quite happily blooming inside, really focused on her class in another place. In the midst of Ilya's astonishment, a voice rang out. "Master, wait a moment." Li Ben, with a tired face sweating heavily, said, "Are you crazy? This isn't normal training." Atlan turned around and shouted, "Hey, damn it, are you holding it or not?" A drop of sparkling water lingered at the corner of his eye. "I didn't do anything wrong." Calypso casually closed her eyes and spoke. "Big brother, I know everyone has been secretly challenging each other. Am I the last one to arrive? I'm sorry." B stood there watching everything, silently commenting. "Too cute," Calypso gently coaxed. "No, it's because the others arrived early." She asked Ilya, "Where are the kids?" Ilya gently patted her head and replied, "They're right here. I brought them back safely." In front of her was Levi with a different hair color, holding IA, sighing with relief, and continuing, "Beasts have the ability to hide their powers. They're very timid. It took a lot to convince them." Calypso replied, "You've worked hard, Milia. A moment later, Ilya took out a vial from her body. The liquid inside caused L to return to his original green hair. Calypso looked at him. "Hello, thank you for coming." Liv gently wiped away the remaining tears in her eyes, slowly speaking. "It's nice to see you again." "Miss," Calypso said seriously to Juan, "now is the time for me to fulfill your request. First, from now on, I will live in this mansion. You have a friend upstairs, so please get along." After saying that, she turned around and walked away. Owen didn't respond quickly and took a few seconds. "I understand. Yes." Callisto, a bit awkward, turned back to look at Quan. "If it feels difficult, you don't have to be too polite." The kid looked confused, unable to believe it. "Really?" "Of course. Now he's your father." Her answer left Juan's stunned eyes wide open in fear. While Calypso was still happily introducing Bay Aqua's Del, the owner of that name had a frighteningly cold demeanor glancing over this way. Immediately, Levi felt confused and called out. Owen the kid was now so scared he was trembling, hiding behind Levi. "So scary, bro." He turned to look at the kid, judging by the ability to sense one's kindness. Calypso hurriedly waved her hand to calm him down. "It's okay, your father will." The girl, flustered, didn't say anything more, but turned to ask her father. "You will behave properly, right?" B coldly replied, "If you stand with us." Then in front of him was Juan, although scared he wasn't like before, and reached out a hand towards him. This made P feel very confused. Calypso spoke up to remind him. "Dad, hold her hand." The two hands, one big and one small, clasped together. Juan closed his eyes and activated his power. Calypso stood there anxiously clenching her fists. The two of them stood there holding hands for a long time. One person gently asked, "Who is the one holding your hand, P?" Another person answered, "Looks like a newbie." "You mean you just joined?" Lai Ben brushed his long hair, wide-eyed, asking. "So that kid is behind you." Air proudly puffed out his chest, one hand on his hip, the other covering his mouth while yawning. "In terms of order, you know both you and Atlan are below me, right?" Atlan immediately frowned and muttered, "That's nonsense." In overhearing said, "I heard that." Atlan wouldn't back down and retorted, "So what wanna fight?" Calypso stood there confused. Why are they so obsessed with ranks? Then she smiled lightly, feeling relieved inside. Thanks to that, the tense atmosphere had disappeared. She spoke to everyone. "I'll take this break to introduce a bit. The big handsome kid over there is Juan, and this is Levi." Calypso turned back and pointed at the three people continuing the introduction. "This is Nino, Lil, Ben, my subordinates, and the people here will become the backbone of my team." Levi, upon hearing this, was quite shocked and spoke up. "Wait a minute, I never said I would join you." Calypso didn't respond immediately, just stared wide-eyed at him. A little later, she opened her mouth, causing Levi to be shocked. Stepping back in surprise, "Now you can start over." Atlan, with a stern face, asked, "Aren't you going to do that?" Levi scratched his head awkwardly. "No." Calypso smirked, her voice carrying a strange tone. "Follow me." She stood in front. Levi didn't face him, just turned his head slightly. "I mean, I'm not that bad, right? So why not?" He didn't know what to say, just mumbling in his throat. Levi's face was now flushed with embarrassment, unable to say a word. Seeing that Calypso thought that hesitating to answer was also an answer, Levi was the type who wouldn't say no immediately if he didn't want to do it. Calypso turned around to look at him, who was still dazed, but she wanted to ask about the situation where Pierre and Juan were still holding hands. Why is it taking so long? Levi also didn't know how to explain. "This is the first time I've seen this happen." He looks a bit confused and dazed. Even saving someone who's about to die from a stab wound doesn't take this long. Calypso anxiously asked, "Is it dangerous?" Levi assured her, "Juan's abilities won't endanger anyone. The fact that it's taking so long means it requires very rare materials." Just as he finished speaking, the two hands loosened their grip. Calypso was a bit stunned to see this. "Is it over?" Juan slightly parted his lips. The first thing he said was a green apple. Calypso felt a mix of confusion and anxiety. Apples are easy to come by. But right after that came a long list from Onin. 15-year-old white horsetail glue leaves, core blue wasabi herbs, peppermint flowers, eternal snow, pea-rit resin, red frog brain, golden carp, roe wolf claw powder, deep-sea hermit crab shells, crab feed from the marsh, southern seawater, 100-year-old dude 2, swamp ivory from a white elephant, back tree roots, 1,000-year-old cactus, bubo leaves, 25-year-old deer spleen, leaves mistletoe berries, 100-year-old oak trees, sinking tail feathers, and a whole bunch of other stuff. The kid listed so many that Calypso stood there stunned like a statue. She stood there, fists clenched, listening as Levi quickly jotted down everything that was just said. Calypso stood there frozen, unable to think or say anything. Aner curiously spoke up, "What was that just now?" But before he could finish, Atlan sternly covered his mouth. After a moment of standing there in shock, Calypso finally spoke up, her voice noticeably hoarse. The amount of materials is one thing, but what about ivory from a white elephant sinking tail feathers? At this point, her voice grew even colder. Those animals have been extinct for a long time. Calypso bowed her head and shouted, filled with a sense of injustice, as if telling him to go die. Levi stepped forward to support her small body, gently comforting her. "Maybe not." Suddenly she burst out in anger, even leaving a dent in the ground beneath her feet. "If not, then what is it?" Levi pushed her away quickly, hugging Onin to protect him. Atlan, standing nearby, felt the aftershocks, while Anne and Liben were bewildered by the scene. Inside Calypso, a feeling of gloom echoed. She knew this wasn't Levi's fault or Juan's fault. She was getting more and more agitated. But she looked at her father with an expressionless face, as if he didn't care whether he could be treated or not, both angry and scared. Her eyes became softer than ever. Her teeth clenched tightly together. Is treating her father harder than saving someone on the brink of death? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given my heart to anyone. I wouldn't have called him father. Suddenly, P spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Let's take a break." He stepped forward, lifting Calypso up so that the distressed, desperate girl could cling to him. He looked up and spoke firmly, not allowing anyone to object. "Everyone leave." B strode away, not even realizing when tears had fallen on his shoulder. The space became silent, frighteningly quiet. The remaining people stood still in their places, with only Liv standing next to Juan. The kid looked a bit scared and confused, asking Levi, "Did I do something wrong?" Levi quickly reassured him, "No, you didn't do anything wrong." Ilya also gently explained, "A few shocks can make others angry for no reason." Levi would be angry too if he were told there was no way to save him. Levi added, "Madame Miri is right." Juan picked up the notes from earlier, pondering, but Juan's abilities couldn't turn something impossible into reality. Are there extinct animals still alive somewhere? Li Ben stood there, arms crossed, as if deep in thought. It really could be. She bit her lower lip, thinking she had considered it a small distance. Remembering Calypso's earlier appearance, the sound in her heart felt stronger, but it wasn't. Atlan leaned against the wall behind him, equally contemplative. Calypso's previous life images flashed in his mind, thinking she kept moving forward on the path she believed was right. But because she was strong, the moment she faced an insurmountable wall, she was twice as desperate as others. In his previous life, when Calypso faced despair almost like this, Lon could only stand behind and watch. And now he realized he was so foolish. In the past, and even now, he didn't know how to comfort her. Suddenly, he felt something. Looking in that direction, he affirmed in his heart, "Wait, this energy must be from a dragon." Thinking this, he raised his head, and before him stood Yi, cold as ice. Atlan couldn't stop talking to himself. There was no doubt that it was the energy he had felt before dying. So why was he feeling that energy from this kid? A worried scream rang out. "Caleb, be careful." The 5 people behind Atlan were all bewildered by Yi's imposing presence. He spoke coldly with a murderous aura, who made her cry. Atlan glanced at Yi in his heart, feeling extremely worried. Damn. What happened to his sister? At this moment, the cloak on Iki had fallen, revealing his appearance, as if he could kill everyone. What is he teaching over here? P still quietly held Calypso, who was still sobbing, tears still glistening in her eyes. But the girl gritted her teeth, wondering when she would stop feeling embarrassed enough to lift her head. Then in her heart she panicked and screamed, "Why did I get so angry?" It's that feeling after getting furious over a trivial matter and having to stand up awkwardly. And right in the middle of the meeting, too. B gently rubbed her back. "Are you calm now?" He closed his eyes and comforted her. "If you keep acting like this, it won't be good, so just relax." Calypso's voice choked up. "Dad, please don't look at me like that anymore." B looked confused. Are you embarrassed? The little girl tightly shut her eyes in a pout. Of course. Calypso sighed softly in P's embrace, her voice barely a whisper. I couldn't stay calm in that situation. The little girl bit her lip shyly while P maintained a gentle tone. Hey, I don't think that's bad. He smiled softly at her. Sweetheart, you were angry for me. Calypso stared up at him wide-eyed in surprise. Wow. But then the little girl fell silent, as if she had dropped into an abyss after P's next words. Of course, if this is all you can do after giving it your all, I would be a bit disappointed. The little girl immediately retorted, No, I held back because I was afraid the house would collapse. P ignored her and replied flatly, Is that all you can do, even when holding back? Hearing that was truly disappointing. Calypso angrily shouted, Fine, I won't worry about you anymore. She looked down at the ground and said to P, Let me go and call Levy. He agreed to set her down, but his voice turned colder than ice. That dolphin kid. All right. Calypso looked at him in confusion after hearing that. Then she stood facing Levi, who hesitated a bit, but spoke first. You said you just wanted to see me. Calypso replied, I want to have a straightforward conversation with you. She looked Levi up and down with some suspicion. But how did you end up like this? Did something happen outside? His clothes were also a mess. Then I won't hold back anymore. I'll speak plainly. Levi, how long do you think it will take to gather the materials that one mentioned? Levi looked at her expressionlessly and said, I can't give a definite answer. I don't have any medical knowledge to say. Calypso immediately interrupted him. No need to hide it. You want to become a pharmacist, right, don't you? After pausing for a few seconds, she continued, And your master is another white dolphin beastman. Onen's mother, right? That's why you're trying to protect Juan, the last white dolphin beastman. This is a secret that other dolphin beastmen don't know either, and I will protect that secret of yours until the very end. Of course, along with the safety of both of us. Levi looked a bit surprised. He didn't expect someone to discover so much. Even if I agree to be under your command, it's still hard for me to trust. Calypso didn't explain why she knew so much about him, but shifted to another topic. Now that I think about it, I forgot one thing when asking you to be my subordinate. After saying that, she smiled faintly and became serious. I, Calypso Aquas, vow to protect Levi and Juan until death and keep this secret safe. Levi was somewhat stunned by Calypso's recent action. He took a few steps back, confused and stammering, What? Just now, Calypso stood there nonchalantly. Right, I just swore an oath before the sea. You won't believe me if I don't go this far. The little girl clasped her hands behind her back and smiled. Do you feel reassured now? Levi stared blankly at the girl in front of him. He awkwardly spoke up. I sensed it from the very first meeting, but you really do know everything. P stood not far away, darkly thinking, If you get involved with her one more time, I will kill you. Calypso asked a bit irritably, So how long will it take to get the materials? Levi closed his eyes and thought for a moment before calmly replying, About 10 years. Calypso immediately demanded shorten it. Levi blinked in confusion and asked back, Shorten what? Calypso straightforwardly looked up at him. I will provide you with a huge amount of manpower and resources, so shorten it. He hesitated a bit. 5 years. The little girl rubbed her chin and smiled evenly. That's still a long time. Levi weakly clenched his fists. 4 years, the shortest possible. A moment later, Calypso cheerfully said, Then let's do it in 2 years. This statement was no different from Calypso using a bulldozer to flatten Levi into a piece of paper. He lifted his head, somewhat annoyed, frowning. Sorry, but do you think I'm a machine where you can just press a button and the materials will pop out? Calypso felt a pang of guilt inside. How did he guess that? She spoke softly to appease him. But you're not saying it's impossible, right? Levi scratched his head and replied, To trade my life and Juan's, that's nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, Calypso's voice echoed toward P, who was standing still. Did you hear that, Dad? He said you could be cured in 2 years? The little girl turned around smiling brightly and happily. Isn't that great? Seeing this, P also smiled with love in his heart, thinking, It's hard to believe that you are my daughter. At this moment, returning to the rest of the group, they all looked grim with only Ilya trying to force a smile. Seeing their expressions, Calypso pondered, Why is the atmosphere like this? Why does my brother look like a beggar? Before anyone could react, Atlan immediately opened his mouth. Hey, and the guy you called a mercenary. But he didn't scold her anymore. He just sighed and said, Forget it. We'll talk later. Atlan's display made Calypso purse her lips in confusion, but she regained her composure to, "Anyway, as you all guessed, my plan is to spend 2 years gathering materials along with what we already have. During that time, we need to grow stronger, and Leary needs to build her influence." Air, looking very confused, asked, "Isn't your sister strong enough already? How much stronger do we need to be?" Atlan chimed in as well. "This time, I agree with you." Calypso looked like a blooming flower, smiling as she explained, "Some powers only reveal themselves in life and death situations." Everyone listened and became even more bewildered. "This time I agree with you." Calypso looked just like a blooming flower, smiling as she explained, "Some powers only reveal themselves in life and death situations." Everyone listened, even more puzzled than before. Atlan asked again, "So what?" Calypso's eyes lit up, arms crossed over her chest, continuing, "But we can't start a civil war within the family, so we need to grow stronger outside." "Right. We're going to Dragon City. It's convenient since you're the fiancé of a dragon. You have to go to Dragon City to fulfill that duty anyway. It's the perfect place for training without throwing our family into chaos." This sharp analysis from the girl left Ilya astonished, covering his mouth with his hand. Calypso didn't stop there and continued. "Most importantly, some materials can only be found in the Beastman's land. Dragon City is where goods from land and sea intersect. It's the perfect place to gather materials." Atlan immediately got angry, pointing and shouting, "Are you crazy? Going there as the fiancé of a dragon is like walking into a death trap." Calypso softly pouted. "Big brother, you don't believe me." She smiled brightly, patting her chest. "I told you I have a solid plan." Seeing this, Atlan was shocked, realizing that it was like when she declared war. A few days later in the mansion, Calypso looked down, saying, "Everything is going smoothly. But down there, Yi is sound asleep." And Calypso's words haven't ended. "Why hasn't Iki woken up?" The girl stared blankly ahead, saying nothing more, then knelt down, placing her hands on the small body that was peacefully sleeping. Inside her mind, she kept talking to herself, remembering that day when she left the basement. She couldn't even describe how shocked she was to see Yi sleeping in the hallway. She was so angry that she hit Atlan. It hurt her mouth and she scolded, "You idiot, how could you let a child lie in the hallway like that? It hurts, what should you do?" Atlan hugged himself, almost whining in protest. "His power will become uncontrollable if you get too close. How did you know I was this angry?" According to Atlan, Iki had been extremely angry and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and fainted. Even when Lan tried to get closer to help, Iki's power attacked him, so he could do nothing but leave Iki behind. Lan's voice became weak and aggrieved. "Do you know how shocked I was? You call that a baby dragon?" Remembering that she thought the real problem was that Iki wasn't waking up and even Juan couldn't detect anything. At that time, he told her, "Calypso, you can't explain, but this kid's body is very different." Juan gently pulled the blanket over Yi, continuing, "I can only say this." Remembering the past, Calypso thought again he had also suddenly fallen asleep before making him sleep this much. There must be another reason. Now looking at Iki sleeping so soundly, she silently decided she had to get to Dragon City sooner than expected. Fortunately, a few days later, Iki opened his eyes. Calypso stared blankly at the person in front of her, saying, "Iki." Iki was quietly holding onto the blanket over him, and she added, "You must have gotten a bit bigger." The girl became excited, raising her hand to confirm repeatedly, "I'm sure I hugged you before. Your shoulder only reached here." Yi looked at her in confusion, softly calling, "Calypso," then he smiled brightly. "I've missed you so much." Calypso smiled back. The girl leaned forward to gently stroke Iki's head, her smile growing even brighter. "I missed you too." Iki stood there dazed, thinking that this was not something he could avoid. This was an instinct engraved in the dragon's jealousy that couldn't be resisted. Dragons were inherently solitary creatures. Their whole lives until death, they lived alone, never cohabiting with their kind. So they needed to create something that truly belonged to them. In Iki's eyes, there was only Calypso happily chatting. "Iki, you should rest a bit more. Do I have to go meet someone?" In his heart, he thought, if I want to take what belongs to me, I need to become stronger. If I have enough strength to grant Calypso's wish without anyone having to lose their life, Iki remembered Calypso's previous words, "Never give your life to anyone." "Got it. You think that way. She won't be able to leave me, but even if I become stronger." Thinking this, Calypso had already walked a few steps away from him. She waved her hand, smiling. "Goodbye, Iki. See you later." Iki's thoughts still hadn't stopped. They continued to echo in his head. What if Calypso still leaves me? A moment later, Okula coldly sat in a chair and spoke indifferently. So why do you want to see me? She continued, you should speak carefully. I haven't forgotten about that funeral. Sitting in the chair next to her was P, placing a hand behind Calypso. The girl sat there deep in thought, still angry about that. That was a long time ago. Suddenly, for some reason, Calypso smiled, placing her hand on her chest, saying with a smile, Grandma, please take me to Dragon City. Hearing this, Okula was stunned, looking at the girl in front of her, exclaiming, what? In Calypso's heart, she smirked, thinking that seeing this old lady's expression, I've lived long enough to witness it all. Then she put on an innocent face with sparkling eyes, saying, Grandma, I'm the fiancé of a dragon, so it's only natural for me to go to Dragon City. Okula glared down at her words with a mocking tone. How ridiculous are you asking me to take the heir that I personally approved there as a sacrifice? Every time she takes me to a faraway place, she never thinks twice or looks for me when I disappear. Even now, when her favorite heir is about to meet their end, she still won't retract her orders. No, she can't. At this moment, Okula ponders, raising her hand as if contemplating something. Calypso's train of thought remains unbroken. Her fiancé won't allow it. The girl has an innocent and fragile look on her face. What I've learned after 3 lifetimes is that she is indeed a fierce warrior, but she has never been a good head of the family. Then the girl innocently says, Grandma, just think of it as me going there to do something big. Okula, confused, asks, what big thing? Calypso's expression and tone become more serious. This time, I guarantee that the people living on land will no longer underestimate the beast folk from the sea. The dragon's fiancé is an excuse to visit the Dragon City on land. In her heart, the girl secretly plots. This trip will definitely be the center of attention. The purpose this time is to gather materials and retrieve the Duke's lost item. If the item that the Dragon Duke had hidden disappears, it will surely raise suspicions, so I will create an even bigger incident to cover our tracks. This time, Okula also smiles in agreement with Calypso's proposal. All right, if your plan succeeds. When you return, you will deserve to be called by my name. Calypso chuckles and replies, thanking her, but inside she feels cold. I don't need her approval. She will become complacent, lounging in that seat, while I will pull her down with my own hands. A moment later, when it's just the two of them, P tells Calypso, we need to meet someone. You can go back to the mansion. This leaves the girl quite stunned and confused. Suddenly, a voice rings out. So you're here. Hearing this, Calypso looks to see who spoke. She is quite surprised and calls out, Big brother. Bellis coldly looks at the girl, crossing his arms and asking, still calling me that, huh? Yeah,